I was always ignored and undervalued by my parents. After my divorce, they exploited me financially and treated my son as a burden. I, 42F, work as an emergency room physician at a large Boston hospital. I am a single mother with a 7-year-old boy named Lucas. Today, I need to express something that has been bothering me for decades concerning my family dynamics, specifically my parents' behavior and its impact on my life. When I was 5 years old, my sister Abigail was born. Our parents told me that I was going to be a big sister and that it would be fantastic to have a lifelong buddy. They didn't mention that I had become invisible in our household. Every morning, Mom would prepare Abigail's breakfast to order. 2 eggs sunny side up, toast cut diagonally, just how my princess likes it, while tossing me a box of cereal without looking at me. The contrasts were evident throughout our daily lives. In elementary school, Mom would spend hours assisting Abigail with her schoolwork, gently explaining each problem. When I sought assistance, the reaction was always the same. You're smart enough to figure it out for yourself. They'd come to all of Abigail's soccer games, cheering from the sidelines, but they always had previous engagements when I had science competitions. When I required braces, Dad moaned about the price for months. Every dentist appointment was accompanied by sighs and murmured remarks about expenses. 2 years later, when Abigail required braces as well, money became irrelevant. They even got her the beautiful clear ones I had requested but was rejected. They're an investment in her confidence, Mom told her book club pals, as if my confidence wasn't important. My academic achievements were regarded with indifference. Straight A's in advanced science classes elicited distracted nods, yet Abigail's B+ in normal math prompted a joyful supper at her favorite downtown restaurant. During parent-teacher conferences, they hardly listened when my teachers commended my outstanding achievement in biology and chemistry, but smiled with pride when Abigail's teachers emphasized her engagement in class discussions. Birthday celebrations became a sharp reminder of our differing standing within the family. My parties were basic affairs, supermarket cake and a few pals in the backyard, if I was lucky enough to have one at all. Abigail's celebrations were full-fledged events, complete with bouncy houses, hired entertainers, custom-made cakes, and intricate theme decorations. One year, they even engaged a professional event planner. I once overheard Mom telling a friend, "Well, Abigail just appreciates these things more. Our older one is too practical." The remarks hurt, but I learned to ignore them. The toughest part was watching Abigail transform from a wonderful child to someone I scarcely recognized. In our childhood, we used to make blanket forts and make up funny stories about fantastic adventures. However, years of being treated as if she could do no wrong took its toll. By middle school, she had become exactly what you would anticipate. "Where's my blue sweater?" she'd ask, ransacking my closet without permission. "That's mine, Abigail. Mom bought it for my birthday." "Well, I need it for Jessica's party," she would explain. "Don't be selfish, let your sister borrow it," Mom would often say. My items became communal property, but I was not allowed to touch anything Abigail owned. I learned to pick my battles, expect nothing, and seek validation elsewhere. School became my refuge. While Abigail was being praised for her role in the school play, she had 2 lines. I was quietly winning science fairs and devising my escape plan. I participated in every academic club conceivable, volunteered at the local hospital, and spent my summers conducting research internships. My guidance counselor became my best champion, assisting me in applying for scholarships and providing wonderful recommendations. I shivered with excitement when my acceptance letter to Harvard Medical School arrived, along with a full scholarship. Finally, I figured, they'd have to recognize my accomplishments. I waited till dinner to ensure everyone was present. Instead of celebrating, Abigail dominated the evening with a dramatic reenactment of her 7th grade student council election campaign. "I got a full scholarship to Harvard Medical School," I said during a rare pause. "That is nice, honey." My mother responded, "Abigail, sweetie, tell us more about your campaign posters." Medical school became my haven. During those early years, I only returned home for important holidays, and even then, I counted the minutes until I could escape. Every visit was the same. Abigail's accomplishments were highlighted, while my dean's list standings and prominent internship offers received little attention. I poured myself into my studies, succeeding at emergency medicine rotations and receiving wonderful referrals from renowned doctors. In my 3rd year, I began an emergency medicine rotation at Massachusetts General Hospital. That is where I met Marcus. Marcus was a medical device sales agent, showcasing new trauma equipment to the department. Despite my normal cautious approach to relationships, something just snapped between us. He was unlike anyone I'd dated before, genuinely engaged in my work, supportive of my career goals, and seemingly unconcerned by my ambitions. After graduation, we got married in a simple ceremony. I got a job in the ER at Mass General, and everything felt fantastic. When our son Lucas was born, Marcus appeared to be the adoring father I had hoped for. We bought a house in a good school area, established a lovely nursery, and I felt I'd finally found the family life I'd always desired. But something changed once Lucas turned 1. Marcus became aloof, started working late, and canceled our date nights. Initially, I ascribed it to the difficulties of new fatherhood and my rigorous job as an ER physician. I suggested couples counseling, date nights, and even a trip, but he always found an excuse. Deep down, I sensed something was wrong, but I wasn't expecting what happened next. The confession happened on a routine Tuesday evening. I was feeding Lucas in his high chair when Marcus strolled in, looking as if he hadn't slept in days. "I need to tell you something," he explained, his voice quivering. "I have met someone else. Her name is Catherine. She is a patient's family member, and I am in love with her." My world collapsed in that moment, but years of emotional suppression had trained me to remain calm. The divorce was unexpectedly cordial. Marcus went to Colorado with Catherine, but he insisted on paying substantial alimony and child support. "I may be a terrible husband," he observed at our most recent meeting, "but I won't be a terrible father." True to his word, he has stayed active in Lucas's life through regular video conversations and holiday visits. Marcus's family became an unexpected source of support after the divorce. Regardless of what happened to their son, Tom and Betty remained dedicated grandparents to Lucas, and their daughter Avery became the aunt my sister never was. Every time we visited their house, Lucas would light up and run right to the toy zone they had put up exclusively for him. Tom would get down on the floor and play with trucks, while Avery always had a new game or craft project planned. My own parents' home was a very different scenario. I tried to see them on occasion, hoping they'd want to bond with their only granddaughter, but their apathy was heartbreaking to witness. "Don't let him touch that vase," Mom would say, scarcely looking up from her magazine. "And make sure he doesn't run around too much, he'll scratch the hardwood floors." Lucas would cling to my leg, sensing the frigid air. The contrast grew much more striking when Abigail showed up during our visits. "Here's my successful girl," Dad would beam as Abigail walked in, talking about her new job at a trading company. They'd completely disregard Lucas's attempts to show them his latest drawing, instead focusing on Abigail's every word about workplace politics and client meetings. I'll provide updates shortly regarding recent occurrences that have made me reconsider everything about my relationship with my parents. It's still fresh, and I need time to comprehend everything. For the time being, my emphasis is on my son and the family members who have demonstrated the true meaning of unconditional love. Update number 1. Thank you all for your encouraging words. I've gathered my ideas and wanted to discuss how things changed following the divorce, especially my career and my parents' behavior. After Marcus left, I put myself into my job at the ER. I began working on the most difficult cases, those that other doctors generally avoided. Last year, there was one exceptionally tough case, a patient with many traumas and a convoluted medical history. 3 previous hospitals had transferred him because they deemed him too risky. I spent 16 hours stabilizing him and collaborating with many doctors, and he came through. That instance piqued the department head's interest. "Dr. Mitchell," he called me into his office one morning, "I've been following your performance. How do you feel about leading our new trauma response team?" It meant increased responsibility, longer hours, and a significant wage boost. I agreed without hesitation. The team's success rate under my guidance much exceeded expectations. We decreased critical response times by 30% and had the highest survival rate in the hospital's history. My research papers on emergency trauma protocols have been published in top medical publications. Then followed the promotion to senior attending physician, complete with a corner office and a salary that made my eyes wet. With my newfound financial stability, I purchased a lovely 3-bedroom apartment in an excellent school area. Lucas was pleased to have his own room. "Mom, can I paint the walls blue? Like the ocean?" he inquired, his eyes gleaming. "Of course, sweetheart," I said, "we can do whatever you want." That weekend, Tom and Avery helped us paint, making it a family project. Betty brought baked cookies, and we ended up getting more paint on ourselves than on the walls. This was the point at which my parents' relationship began to change. It started with casual questions about my new lifestyle. Mom began phoning more frequently, asking about Lucas and arranging weekend trips. Initially, I was cautiously optimistic. Perhaps they'd want to be true grandparents to Lucas. The initial visit appeared promising. Mom actually got down on the floor to play with Lucas' train set, which I had never seen her do before. Dad even got him a new toy truck. But then the requests began to arrive, initially in tiny numbers. "The refrigerator is making strange noises. The bathroom needs some repairs." Each time, They'd say how tight their finances were and how they couldn't possibly afford it alone. I agreed to help, remembering all of Abigail's dance classes and summer camps that they had paid for but had denied me. Each request was followed by brief intervals of focused attention on Lucas. They'd invite us to dinner, inquire about his school, and express interest in his life. But it didn't last long. Meanwhile, Lucas was excelling at his new school. His teacher informed me, he's exceptionally bright, particularly in science, just like his mom. Avery was beaming at the parent-teacher conference she and I went together. My folks, however, were too preoccupied that day. Every Wednesday, Avery gets him up from school and takes him to science club, which she began doing after observing his interest in my medical books. Tom and Betty have been constants in our lives. They come up every Sunday for family dinner, and Betty has been teaching Lucas how to bake. Last week, they baked chocolate chip cookies together, and Lucas boldly said, "I want to be both a doctor and a baker when I grow up." My parents' financial needs escalated to include a new water heater and house renovations. Then came the biggest one. "Sweetie," Dad called one Sunday, "your mother and I have been considering acquiring a new car. The payments would be costly for us, but with your new position." They named a character that would have made me choke a year ago. Now it was manageable. What followed, however, really struck a chord with me. "We'd pay you back, of course," Mom promised me, but we both knew they wouldn't. "We just need something dependable to drive Abigail to her job interviews. She's having a difficult time in that trading company. You're aware of how intense office politics can be." I agreed to help primarily out of habit. During our usual coffee meetup, Avery realized that something was amiss. "You seem tense," she commented, swirling her coffee. "Have your parents asked for money again?" I told her about the car, and she scowled. "You understand you don't owe them anything, right? Just because you're successful now doesn't mean you have to support their lifestyle." I dismissed her worries, assuring myself I had more than enough money. Wasn't it worth it if buying my parents' attention allowed Lucas to have grandparents in his life? But something felt wrong deep down, the way they'd casually discussed breaking off contact when I hesitated on a payment, and how their interest in Lucas appeared to be directly linked to my financial contributions. Last week, everything came to a head in unexpected ways, but that's another post I'll write when I'm ready. I have to leave now for my shift at the hospital, but I wanted to thank everyone for their kind words. Reading your stories about comparable events has made me feel less alone in this situation. Update 2. The recent occurrences I stated have dramatically altered my outlook on my relationship with my parents. I need to explain what happened during my emergency hospitalization last week. I was in the middle of a presentation at our weekly trauma team conference when the first wave of pain struck, sharp and unexpected, causing me to double over in mid-sentence. Our senior surgeon, Dr. Henderson, identified the symptoms immediately. "Classic appendicitis presentation. We need to get you into surgery." The irony of an ER doctor being an emergency patient did not escape my notice. My mind was racing with thoughts of Lucas as I prepared for surgery. He needed to get picked up from his robotics club in 2 hours. Tom and Betty were on a cruise, while Avery attended a conference in Chicago. Under normal circumstances, I would never approach my parents, but I was out of options. I called Mom when the nurses started my IV. It took 4 rings before she responded. "Mom, I'm in the hospital. My appendix needs to come out immediately. Could you please pick up Lucas from school? I'll need someone to watch him for a couple of days while I recover." The silence that ensued was deafening. "Oh honey, that's not possible," she exclaimed, her voice abruptly icy. "Your father and I are getting ready for Abigail's promotion party. She finally made junior executive at her company, and we're hosting 50 people at Luistro tonight." "Mom, please," I cried, attempting to maintain my voice despite the mounting anguish. "Lucas needs to be picked up in less than 2 hours. I don't have anyone else right now." The nurse adjusted my IV and gave me a compassionate look. "Well, that's not really our problem," she said harshly. "We're in a hurry to get to the restaurant. We can't be babysitting right now. Besides, you know how Lucas is. Always being so noisy and touching everything. It's quite a burden, really." I couldn't believe what I heard. "A burden? He's your grandson. After everything I've done for you, I've been paying your car loan for the past year, every time you needed money." She interrupted me with a laugh that froze me to the bone. "Oh, we won't be needing your handouts anymore. Abigail's new position comes with an excellent salary. She's going to help us instead of you." The call went dead. I lay in the hospital bed, phone still clamped to my ear, tears mixed with cold sweat on my cheeks. The nurse softly touched my arm. "Dr. Mitchell, do you have someone else we can call?" I called Avery with shaky hands. She picked up on the first ring. Before I could finish explaining, she was already in action. Text me the school details. What time does he need to be picked up? Don't worry about anything else, I've already booked a trip back. We'll have a sleepover with my dog Max, won't we? Lucas enjoys playing with him anyway. But your conference, I started protesting. Stop it, Avery said forcefully. Lucas is my nephew. The conference can wait. Focus on getting better, okay? Lucas will be okay with me, I promise. The next thing I remembered was waking up in recovery, disoriented from anesthesia. My first conscious thought was about Lucas, but there was already a text message from Avery waiting. Lucas is having a blast. We made pizza and created a blanket fort. Max is on guard. Don't worry about anything other than getting better. She uploaded images over the next 2 days, showing Lucas helping her bake cookies, falling asleep in a mound of plush animals, and building Lego hospitals, just like where mommy works. When I was discharged, Avery took me home, having already stocked my fridge, scheduled a cleaning service, and set up a cozy recuperation area in my living room. When I went in, Lucas ran to embrace me, stopping just short when he realized I was ouchy. Aunt Avery let me help make breakfast every morning. And Max slept in my blanket fort, he stated triumphantly. The next day, while recovering from surgery, I came upon dozens of images from Abigail's promotion celebration, which had been posted on the same day I had surgery. Mom and Dad were beaming triumphantly beside Abigail in her expensive dress, with champagne toasts and an exquisite cake that must have cost a lot. Everyone was laughing and partying while I lay in a hospital bed, their grandson disregarded as a burden. That night, after Lucas had fallen asleep, I sat down at my computer. First, I canceled the automatic monthly transfer to my parents' account for their car payment, and then I blocked them on all social media platforms. Looking at the framed photo on my desk of Lucas and me in the park, laughing together while Max chased bubbles around us, I felt something change inside me. I've been trying to buy my parents' love with money and tolerance for years, but real family, real love, is Avery flying back from her conference without hesitation, Tom and Betty FaceTiming Lucas every night while on their cruise, allowing him to show them his latest drawings, and Max the dog guarding my son's blanket fort while I'm in the hospital. I need some time to comprehend everything, but I'll post another update soon. For the time being, I'm focusing on recovery and being present for my son. The hospital granted me 2 weeks of medical leave, and Avery insists on staying with us until I'm back on my feet. Yesterday, she assisted Lucas in decorating my recovery room with his science fair paintings, to make it pretty like the hospital, he stated honestly. But better because it has my art. The realization that my son has never experienced the kind of conditional love I grew up with makes all of this worthwhile. He understands that he is loved for who he is rather than what he can contribute, and that may be the greatest gift of all. I'll post update 3 shortly on what happened when my parents discovered their monthly car payments had stopped, but for now, I need to relax and enjoy this tranquil time with my true family. Update 3 First and foremost, I'd like to express my gratitude to everyone for their encouraging comments and messages, which helped me persevere through what followed. As many of you predicted, my parents did not take the canceled car payments well. It began with a flood of voicemails and texts, each more desperate than the last. I blocked their numbers, but they started using different phones. The messages ranged from guilt-tripping, "How could you do this to your own parents?" to angry threats. "We'll tell everyone you're an ungrateful daughter." to tearful pleas, "We're going to lose the car because of you." There was no mention of Lucas in any of the messages, and there was no apology for how they treated us during my hospitalization. Everything was about them, their demands, their car, their feelings, their social status. Then came the flying monkeys, and distant relatives and family acquaintances began phoning to tell me how I had broken my parents' hearts. "They're getting older," my Aunt Susan admonished. "It's your duty as their daughter to help them." I wanted to question where their sense of duty was when their grandson needed them, but instead I simply blocked those numbers. Last Sunday, I was sitting in our backyard, watching Lucas and Max play fetch while Avery grilled burgers for lunch, when a car I didn't know drove into my driveway. Mom stepped out with her best church social smile. "Paula, sweetheart," she shouted out, using my first name, which she only does when she wants something. "How are you? We've been worried since you stopped returning our calls." I stayed sat, keeping my voice quiet for Lucas' sake. "What do you want, Mom?" She sat on the edge of a patio chair and smoothed her fashionable skirt. "Well, since you ask, your father and I are in a bit of a predicament with the vehicle payments," she began, letting out that theatrical sigh I knew so well. "You see, we assumed Abigail would help us with her new position and all, but when we asked her," she stopped for dramatic effect. "She just refused. Can you believe it? She said she had her own expenses to worry about after everything we'd done for her." The irony was nearly too much, and I tried not to chuckle. Oh, she said, her voice lowering. We were hoping you could start helping with the payments again, just until we figure something else out. When I didn't react right away, she said, we could lose the car, you know, and then how would we go to all our social engagements? This time, I couldn't contain my laughter. It spilled forth, sharp and bitter. Mom, this isn't funny, she said. We could lose the car. Do you know what is funny? I said. 3 months ago, while I was being rushed into emergency surgery, you labeled my son, your grandson, a burden. You couldn't be bothered to assist us since you were too busy celebrating Abigail's advancement. The same Abigail who now refuses to give you a cent. We were just busy that day. You know how these things are, she stuttered. No, Mom. I know precisely what it was. I was helpful when I paid your debts. Lucas and I became problematic once you believed Abigail could replace me as your personal ATM. That is not fair. We have always what? I cut her off. Have you always favored Abigail? Always treated me as if I were second best? Always took my assistance for granted until something better came along. Paula, please, her voice broke. You called my financial assistance handouts, remember? Right before you hung up on me while I was in the hospital? So, guess what? The handouts are done. I'm done attempting to purchase your love. I've had enough of you treating my baby as if he's less important than Abigail's luxury purses. I'm just finished. But the car? I stood up, fully free of the burden I'd carried my entire life. This is no longer my problem. Goodbye, Mom. Lucas dashed over, Max bouncing beside him. Mommy, see what I can do, he screamed, throwing the ball in a beautiful arc, which Max caught midway. Mom opened her lips to say something, but I interrupted her with a look, and she walked back to her borrowed car and drove away. That evening, we had our customary Sunday family meal with Tom, Betty, and Avery. Lucas proudly demonstrated his new ball-throwing technique as Tom barbecued and Betty set up the patio table. As I saw my son laugh as Avery taught him how to make s'mores, I felt at ease about my decision. Last week, Lucas brought home a family tree project from school, and he had put Tom and Betty right next to me, with Avery and Max nearby. Marcus had his own small branch, and we've maintained things friendly there with regular video chats and holiday visits. However, neither my parents nor Abigail appeared on the page. Is everything okay, Mommy? He asked, showing me his work. Miss Johnson said family trees generally include more members, but I told her these are all we need. I posted his drawing on the fridge next to a photo from his previous birthday party, with all of us gathered around the cake and real grins on everyone's faces. It's perfect, baby, I told him. Totally perfect. Sometimes the family you're born into isn't the family you're supposed to have, and you have to let go of the people who should have loved you in order to make place for the ones who do. It took me 42 years to grasp that lesson, but witnessing Lucas grow up in an environment filled with genuine, unconditional love was well worth the wait. Thank you to everyone who shared their tales in the comments. You gave me the strength I needed to break free from the cycle of conditional love and manipulation. Lucas and I are doing well because we are surrounded by folks who demonstrate what true family means every day. My sister fell into addiction and abandoned her child. I chose to adopt my nephew despite family judgment. I, a 28 female, work as a product manager for a software firm, primarily remotely. I've created a life that I'm actually satisfied with. I've never desired children, and it's become a source of contention with my family. If you were at our annual family reunion last weekend, you'd think I was a bad guy for not having children or devoting my life to chasing them. Family reunions are meant to be enjoyable, right? A time to gather up with family, eat too much food, and perhaps giggle at embarrassing childhood memories. Well, mine was more of an endurance test. The tension was palpable from the moment I walked into the house, the covert glances exchanged between aunts, the overly broad smiles, and the loaded questions. Everything was there. I had hardly hung up my coat when the first jab was delivered. You're still single, huh? My cousin Patricia, 35F, spoke loudly enough for the entire room to hear. Patricia, who has 3 children and always writes about them on social media, was holding court in the kitchen, displaying her youngest's most recent school photos. Must be good to have so much free time. What are you even doing with yourself? I smiled nicely and shrugged it off, because what is the point of participating? But it did not end there. Another relative joined in, discussing how their lives truly began after having children. Then someone else inquired, have you ever considered adoption? I mean, it's not too late, but it's more difficult as you get older. It was as if they had planned this routine, an organized ambush aimed to make me feel insignificant. They said it all with faux sweetness, as if they were attempting to assist, but the verdict was as apparent as the lemonade on the table. Even my mother joined in, quietly saying that I was wasting my prime years and that every woman should experience the joy of parenthood. My father nodded in agreement, adding that they would have liked to have more grandchildren. I tried to divert by highlighting my work accomplishments and hobbies, but it didn't help. My accomplishments were never taken seriously here. They only valued diapers, report cards, and family Christmas photos. At some time, the conversation turned to my younger sister Lauren. Growing up, she was the golden child, beautiful, charming, and always the center of attention. Lauren was in the spotlight whenever there was one. But everything changed when she got pregnant at 21, dropped out of college, and became associated with the wrong crowd. Addiction followed, as did a series of poor decisions. She eventually withdrew from our lives completely. I last saw her years ago, during a court-mandated family therapy session that concluded with her storming out. Nobody had heard from her since. When Lauren's name came up, the room became quieter. It was as if everyone agreed not to linger on it for too long. My aunt casually added that Lauren's son, Jake, was now in foster care. She spoke it as if she were discussing the weather, detached, easygoing, and without passion. I froze for a while, trying to digest what I just heard. Jake, I had never met him, but I knew he was around 10 years old. He was living with Lauren and one of her boyfriends when I last heard from him. Apparently, that did not last. What do you mean, he's in foster care? I asked. My aunt shrugged. You know how Lauren is. Her decisions caught up with her. Poor kid, what can you do? I looked around the room, hoping for someone to say something, anything, but they all continued their talks. It was as if Jake did not exist. I pressed my parents about it, but they dismissed me. You wouldn't understand, my mother replied. It's not that simple. The remainder of the evening was a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about Jake, a 10-year-old youngster abandoned by his mother and rejected by those who should have cared for him. And here they were, lecturing me on duty and family values. When I came home that night, I couldn't put it down. I started exploring, attempting to learn everything I could about Jake. It didn't take long to get some information. He'd been in the system for a while, moving between families. The more I read, the angrier I became. How? How could my family simply pretend he did not exist? How could they sit around judging me and ignore a youngster in need? The next morning, I called a social worker and inquired about Jake's status. It was not a decision I took lightly. I knew it would be complex and messy, but I couldn't bear the thought of him being forgotten. If my family does not stand up, perhaps I can. This was not about demonstrating something to anyone. It wasn't about deflecting their criticism or making myself feel better. It was about Jake, a child who deserved better than the hand he was dealt. I wasn't about to let him fall between the gaps. I spent the next day making calls and figuring out how to meet Jake. The social worker I spoke with informed me that Jake had been in foster care for several years. He'd been transferred between families and, reportedly, had behavioral issues. When I inquired what that meant, she referenced difficulty adjusting, acting out, and suffering at school. It did not surprise me. How could a child go through what he did without having some scars? The social worker was wary about allowing me to visit him. She said that Jake had trust issues, and that meeting new people could be intimidating for him. But, upon learning that I was a family member, albeit a minor blip in Jake's life, she consented to arrange a supervised visit. She advised me to control my expectations. A week later, I arrived at the foster care center for the meeting. My palms were moist, and I was constantly adjusting my backpack strap. I didn't know what I was getting into. The social worker brought me into a small room with mismatched furnishings and colorful peeling paint. Jake sat at a table and drew on a sheet of paper. His hair was scruffy, and he appeared considerably smaller than I had imagined for a 10-year-old. He didn't look up as I stepped in. I sat across from him, unsure what to say. The social worker introduced me as his aunt. Jake returned his attention to his sketch after a fleeting peek at me. His shoulders were slumped, and he held the pencil hard. I did not want to push him, so I simply commented on his drawing. He was drawing a robot, detailed and exact. When I complimented it, he murmured, "Thanks," but continued working. The initial meeting was quiet and unpleasant, but I felt an attraction to him that I couldn't explain. He didn't trust me. Why would he? But I knew I wanted to return. When I told my family about the visit, it went about as well as one would imagine. My mother rolled her eyes and told me I was overly theatrical. My father scoffed and said I was playing hero. My cousins laughed and joked about how much I would regret it. It stung, but that didn't matter. I was not doing this for them. I returned to see Jake several times during the next 2 weeks. He was always guarded, but he began to open up. I took him a sketchbook on one of our visits, and his face lit up for the first time. He adored drawing robots, spaceships, and superheroes. He was also skilled at it. When I asked him about his favorite movies, he ran off a litany of animated films. I made a mental note to watch them later so I would have something to discuss with him. He gradually began to share small aspects of his life. He told me about his mother, how she used to sing to him when he was younger, how she smelled like strawberries, and how she stopped coming up when he needed her the most. It was painful to hear, yet I did not intervene. I let him speak. I had no illusions about how difficult the adoption process would be when I decided to begin. The paperwork alone was daunting, and the system was designed to filter out anyone who wasn't completely dedicated. Some of my friends were supportive, while others raised eyebrows. They reminded me that Jake arrived with baggage, and asked if I was prepared for the responsibilities. It did not change my mind, but it made me reflect on how unprepared I felt. My folks were furious when they found out. They accused me of insulting the family and heaping further humiliation on them. My mother even accused me of stealing Lauren's child, which was ludicrous given how they had wiped their hands of him. After one too many arguments, I stopped returning their calls. Fortunately, not everyone was against me. I had a handful of close friends help me set up Jake's room. We painted the walls a gentle blue, installed shelving for his sketchbooks, and added a little desk where he could draw. I wanted him to feel like he had his own space, even if he wasn't living with me yet. During one visit, Jake told me that he had been bullied in foster care. The other kids taunted him for not having a real family. I could see how much that affected him, even though he tried not to show it. I promised myself I'd modify it. He deserved to feel protected and wanted. The process stalled when the agency requested family references. My parents refused to vouch for me, claiming I was unfit to raise a child. It felt like a hit in the belly, but I didn't let that stop me. I discovered coworkers and friends who were more than happy to support me. Update. The custody court is planned for next month, so I've been preparing in my spare time. The social worker cautioned me that these hearings may be intense. They examine every element of your life to see whether you are suitable to be a parent. My remote work position turned out to be a benefit. They appreciated that I had a flexible schedule to fulfill Jake's requirements. Jake stayed with me for the first time overnight yesterday. I was nervous, maybe more than he was. I had packed the fridge with snacks that I thought kids would enjoy and purchased extra blankets in case he became cold. He arrived carrying his sketchbook, which seemed to be his security blanket. We attempted making pancakes for dinner because he remarked he'd never done it before. It was a total disaster. The batter got everywhere, on the ceiling, don't ask, on our shirts, and somehow in my hair. But then something incredible occurred. Jake laughed, not a polite chuckle, but a true gut laugh. It was the first time I'd heard him actually laugh, and it made the entire disaster worthwhile. Later that night, while I was tucking him in, an entirely new experience for me, he asked if he might hang glow-in-the-dark stars from the ceiling. In case I stay again, he explained quietly. My heart almost burst. After he went to sleep, I sat in the living room and cried. Happy tears? Overwhelmed tears? Fearful tears, all at once. The most unusual element has been adjusting to video conversations with my team while having indications of kid life in the background. During today's morning stand-up, my supervisor discovered a half-finished robot drawing pinned to my wall. When I told her about Jake, her entire face brightened up. It turns out her child is also interested in robots. She offered to link Jake to some online art programs. My cousin Patricia has been circulating tales in the family group chat about how I'm not mother material, and that this is simply one of my phases. I exited the discussion. Anna, another relative I've never been very close to, shocked me with a private message. She expressed her admiration for what I was doing and offered to help. She has taught art to children of Jake's age before. The social worker came by today to check on Jake's room setting. She saw that the art materials were organized by type and color, Jake's system, not mine, and commented on how he's already personalizing the area. She also added that his current foster home said he's been more involved and communicative since our visits began. Last night, Jake showed me a drawing he had been working on. It was unlike his typical robots and spacecraft. This one featured two folks sitting at a table eating pancakes. That's us, he remarked, before abruptly changing the subject. I had to excuse myself to the bathroom so he wouldn't see me cry again. The most difficult thing has been dealing with my parents' silence. They have not spoken to me since I legally began the adoption process. Dad did pass by my house once. I noticed his automobile slowing down, but he did not stop. Mom blocked me on Facebook after I shared a photo of Jake's painting desk. Their rejection hurts, But seeing Jake slowly emerge from his shell reminds me why I'm doing this. Tomorrow, we have another meeting with the adoption counselor. Jake requested if he might bring his sketchbook and show her his progress. The counselor believes art therapy could be useful for him, and I agree. For the time being, I'm taking things slowly, attempting to build trust and stability. Some days are more difficult than others, yet they all feel right in some way. Update number 2. The home inspection was more thorough than I anticipated. Last week, the social worker called to plan it, and everything in my flat seemed inadequate. I spent days childproofing corners, changing furniture, and triple-checking every possible safety concern. I also reconfigured all of my business cords to avoid tripping. During the inspection, she spotted Jake's artwork conspicuously displayed in what was once my home office and is now his art room. She paused briefly in front of his most recent work, a realistic picture of a futuristic city. She smiled and remarked, "He's going to feel at home here." Those words had a different impact than any family acceptance could. The financial hardship has been real, however. My savings have been depleted due to legal bills, home improvements, and preparing Jake's place. I canceled my gym membership and began meal preparation instead of buying takeout. Every spare dime goes towards making this happen. My startup's HR department astonished me by giving adoption aid benefits. I had no idea we had them. Then came the shocking news. My parents had filed a legal objection to the adoption. They wrote a letter to the court, stating I'm mentally unstable and using Jake to prove a point. The claims were ludicrous. They dubbed me a workaholic who can't even take care of a plant. I had to engage a lawyer to refute their accusations. Anna really stepped up. She submitted a compelling letter to the court praising my character and dedication to Jacob. She also recounted how the family had previously failed him, which allegedly caused a disturbance at the last family gathering. I was not invited. Jake has been asking questions regarding the process. Yesterday, he asked whether he could keep his last name or if he had to take mine. The idea that he's thinking about these details causes my heart to accelerate. I told him it was his decision. He nodded and returned to drawing, but I could tell he was processing it. The court date is scheduled for next month. My lawyer believes we have a good case, especially because none of my family members who opposed the adoption attempted to help Jake themselves. Still, the wait is nerve-wracking. Jake picks up on my nervousness, so I've been trying to keep optimistic around him. On a more positive note, his art instructor contacted me about entering one of his pieces in a school exhibition. Jake was hesitant at first, but after I showed him some famous robot art online, he became enthusiastic about the concept. It would be his first time displaying his work in public. I have to remember that, despite all of the legal battles and family drama, this is about providing Jake with stability and love. Sometimes, when I watch him engrossed in his art, finally feeling safe enough to create freely, I know deep down that this is right. Update 3. Life with Jake has settled into a new normal, albeit not without its problems. The most difficult part has been establishing routines, which his prior foster families struggled with. We worked together to design a weekly timetable that includes plenty of time for art. Getting him up for school remains a daily battle. Who knew 10-year-olds could be so clever in their excuses? But we are making progress. The school situation has been difficult. Jake's teacher called me in for a meeting last week. His math and science grades could be improved, but that wasn't her main concern. She noted that he becomes exceedingly anxious during parent-teacher conferences or when other students discuss their families. During the latest family tree project, he shut down and refused to cooperate. I've been working with Jake's school counselor to assist him handle these situations. We're working on alternate projects that honor diverse types of families. His art instructor has been especially helpful, allowing him to stay in the art room during lunchtime when he requires a peaceful environment. She describes his technical abilities as excellent for his age, particularly his perspective sketching. The custody hearing last week was very stressful. I was unprepared for how personal the inquiries would become. They inquired about everything from my work schedule to my personal life, hoping to evaluate whether I could create a stable environment. When they questioned my decision to adopt as a single parent, I held firm. I mentioned how my remote work flexibility allows me to spend more time with Jake than in many traditional family situations. In terms of work, my staff has been remarkably understanding. During a recent video call, Jake broke down in the background because he couldn't find his favorite sketching pencil. Instead of becoming annoyed, my coworkers shared their own parenting disaster experiences. Following that, one person sent Jake a professional art supply kit. Mrs. Thompson, my neighbor, provided the biggest surprise. She's been teaching art at the local community center for 30 years and offered Jake private lessons. He was first cautious about working with someone new, but when he saw her studio, which was filled with sculptures and paintings, his eyes lit up. It has now become a weekly routine. Last night, we had our first significant breakthrough. Jake was working on a new drawing, darker than his typical work. When I inquired, he finally opened up about his time in the system. He talked about feeling like he was always moving, and how he stopped unpacking his bags at new places because he knew he wouldn't remain long. He handed me a little sketchbook he had hidden, packed with drawings of the many rooms he had slept in. Some postings occurred just a few days apart. The conversation was difficult, but important. We ended up sitting on the floor of his art room till late, looking at his drawings and telling me stories about each location. Some made him giggle, while others made him quiet. When he came to the drawing of his present room, I saw it was more detailed than the others. "I like drawing this one," he told me, "because I'm not scared to remember it." We are still working on his trust difficulties. He occasionally hoards food in his room, a behavior he developed during more unstable times. Instead of confronting him about it, I purchased a little refrigerator and assisted him in organizing his snack hoard. Small steps, but they matter. The familial drama continues to emerge. My aunt sent me a passive-aggressive email about real parenting and how I'm playing house. I didn't react, but Jake overheard me discussing it. This morning, I discovered a drawing on my desk depicting a superhero version of myself blocking lightning bolts with an art shield. It made me laugh and cry simultaneously. Update 4, Lauren showed up to my door uninvited yesterday. I hadn't seen her in 3 years and scarcely recognized her. She requested to see Jake, stating that she had gotten clean and was ready to be a mother again. When I explained that unexpected visits were not permitted under our current arrangement, she became hostile, accusing me of taking her son. The confrontation turned ugly. Lauren began screaming about her maternal rights, which drew the attention of neighbors. Mrs. Thompson, bless her, just happened to be walking by. She hurriedly whisked Jake, who was happily in his art room with headphones on, into her house before he could see anything. Lauren refused to go, so I had to contact the cops. After they escorted her away, I discovered she had also been bothering my parents, demanding they fix this. It appears she has been sleeping at a halfway home downtown. My mother called for the first time in months, not to encourage me, but to recommend that I consider Lauren's feelings. I hung up. Jake's therapist planned an emergency session following the incident. We've been working through his feelings around Lauren's reappearance. He's puzzled, angry, and mostly afraid. He asked me if he needed to go back to her. When I assured him that he didn't, he showed me a drawing he'd been working on, a fortress with numerous locks and security systems. The symbolism was not subtle. My counsel has been wonderful throughout this. She assisted me in filing a restraining order against Lauren and is currently attempting to limit any future contact to monitored visits only. The court seemed sympathetic, particularly after Lauren's outburst at my house. The family has separated into two factions. Most people still agree with Lauren, alleging that I am depriving a mother of her kid. But a few people, including Anna and, surprise, one of my older uncles, have begun to come up about Lauren's history of desertion. The family group chat has devolved into a battle zone. Jake's art teacher suggested submitting his fortress artwork to a child art competition centered on emotional expression. She sees it as an outlet for him to express his emotions via art. Jake agreed, but asked that the drawing be modified first. He put a figure to the top of the fortress, someone maintaining watch. When I asked about it, he simply replied, "That's you." Work has been my refuge through it all. My staff has been extremely accommodating, allowing me to adapt my schedule as needed for legal meetings and treatment visits. My manager even connected me to another colleague who had gone through a similar adoption process. Their guidance has proven useful. Jake and Lauren had their first supervised video call today. It was brief and awkward. He showed her some of his most recent artwork, but her attempts to reminisce about their time together just made him withdraw. Later, he spent hours in his art room creating robot armies. The therapist claims that this is his way of protecting himself. I've begun chronicling everything, every interaction with Lauren, every family message, and every event. My lawyer believes it's critical for retaining custody. It can feel weird at times to keep track of my own family's attempts to undermine Jake's stability. The most difficult thing is watching Jake battle with conflicting loyalties. He shouldn't have to deal with this much intricacy at his age. But yesterday, when he asked whether he could start calling me mom, I learned that family can be established in the midst of chaos. Update 5. Jake's art teacher entered one of his works into a regional competition without notifying him. He won first place. When she mentioned it in class, the other students applauded. The tournament organizers intended to highlight his work in a special assembly and give him an award. Jake was scared to speak in front of everyone, but he was determined to do it. The morning of the assembly, he donned the button-up shirt we had chosen jointly, fidgeting with its sleeves. When they announced his name, he approached the podium, clutching his latest sketchbook. His voice shook at first, but it strengthened as he spoke. Art allows me to say things that I cannot say aloud. It makes me feel less alone. The scene was ideal, until Lauren emerged in the back of the auditorium. I saw her first. She appeared unstable and disturbed. Before I could intercede, she began making her way to the platform, calling Jake's name. The school security responded immediately, but not before she yelled allegations about me wrecking their family. Jake froze on stage, his words forgotten. I approached him just as his art instructor was taking him away from the pandemonium. Later, in the stillness of his art room, he worked discreetly on a new piece. A dark, swirling composition that revealed much about his emotional state. That incident was the final straw. Lauren's behavior at school served as evidence in the subsequent emergency court session to get a permanent restraining order. The judge also granted my request to limit her interaction to written communication, which would be reviewed by Jake's therapist. My parents' reactions were predictable. They bombarded social media with posts about how I'd manipulated the system and stolen Jake from his real family, but their campaign failed spectacularly when Anna intervened. She shared a thorough narrative of how the family had ignored Jake's demands for years, including screenshots of earlier messages dismissing his predicament. The truth quickly spread throughout our neighborhood. Other parents at Jake's school began sharing anecdotes about how he had helped their children feel more confidence in their own artwork. His art teacher documented his improvement and the great impact he made on other children. Even my company's CEO, who had met Jake during our virtual Bring Your Kid to Work day, sent a public statement of support. We conducted an art display in our backyard yesterday, which was Jake's idea. He invited his pals from school, neighbors, and even some of his former foster brothers. The theme was building new worlds, which is his specialty. As guests passed through the improvised gallery, I noticed Jake confidently explaining his artwork, which would have been inconceivable a year ago. Mrs. Thompson assisted him in organizing the pieces chronologically, beginning with his early robot sketches and progressing to his most recent works. The development was striking. From hard, mechanical forms to more fluid, emotional compositions. His most recent drawing, which was prominently displayed, depicted a group of people making something together. "It's about choosing your family," he told the tourists. My parents drove past during the show but did not stop. "It does not hurt anymore. We've created something stronger than their judgment, a family defined by choice rather than obligation." Jake's most recent school report demonstrates development in all subjects, and his art portfolio has been accepted into a prominent summer program. The fortress drawing that created so much turmoil is now displayed in our living room. Jake recently added windows, gardens, and open gates. "It's still strong," he explained. "But it's also a home." Tonight, as I went through congratulatory notes from the art show, Jake glanced up and stated, "I never have to pack up my art supplies anymore." It wasn't only about the goods. We both knew it. It was about finding a sense of belonging and establishing roots. Our family may not look like what my parents had envisioned, but it is real in our own. Every drawing on our walls represents a piece of our story. My brother got my fiancée pregnant before our wedding. My family wants to forgive me, but I cut ties and moved away. This is going to be a long story, and it's exactly as strange as it sounds. I will try to be as concise as possible, but there is a lot to discuss. I don't care if anyone believes this or not. It's so ridiculous that I have to rant. Also, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything, but I'll leave out any details that could identify me to anyone unfamiliar with the situation. I'm 32 years old, and up until a few months ago, I was engaged to my girlfriend of 5 years, Sarah. My younger brother Mike is 29 years old and has always been our family's golden child. To properly understand the seriousness of this betrayal and why it affected me so hard, I need to provide some context for our family dynamics and how we reached this point. Growing up, Mike could do no wrong in our parents' eyes, whereas I was continually admonished and punished for little offenses. This was not your average sibling rivalry or subtle partiality. It was outright and intense. If Mike broke something, I'd be accused. If he began a fight, I would be grounded. If we both got straight A's, Mike would get a new video game console, and I'd get a pat on the back and a reminder to keep it up. Our parents, Tom and Linda, were constantly making excuses for their favoritism. "Mike's younger. He needs more attention. You're the older one, you should know better. Mike's just more sensitive. We have to be careful with him." The constant barrage of unreasonable standards and gaslighting made me feel useless and disliked in my own home. As we grew older, the favoritism became more obvious. And when I was accepted to a good college on a partial scholarship, my parents barely mentioned it. When Mike opted to attend community college, they gave him a big party and purchased him a car for commuting. Never mind that I had been biking 5 miles each way to my part-time job for several years. I moved out as quickly as possible to get away from the harmful surroundings. I supported myself in college by working 2 jobs and taking out loans. Meanwhile, Mike dropped out of community college after just 1 semester, claiming that it wasn't for him. Our parents commended him for knowing himself, rather than conforming to societal expectations. They even backed his string of unsuccessful business projects over the years, regardless of how badly planned or hopeless they were. No matter how much distance I tried to build, my family was always able to pull me back in. Holiday dinners were a nightmare of subtle insults and less than subtle comparisons. Are you still in that entry-level position? Well, Mike is thinking of starting another business. He's very entrepreneurial. Never mind that I was slowly developing a secure job while Mike squandered our parents' retirement savings. Despite everything, I attempted to keep contact with Mike. He was still my brother after all. However, it was always one-sided. I'd reach out to connect, but he'd either ignore me or find a way to make the conversation competitive. If I was promoted, Mike would suddenly have a large opportunity come up. If I began dating someone, Mike would undoubtedly be in a serious relationship. I met Sarah while trying to reunite with Mike. She was a friend of one of Mike's brief romantic relationships, and we hit it off right away. Sarah was everything I wanted in a partner: intelligent, amusing, caring, and breathtakingly gorgeous. We started dating, and for the first time in my life, I felt completely satisfied and cherished. My folks, however, were not delighted. They made snide jokes about Sarah being out of my league, and questioned what she saw in me. Mike, on the other hand, took an uncommon interest in my life. He was always asking about Sarah, wanting to know everything about her. At the moment, I was simply relieved that he appeared to be interested in something in my life. Looking back, I should have seen the red flags. Sarah and I moved in together after a year of dating, and it was great. We both had successful careers, traveled much, and discussed our future plans. For the first time, I began to believe that I could have the life I had always desired. A successful profession, a loving partner, and possibly children someday. On our 4th anniversary, I proposed to Sarah. It wasn't anything extravagant, just a nice supper at home and a moving speech. I was overjoyed when she said yes. We planned on having a long engagement and taking our time planning the wedding. We weren't in a hurry. We had our entire lives ahead of us, or so I believed. When we informed my family of our engagement, their emotions were diverse, to say the least. My mother put on a fake smile and said, "Oh, how nice," in a tone that implied it was anything but. My father grunted and said, "Good luck with that," before returning to his television. Mike had the oddest reaction. He congratulated us, but his smile was unnerving, almost predatory. I disregarded it at the time, attributing it to my own fears. The following year was dominated by wedding preparations and job stress. Sarah and I were both working hard hours to save for our wedding and a down payment on a home. We weren't seeing each other as much as we used to, but I figured it was simply a phase. Every relationship has difficulties, right? Looking back, I should have noticed the symptoms. Sarah became distant, always on her phone, smiling at texts she dismissed as coming from work friends. She began going out more with her friends, returning home late and smelling of booze and cologne. I still trusted her entirely. I never imagined her cheating, let alone with my own brother. Sarah began to behave strangely a few months ago. She was temperamental, angry, and frequently nauseated. I was excited about the chance that she was pregnant. We hadn't been trying, but we had discussed having children someday. I began brainstorming methods to help her, such as nursery colors and baby names. Then, one night, she sat me down, tears running down her cheeks, and delivered the bombshell. She was pregnant, but the baby was not mine. I was stunned. Yes, we hadn't been intimate much lately because of our tight schedules, but I never anticipated her to cheat. When I asked who the father was, she broke down and muttered, "It's Mike." My entire universe came crumbling down at that point. Everything I thought I knew, everything I had based my existence on, was shattered. I couldn't breathe or think because I was overcome with feelings of betrayal and grief. Sarah attempted to explain, her words falling out between sobs. Apparently, it began during our engagement party. Mike had approached her, saying she was making a mistake by marrying me. He used her weaknesses, telling her she deserved better and that he could offer her everything I couldn't. It wasn't a one-time event. They'd been having an affair for months. I kicked Sarah out that night. I couldn't stomach looking at her or being in the same room as the lady who had deceived me so totally. She begged me to forgive her, saying it was a mistake and she loved me. But all I could think about was how many times she had lied to me, slept with my brother, and done so while wearing the ring I had given her. After Sarah departed, I confronted Mike. I can't recall what I said. It was all a swirl of wrath and pain. At first, he tried to dismiss it as a drunken mistake that didn't mean anything. But when I questioned him, he grew defensive, saying, "Well, maybe if you'd been a better fiancé, she wouldn't have come to me." I saw red. I got in my car and headed to his apartment, intending to make him regret what he said. I'm not sure what I was planning to accomplish, but when I arrived, our parents were already present. Mike presumably called them first, telling them about Sarah seducing him and apologizing. And you know what? They believed him. They always do. My mother immediately began lecturing me about forgiveness and family, while my father stood there with his arms crossed, obviously disappointed in me but not in his beloved Mike. I tried to explain what had happened, but they refused to listen. They kept encouraging me to forgive Mike and support Sarah during her pregnancy because family comes first. I lost it. Years of pent-up hatred and anger finally came out. I told them how I felt about their strange sense of dedication, how they had always preferred Mike over me and had never taken my side or backed me. I informed Mike that he was no longer my brother, that he had died for me. I told my parents they could have the son they'd always wanted because they no longer had me. I stormed away, ignoring their shouts and pleads. I traveled for hours without a destination in mind, simply wanting to get away from everything and everyone. When I finally arrived home, I saw dozens of missed calls and messages. Sarah begged for another opportunity, and Mike alternated between apologies and accusations. Most of the messages, however, came from my parents, who demanded that I grow up and make amends. I disregarded them all. I rarely ate or slept. I called out of work, using up all of my vacation days. I couldn't face anyone or bear the thought of explaining what had happened. I just sat in my apartment, going over every detail of my relationship with Sarah and every encounter with Mike, trying to find out where I went wrong. It has been 3 months now. To cope with everything, I moved to a new apartment, changed my phone number, and began treatment. But my family refuses to quit up. Despite my efforts to break off communication, they continue to intrude into my life. They've started coming up at my office, hoping to ambush me and demand a reconciliation. My mother approaches me in the parking lot, sobbing about how I'm tearing the family apart. My father leaves scathing voicemail messages, imploring me to man up and forgive Mike. Mike himself has attempted to approach me multiple times, but I have managed to dodge him thus far. They've even used flying monkeys, extended family members dressed as concerned parties, to guilt-trip me into forgiving Mike. Aunts, and cousins I haven't spoken to in years suddenly phone, reminding me how important family is and how I should let bygones be bygones. It's as if they live in a parallel reality where Mike and Sarah made a minor mistake rather than a life-altering betrayal. I received a message from Sarah yesterday. She is keeping the baby and intends to co-parent with Mike. And guess what? My parents are pleased to become grandparents, conveniently ignoring the circumstances and the disparaging remarks they made about Sarah when she was with me. The letter was filled with apologies and explanations, including how she and Mike found real love amidst this horrific scenario. She even had the nerve to say that she hopes we can all become friends someday, for the sake of the child. I am at my wit's end. Part of me wants to break all links, relocate to another state, change my identity, and start again somewhere no one knows about this mess. But another part of me is so angry that I want to stay and fight, to show them how twisted the situation is. I do not know what to do. This betrayal has affected every aspect of my life. I cannot take being alone with my thoughts. I haven't even considered dating again because the thought of trusting someone like that scares me. I've also lost friends as a result of this. Those who believe I should take the high road and reconcile with my family, as if I'm the bad person for refusing to play happy families with the people who have caused me the most pain. The thought of Sarah and Mike raising a kid together, a child who should have been mine, is like a constant knife in my gut. I understand, cognitively, that the child is innocent in all of this. It's not the baby's fault that its parents are liars and cheaters. But I can't force myself to feel happy about its presence. My parents have begun to consider how I should participate in the child's life and how I will become an uncle. The thought makes me feel physically uncomfortable. How can I look at this child without seeing the ultimate emblem of my brother's betrayal? So, Reddit, my question is, am I an idiot for not forgiving my brother and ex-fiancé? Is it wrong to want to lose connections with my family over this? Any advice on how to proceed would be highly welcomed, as I feel as if I am drowning in a sea of deception and gaslighting. I apologize for this lengthy post. If you've made it this far, I really appreciate it. Writing it all out has been cathartic in a way. I'm not sure what I'm hoping to achieve by sharing this. Validation, wisdom, or simply the opportunity to scream into the void and have someone, anybody hear me. Edit. Oh my God, this blew up overnight. Thank you all for your assistance and advice. I'm astounded by the response, and it will take me some time to get through all of the comments. However, I wanted to answer a few typical queries. Yes, I have contacted a lawyer about obtaining a restraining order against my family. It is currently in progress. I do not intend to have any contact with the baby. It is not the child's fault, but I cannot become involved without losing my mind. For those who are curious about my work, I have already spoken with HR about the matter. They are aware and supportive. They've increased security at the front desk and given me the option of working from home more regularly. I am grateful for their understanding. Many of you have inquired whether I had contemplated moving to another city or state. It is definitely something I am thinking about. My company has offices in several other cities, so a transfer could be possible. I'm considering the advantages and cons. To those suggesting a DNA test, Sarah has admitted to the affair, and the timeline is congruent. I see no reason to believe the child is not Mike's. Even if it were my child, I doubt I could ever look at him without thinking about this treachery. The sheer number of people who have had comparable experiences has overwhelmed me. It's sad to understand how common this type of betrayal is, but it's also weirdly reassuring to know I am not alone. Thank you for sharing your stories. To the individual who inquired whether I had explored legal action against Mike for alienation of affection, I looked into it, but it is not recognized in my state. Even if it were, I doubt I have the energy for a judicial struggle right now. Several people have noted that Mike's behavior appears narcissistic. I've started reading about narcissistic personality disorder, and a lot of it rings true. It helps me comprehend, but it does not justify his conduct. Those inquiring about Sarah's relatives are as startled and outraged as one would imagine. They have stopped communicating with her and have reached out to offer me their support. It's a minor comfort, but I value it. To the person who inquired if I'd ever considered having my own children. To be honest, this entire experience has made me rethink if I even want a family. I'm trying not to make any big decisions while I analyze everything. I'll keep you posted if something big happens, but for now, my priority is to recuperate and move forward. Thanks again, Reddit. You have helped more people than you realize. Your support and recommendations have given me a lot to think about, and they've really been a lifeline during this difficult time. I may not be able to answer every remark, but please know that I read them all and they have helped me feel less alone. Update. Hello Reddit. It's been nearly 2 weeks since my previous post, and it has been a roller coaster. First and foremost, thank you for your invaluable assistance and guidance. I didn't anticipate my post to go viral. Reading through all of your answers has been upsetting and somehow reassuring. It's disturbing how regular this type of deception is. The past few weeks have been really hard. Remember how I mentioned that I was working on getting a restraining order? That became a tremendous ordeal. My lawyer had filed the papers, and we had a hearing planned. I assumed it would be simple given the proof and the constant harassment, but I was mistaken. My parents arrived to court with their own lawyer, a high-powered attorney dressed in an expensive suit who most likely costs more per hour than I do in a week. They attempted to portray me as the insane one, claiming I was ripping the family apart over a simple misunderstanding, as if Mike had stumbled and fell into my fiancé. Fortunately, the judge did not buy it. She issued the restraining order against Mike and my parents, but only after my mother sobbed in court and my father stared at me as if I had committed murder. Mike's reaction, however, I swear, if looks could kill, I wouldn't have left the courthouse alive. As we were leaving, Mike attempted to approach me, but my lawyer intervened, reminding him of the newly issued restraining order. Mike simply scoffed and stated, "This isn't over. You can't hide behind a piece of paper forever." I'd be lying if I said his remarks didn't make me uncomfortable, but at least I have some legal protection now. My job situation has also been a nightmare. Remember when I mentioned my family visiting my workplace? It all culminated last week. I was at a client meeting when my assistant alerted me to the fact that my mother was raising a disturbance in the foyer. Apparently, she had brought a photo album and was showing my coworkers baby images of Mike and me while crying about how close her boys used to be. When I arrived downstairs, I found her surrounded by several uneasy-looking colleagues. She was in the middle of telling a story about Mike and me bathing together when we were toddlers. When she recognized me, she attempted to approach me, babbling about organizing a baby shower. I cut her off, telling her she had to go immediately or I'd call the cops for trespassing and breaching the restraining order. Her expression looked as if I had smacked her, but after everything they had put me through, I couldn't care. Security let her out, and I spent the next hour coordinating with my boss and coworkers to minimize the damage. Most of them understood, but I could tell some were concerned about the drama I was bringing into the office. But it was the interaction with Mike that truly threw me off course. Last Saturday, I was in the gym, trying to let out my rage on the punching bag. I was so absorbed that I didn't realize someone was approaching until I heard his voice. I looked back, and there was Mike, smirking at me as if he hadn't just broken the restraining order. He began shouting loudly, making sure everyone nearby could hear. I ordered him to go before I contacted the cops, but he laughed and said he was going to tell them I had threatened him and Sarah. That's when I lost it. I struck at him, landing a punch squarely on his jaw. He stumbled back, then pounced at me. We ended up on the floor, trading blows like children again, but this time, there were no parents to separate us, no one instructing me to be the bigger person, and let Mike win. I managed to land a couple decent hits before the gym staff intervened. Mike's nose was bleeding, and I could feel my face swell. We were both shrieking, attempting to break free and go at each other again. The gym manager threatened to call the cops, which ultimately shook me out of it. I grabbed my belongings and fled. I was driving home, still shivering from the adrenaline rush, when I received a call from an unknown number. Against my better judgment, I responded. Sarah was shouting at me about breaking Mike's nose and suggesting he would require surgery. I couldn't stop giggling. Sarah being unhappy with me after what they had done was plain ludicrous. I sarcastically apologized if I irritated her little boyfriend, whom she had been sleeping with behind my back for months. She started crying, moaning about how frightened she was, how the baby could feel her suffering, and how I was so selfish. I hung up and blocked her phone. The consequences of the brawl were serious. The news traveled quickly within our social circle. My phone was inundated with texts from friends and relatives, some of whom were supportive, while others chastised me for assaulting my poor, defenseless brother. Sarah's parents contacted me again, expressing their support for me as well as displeasure in their daughter. It was a minor consolation, but at this point, I'll take what I can. The restraining order does not seem enough anymore. Mike has already demonstrated his willingness to violate it, and I am truly afraid about what he may do next. The legal consequences have been a nightmare. My lawyer contacted me the day after the gym incident to inform me that Mike had filed assault charges against me. I described how Mike broke the restraining order and provoked me. My lawyer groaned and said we'd fight it, but it might be a tough struggle because I threw the first punch. We are in the process of filing charges against Mike for breaking the restraining order. My lawyer believes that this will strengthen our case, but nothing is assured. I've had to give police statements, show them my facial and knuckle injuries, and explain why I was defending myself against my own brother. The entire process is humiliating. To make matters worse, Mike and I have been permanently barred from the gym. While I don't blame them, it's terrible because the gym was one of the only locations where I could express my anger in a healthy manner. My cousin Amy, with whom I've always been close, called me lately. She's been under a lot of pressure from her family to support me, but she's standing firm. She explained what had been going on behind the scenes. Apparently, my parents have been telling everyone that I'm having a mental breakdown. They claim that Sarah and Mike's relationship began after Sarah and I split up, and that I'm simply envious and unwilling to move on. According to Amy, the majority of the family is suspicious, but some are buying into the story. It's infuriating to know they're spreading lies about me while I'm still trying to recuperate. Work has been difficult, to say the least. After the event with my mother generating a disturbance in the lobby and the argument with Mike becoming viral on local social media, I can see my coworkers are nervous around me. Earlier this week, my manager summoned me to his office. He began by saying he regarded me as an employee and recognized that I was going through a difficult time. Then he dropped the bombshell. He proposed that I take a leave of absence until things settled down. He referred to it as a personal sabbatical, paid, of course, but it was evident that the decision had been taken. I wanted to fight, tell him that work was the only thing keeping me sane right now, but I knew it would be fruitless. I agreed, thanked him for his understanding, and began to pack up my office. As I was leaving, I overheard two coworkers whispering about how my brother got my fiancée pregnant. I slammed my office door louder than required as I walked out, taking some tiny joy in seeing them jump. I would be lying if I said none of this bothered me. I've begun taking long trips at night just to get out of my flat. Sometimes I find myself parked outside my old house, the one I shared with Sarah, wondering how my life became so messed up. In the midst of all this commotion, I found comfort from an unexpected source. Sarah's younger sister Emma. She messaged me on social media, apologizing for her sister's actions and offering her support. At first, I was skeptical. What if it was all a trick? But after speaking with her, I understood she was equally outraged by Sarah's acts as I was. Emma has kept me informed about Sarah and Mike's lives. They appear to have moved in together, living as if they did not wreck several lives in order to be together. Emma claims Sarah is attempting to portray herself as the victim, crying to anybody who will listen about how she never meant to hurt anyone, and that she and Mike are soulmates who found each other against all odds. It makes me sick to my stomach, but I appreciate Emma keeping me updated. After all, information is power, even if it is knowledge that I would rather not have. The social media impact has been a nightmare. I've always been a quiet person, but this event has thrust me into an unwelcome limelight. Someone, most likely one of Mike's friends, posted about our feud on a local Facebook page. The post did not identify our names, but it recounted the situation in enough detail that anyone who knows us might figure it out. The comment section became a battleground. Some individuals defended me, claiming Mike received what he deserved. Others classified me as unstable and said I ought to be locked away. I made a terrible mistake by reading some of the comments one night after too many beers. I threw my phone across the room so forcefully that the screen cracked. Since then, I've deleted the majority of my social media profiles. I can't handle the continuous notifications and messages from people I haven't spoken to in years, all of whom suddenly want to know the juicy details of my personal life. With everything that has happened, I have realized that I cannot stay in this city any longer. There are too many memories and opportunities to run into Sarah, Mike, or my parents. I've started looking into internal transfers at my company, and there's a promising opportunity in our Seattle office. It's not ideal, I've never liked the continual rain, but at this point, I'd go to the moon to get away from all of this upheaval. I haven't made any final decisions yet, but the prospect of a new beginning is growing more appealing. A new city, a new apartment, and a new life where no one recognizes me as the person whose brother cheated on his fiancée. My parents have remained abnormally silent since the restraining order was imposed. I'm simply waiting for the other shoe to drop, for them to find a new method to force their way back into my life. Meanwhile, Sarah has been spreading the word about her pregnancy far and wide. Emma tells me she's been posting continuous updates on social media, including ultrasound photographs, belly shots, and messages about how blessed she and Mike are and how thrilled they are to start their family. Each new update feels like a fresh wound, triggering the pain just as I thought I was beginning to recover. So that is where things stand. 2 weeks ago, I believed my life couldn't get any worse, yet it has. I am still angry and wounded, but also exhausted. I am tired of justifying myself. Reddit, I suppose this is less of an update and more of a cry into the void. I'm not sure what I'm asking for anymore, advice, pity, or perhaps a time machine to prevent me from ever introducing Sarah to my brother. Whatever happens next, I will attempt to keep you all updated. Your encouragement meant more to me than you understand. It's comforting to be reminded that there are still good individuals in the world, even when everything appears to be full of betrayal and deception. Hello, Reddit. It's been a week since my last update, and I'm here with what I hope to be my final post about this calamity. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone for their assistance and advice along this journey. Your messages have been a lifeline at the darkest days in my life. A lot has happened in just 7 days, and I'm still trying to digest everything. I guess I'll start with the major news. I'm moving. Yes, I took the risk and accepted a transfer to our Seattle location. It wasn't an easy decision, but with everything that had transpired, I realized I needed a new beginning. The choice came following a particularly difficult day last week. I had just returned from another meeting with my lawyer over Mike's assault allegations when I noticed a message in my mailbox. It came from Sarah. I nearly threw it out, but curiosity got the best of me. Inside, there was an ultrasound photo and a handwritten letter expressing her and Mike's joy over their baby. She said she hoped I could find it in my heart to be pleased for them and that their child would be overjoyed to have me as an uncle. I saw red. Before I knew it, I had cleared Sarah's phone number and contacted her. She picked up on the second ring, so I let loose. I told her precisely how I felt about her, Mike, and their beautiful little family. I told her she was insane if she thought I'd ever want anything to do with that child, and that she, Mike, and the baby could all go to hell. It wasn't my best moment, but it felt liberating to finally express all I'd been keeping back. That night, I realized I couldn't live in this city any longer. I called my supervisor and informed him that I wanted to relocate to Seattle. To my surprise, he appeared relieved, probably concerned about how all of this drama would reflect on the organization. He promised to expedite the papers, and by the next morning, it was official. I had 2 weeks to collect my belongings and relocate across the nation. My family and social circle were quick to learn about my move. Unsurprisingly, my folks were furious. They turned up uninvited to my flat, defying the restraining order once more, to try to persuade me not to go. My mother cried, accusing me of abandoning the family, while my father raged at me for being selfish and immature. I didn't participate. I contacted the police and had them removed for breaking the injunction. My mother shouted as they were let out, telling me that I would regret it, that family is everything, and that I was wasting it. I slammed the door and returned to packing. Mike did not contact me directly, likely due to ongoing legal issues, but he did write a lengthy statement on social media. He talked about how some people can't handle seeing others happy, and how he and Sarah were rising above the hate to focus on their new family unit. It was plainly directed at me. I'll admit it hurt to see how many people liked and commented on his behalf, but I told myself that their opinions are meaningless because they don't know the truth. Sarah's remark was the most unexpected. Following our phone talk, she confided in her sister Emma, who has been keeping me updated on their condition. Emma informed me Sarah had a breakdown, stating she knew what she and Mike had done was wrong and was frightened of the future. My cousin Amy, bless her, offered to help me pack. While we worked, she told me more about what was going on in her family. Apparently, my aunt, my mother's sister, had a furious dispute with my mother. She accused her of consistently preferring Mike and pushing me away. She even informed my parents that they were reaping the repercussions of their years of favoritism. I won't lie, it felt good to hear that someone in the family was finally calling them out. My lawyer promised me that my move would have no effect on the pending legal dispute. We're still pursuing charges against Mike for breaking the restraining order, and we're fighting the assault allegations he made against me. My lawyer feels certain that the judge will see through Mike's lies, especially given his history of violating the injunction. Moving across the nation may potentially help our case, as it demonstrates that I am not a threat to Mike and have no intention of dealing with him. I'm not sure if I will post another update after this. Part of starting over is leaving the past behind, and as helpful as this group has been, I believe it is time for me to move on from this sad chapter. I need to focus on creating a new life rather than obsessing on the past. So, I guess this is it. Wish me luck, Reddit. I have a whole new life ahead of me in Seattle, and I plan to make the most of it. Thank you for staying with me throughout this. Your help has been tremendous, and it's reassuring to know that there are still good people out there, even in a world filled with betrayal and deception. Am I the asshole for telling my grandfather my family treated me as an outsider at Thanksgiving, causing him to cut off their financial support? On Thanksgiving morning, as I awoke in my Chicago apartment, the customary fear crept into my heart. Another year brings another family reunion. This year's event took place at the Breakers, a premium resort hotel in Palm Beach, Florida. It was our yearly family trip, and my grandfather covered all expenses. I sighed deeply as I finished checking my suitcase. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. I'm Helen Walker, a 33-year-old research director at a pharmaceutical business making $160,000 per year and living alone in Chicago. I've progressively increased my assets through diligent investing. Money is necessary, but dignity is far more valuable. My grandfather's words rang through my thoughts. He is a great businessman who built his money on building. He taught me everything I know about financial management. He has been enthusiastically teaching me about investing and asset management since I was a child. He's the only one in the family who fully understands me. In stark contrast is my sister Catherine, a former flight attendant who is now a full-time housewife. She appears to be well off, living with her husband and 7-year-old kid. However, this lifestyle would be impossible to maintain without our grandfather's monthly support. Their hefty mortgage payments, auto loans, and daughter's private school tuition are all covered by grandfather's assistance. Catherine's social media feed is still loaded with gorgeous images about new designer bags, costly dinners, and luxurious vacations. She seemed obsessed with depicting a lifestyle that is distant from reality. My parents are similar. George and Margaret look to be living a pleasant retirement in Florida, but that too would be unsustainable without grandfather's assistance. Their retirement fund planning, the deposit for the posh retirement home, it all rests on grandfather. My parents have always been chilly to me yet indulgent to my sister. That has not altered since childhood. During my undergraduate years, I used scholarships to pay for my tuition and worked part-time to supplement my income. Meanwhile, my sister relied solely on our parents for everything, from studies abroad to living expenses. The disparity is a terrible memory. Another of grandfather's sayings was, "Become someone who can stand on their own 2 feet." I lived by those principles, studying and worked tirelessly to achieve independence. I made a profession in the pharmaceutical sector, increased my assets through investments, and created a life that does not require anyone's assistance. My own hard work paid for the high-rise flat with a view of Chicago's cityscape. Moderate luxury within my means is the lifestyle I've chosen. As I lifted my bag, my uneasiness about this year's Thanksgiving increased. Every year, our family's warped relationships worsen. My sister's competition for appearances, our parents' prejudiced adoration, and grandfather's concerned expression. In the taxi to the airport, I thought about this year's trip. The Breakers, a prominent five-star hotel founded in 1896, features Italian Renaissance architecture and magnificent suites costing more than $800 per night. The Thanksgiving special supper was estimated to cost $200 per person. Despite the opulent surroundings, our family's reality was weak and skewed. My sister's lavish lifestyle and our parents' comfortable retirement were all castles constructed on the sand of grandfather's approval. This year, those misconceptions were about to hit their limit. Everyone must have observed, but no one dared to speak about the truth that awaited us. On Thanksgiving Day, Florida's warm sunlight streamed through the taxi window from Palm Beach International Airport to the Breakers. I arrived at the luxury resort in good weather. I was the last to arrive. I strolled inside the gorgeous Italian Renaissance-style edifice, carrying my navy Rimowa luggage. My basic yet lovely theory dress had wrinkled somewhat from the lengthy travel. The lobby extended out into a neat, respectable area. Luxurious chandeliers gleamed above, as footsteps echoed silently on the marble floor below. Other visitors had already begun to enjoy their Thanksgiving afternoon in their own unique ways. On my way to the front desk, I saw my folks. They appeared to be discussing something in a quiet corner of the foyer. Mother wore what appeared to be a new resort dress, while father dressed casually and appropriately for his age. They averted their gaze as soon as our eyes met. "Miss Walker, I apologize, but I cannot find your reservation," the front desk staff replied sheepishly. They continued examining the screen, unable to conceal their astonishment. "I can see the reservations for your family members, but..." At that point, the sound of expensive heels approached. I turned to find Catherine approaching us with a proud look, a Hermès Birkin bag on her arm, and a Cartier watch shining. "Oh, Helen finally made it," her voice was deliberately sarcastic. As other customers focused their attention on us, the front desk workers proceeded to examine the system. "How strange that there's no reservation," Catherine continued, her voice rising in volume, evidently intended to attract attention. Her Louis Vuitton suitcase stood out in comparison to my blue case. "Actually," Catherine drew closer with a triumphant smile, "I only made reservations for our family." Her words resonated around the foyer. "A room for me, my husband, and daughter, and one for mom and dad. Just for the real family, you see." A minute of quiet occurred. The front desk personnel were speechless, and our parents turned away even farther. The air around me seemed frozen. I took a slow deep breath and said without changing my expression, "I see. Then I'll leave." My voice came out more calmly than I expected. I adjusted my grasp on the suitcase handle and pleasantly nodded to the front desk workers. I took out my smartphone and launched the taxi-hailing app. "Wait," Catherine's voice increased slightly, but I was already about to exit the foyer. Feeling the front desk staff's sympathetic look, I began strolling toward the entrance. My sister, despite being caught off guard by this unexpected event, maintained a triumphant grin. Our parents stood uncomfortable and frozen in place. Only my footsteps resonated through the hushed lobby. The afternoon sunshine coming through the main door seemed unusually bright. While waiting for the taxi, the palm trees swung in the gentle breeze. The Thanksgiving weekend I had planned to spend at this luxurious resort had come to an end in a matter of minutes. However, in this moment, a peculiar sense of release washed over my emotions. Grandfather's words resurfaced. "Become someone who can stand on their own 2 feet." I felt like I now understood what he meant. During the few minutes I waited for the taxi, I looked at the hotel's stunning facade. The Adam-style architecture recounted the story of nearly a century of history. Luxury cars decorated lavishly for Thanksgiving continued to arrive, accompanied by well-dressed families. Through the lobby glass, I could see my niece, Amy, in a costly dress that was inappropriate for a 7-year-old. She was fidgeting behind her mother, possibly searching for me. Every Thanksgiving, it was my tradition to bring her a gift. This year, I had prepared a pearl hair clip, which was still well wrapped in my suitcase. As I entered the waiting taxi, I informed the driver, Palm Beach International Airport. On my smartphone, I was already looking for the next available flight to Chicago. Though airfares were high during Thanksgiving, this did not concern me at all. Rather, the emotional energy I'd squandered each year over this season appeared far more costly. The Breakers building appeared smaller in the rearview mirror. Its form, glistening in the afternoon sun, seemed to represent our family's apparent glamour. And suddenly the first break had emerged in the facade. I had no idea what would happen next, but one thing was certain, There was no going back. The taxis inside created a peaceful environment away from the outside noise. The air conditioning maintained a pleasant chill, and the luxury leather chairs gradually relieved the stress from earlier. Outside the window, Palm Beach's characteristic resort panorama flowed past, with neatly aligned palm trees, white luxury mansions, and occasional glimpses of the Atlantic's shimmering surface. Views that would typically captivate me seemed curiously distant. I pulled out my smartphone and dialed my grandfather's number without hesitation. The ringtone appeared to last longer than normal before he eventually responded. "Helen, what is wrong?" Grandfather's voice maintained its customary calm. "I have something to report," I said, speaking in a straightforward manner. I described the events at the hotel without emotion, just the facts. The missed reservation, Catherine's words, and how I left. I described everything chronologically. On the other end of the telephone, I could hear grandfather's breathing becoming slightly rougher. He was definitely able to contain his rage. However, I added no words of condolence. "I understand. I'll handle this from here," said grandfather, his voice low and husky. In those simple remarks was a foreshadowing of what was to come. Shortly after hanging up, incoming calls began to come in. First, Catherine reported over 10 missed calls in 15 minutes. "Helen, Amy wants to see you. She was looking forward to our yearly Thanksgiving. Can't you consider a child's feelings?" Her text continued. "My friends are coming to dinner tonight. I had planned to share a great family Thanksgiving photo on Instagram. Do you understand how uncomfortable this scenario is?" Catherine's voice became increasingly frantic. Between these calls, we started receiving emails from our parents. "We could have created another room," Mother wrote, "but as Catherine mentioned, we prioritize our genuine family. Are you independent now?" Father's email was even more inhumane. "Catherine has a family, a husband and a child. You understand, correct? Can't you just put up with it for Thanksgiving?" The following email contained spiteful calculations. "That's always been your problem, only thinking about yourself, never considering the family." Mother continued, her tone making me appear like the villain. "We had everything scheduled for social media updates. We were meant to take beautiful photographs of you and Amy. Everything is ruined now." My chest clenched as I read each message, but these were phrases I should be used to by now. My sister and I have been subjected to this type of bigotry since we were children. As the taxi approached the airport, a new wave of messages flooded in. "Amy is crying because you are selfish. She had been waiting so long to see her aunt," Catherine wrote, still using her daughter as a shield. Behind her words, I simply saw vanity and pride. Mother sent additional sarcastic emails. "Poor Catherine. If you understood how concerned she is about Amy's future, you'd understand. However, children's education requires money." However, at this moment, I felt no need to respond. If anything, I was relieved that they had displayed such obvious real colors. Just before we arrived at the airport, grandfather sent us an email. "I am proud of your decision. I understand everything." When I heard those words, my eyes welled up with quiet resolve rather than despair. It represented the start of a new chapter. My smartphone continued to get repeated calls. Anxious messages from Catherine demanding, "Answer the phone right away." Accusatory emails from my parents alleged, "Your selfishness is tearing the family apart." However, I had already reached a point where no one's voice could reach me. I got out of the taxi and started heading toward the international terminal. While purchasing my travel to Chicago, I had a peculiar feeling of emancipation. This was the moment of liberation from the bogus, real family. About 30 minutes after boarding the plane heading for Chicago, grandfather sent a new email. All family members were among the awardees. "The following is my final decision to be announced," grandfather began the email in his usual dignified tone. "On Thanksgiving, an incident occurred that severely harmed our family's dignity. The callous treatment of Helen is an insult to the Walker family name and cannot be permitted under any circumstances. I am immediately freezing all financial support for George, Margaret and Catherine. I must remind you that your opulent lifestyles are completely dependent on my assistance. Those who have lost sight of family's essence, wallowing in vanity and pretense, are no longer eligible for such privilege." Just as I finished reading, calls from my sister started rolling in. Her worry was clear from the frequency of incoming calls. "Helen, please answer the phone. Convince Grandpa," she said. Messages left on voicemail documented my sister's panicked voice. It was obvious that her life would become untenable without the monthly payments. All of her living expenses were based on grandfather's monthly support of $30,000. Emails from our parents also poured in. Their earlier arrogance vanished, replaced by pathetic pleading. Helen, this is about our retirement. Could you please talk to your grandfather again? The $150,000 deposit for their booked luxury retirement home would be forfeited, and their medical insurance benefits would be discontinued. Our parents appeared to be panicked by the prospect of their retirement security crumbling in an instant. Do something, he'll listen if it's you, won't he? Mother's email included unusual words of remorse. I'm sorry for saying such terrible things earlier, but this is a family crisis. I silently turned off my smartphone. A large sea of clouds stretched outside the window. The beautiful family Thanksgiving images that had been shared on social media year after year would not be uploaded this year. Catherine may suffer a greater blow than the financial consequences. The jet was flying steadily into Chicago with no turbulence. The individual next to me appeared to be planning Thanksgiving dinner, reviewing recipes on their smartphone. Normally, at this point, I would have been in the hotel lounge giving Amy her present. When I arrived in Chicago and connected to my house Wi-Fi, I saw over 100 unread messages. Most were from my sister, and their content became increasingly frenzied. What am I supposed to do? I won't be able to pay the loans. What about Amy's school fees? Emails from our parents had also become extremely serious. We might not be able to get the retirement home deposit back. What are we supposed to do now? I can't sleep at night thinking about the medical insurance. However, what grabbed the most attention was grandfather's final notice, which was distributed to all family members. This measure is irreversible. Consider it the consequence of your own actions. Any objection to my decision will result in the termination of all remaining support. I calmly read the incoming mails. Their previously disdainful demeanor had entirely turned into desperate appeals. Never before has each family member's genuine nature been displayed so vividly. I set down my smartphone and brewed tea in the kitchen. By now, I should have been enjoying the hotel's sumptuous dinner, a $200 Thanksgiving special course per person. Remembering that sum made me smile somewhat. Every year, my sister's family would post about this opulent supper on social media, despite the fact that they were struggling to make monthly credit card payments. A second call arrived, this time from my sister's husband. Words condemning his wife's spending habits were mixed in with the panic and perplexity. It appeared that fissures were forming in their marriage as well. Our parents sent more detailed pleas. The retirement home won't refund the $150,000 advance payment. Medical insurance will be self-paid from next month. Because of you, our retirement. Following those statements, he repeatedly defended my sister and criticized me. It was as if they had learned nothing. I pulled a lemon out of the refrigerator and put it in my tea. Tomorrow, I will go back to work as usual. The pharmaceutical company's initiative anticipated further study of data analysis. A $160,000 annual salary and steadily accumulating investment trusts, a solid life foundation developed via my own labor. The night panorama of Chicago from outside the window gleamed silently. The lights of the high-rise buildings resemble stars. Suddenly, I remembered my credit card statement. Full payment every month, moderate luxury within my means, and no debt. Grandfather's favorite saying came back to me. Vanity is for others. Savings are for yourself. In this city, I had carved myself my own path. As grandfather mentioned, I had matured into a self-sufficient individual. And now I was convinced that I had made the proper decision. Incoming calls continued to ring on my smartphone, but the voices were no longer audible to me. 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, in early December, Chicago had its first snowfall. Days were spent absorbed in new initiatives at the pharmaceutical company's lab. Despite the monotony of the everyday routine, my family's condition has changed dramatically. The alterations were initially visible on social media. My sister's Instagram, which had been updated virtually every day, had suddenly gone silent. Her most recent image, from the day before Thanksgiving, was a shot of her Hermes purse at an exclusive restaurant, along with the hashtag Dream Lifestyle. The compliments, "What a wonderful life," now appeared terribly sarcastic. Father's emails eventually expressed genuine regret. "I'm reflecting on our years of extravagant living. We spoiled Catherine too much, and we were cold to you. I'm sorry." Similar messages arrived from Mother. With their medical insurance subsidies removed, they were suddenly aware of the true expense of healthcare. Our pension alone is nowhere near enough. I finally understood how luxurious we were living. Catherine's position was far more severe. I got an unexpected call from her spouse. "I've discovered hidden debts she kept secret. I'm shocked by the credit card bills. We can't maintain this lifestyle anymore." With grandfather's backing abruptly withdrawn, their opulent facade crumbled. "We're considering moving to a cheaper house, looking at public schools for Amy too," according to him. His voice was filled with tiredness and resignation. "Catherine cries every night. Their marriage itself appeared to be in peril. In comparison, my life has stayed quiet. I arrived at work at 8 a.m. He returned home at 6 p.m. Weekends were spent attending financial study groups, revising my saving strategies, and living within my means. I was just elevated to team leader for a new research project. My pay is likely to improve steadily. Investment trust activities are progressing smoothly, with no concerns for the future. Grandfather's words resonated in my mind. Vanity brings momentary satisfaction, savings bring lifelong peace of mind. The weight of grandfather's comments was now felt strongly by the entire family. While my parents were concerned about retirement and security, and my sister was struggling with debt payback, I was simply living my normal life. Over the last 2 weeks, the number of emails and phone calls has substantially decreased. The urgent contacts that arrived daily during the first few days have reduced to once or twice a week. Their content, too, was rapidly turning towards resignation. Amy will be transferring to public school. She'll take the school bus. My sister's most recent email demonstrated symptoms of embracing reality. The idyllic private school existence she had shared on social media would never be seen again. Our parents were also thinking about moving from their luxury Florida neighborhood to a cheap condominium since they were having trouble paying their medical bills. Their fantasy of a comfortable retirement had fallen quickly. We've been living with wrong values for years. That was written in Father's most recent email. It was unclear whether this awareness would serve as a catalyst for the restoration of actual family relationships. Last week, I received a simple email from Grandfather. Awakening to the truth of life sometimes brings pain, but it's necessary pain. Your decision gave them an important lesson. I didn't respond. I quietly saved the email. New stars twinkled in the cold sky over Chicago. 3 months after Thanksgiving, early indications of spring began to surface in Chicago. My life had not altered, rather, it had gotten more meaningful. The new project at the pharmaceutical company was going well, and last week I received word of another promotion. My achievements as research director were recognized, and my compensation was raised to $200,000. Investment trust activities were likewise performing well, with assets increasing steadily. From my office window, I could view the wide surface of Lake Michigan. The waves sparkled in the spring sunlight, conveying a peaceful hope. New research data was piling up on my desk. My most valuable time was spent working. Grandfather recently sent me a simple pearl necklace for my birthday. The attached card contained a single phrase in his usual, exquisite handwriting. True brilliance dwells in those who stand on their own feet. I'd started having little touch with my folks. They'd relocated from their upscale Florida community to a more inexpensive condominium. Despite their struggles with medical bill payments, they appeared to be gradually adjusting to reality. Luxury brings momentary joy, but there's genuine security in a grounded lifestyle. Mother wrote in an email showing genuine understanding for the first time. My sister's family had relocated to a typical suburban neighborhood. Amy had started attending public school and was becoming accustomed to riding the school bus. Catherine's social media accounts remained inactive. How empty it all seems now, posting just to keep up appearances, she stated in an unusual email. Days spent struggling with credit card payments tested their marriage, but they were no longer avoiding reality. I had started setting new ambitions. I intended to achieve more in pharmaceutical research and eventually run my own research team. I hoped to share my knowledge and experience with young scholars. During the holidays, I attended finance and economics study groups. The individuals I met there lived strong, practical lives. The real chats, devoid of pretension and ego, were refreshing. The Thanksgiving incident taught each family member valuable lessons, including the value of financial independence, the futility of a pretentious lifestyle, and, most importantly, the true definition of family. Grandfather's final words lingered in my heart. Real bonds can only be born after overcoming hardship. In my desk drawer, the pearl hair clip I had prepared as Amy's gift was still nicely wrapped. Perhaps someday, when she discovers actual value, when she appreciates the importance of standing on her own 2 feet rather than counting social media likes, this clip will be appropriate to show her. Outside the window, early spring winds rustled through the street trees, signaling the start of a new season. I ended my engagement to my fiancée. After she wanted a break to explore her ex, I sold our house and disappeared. Hello everyone, after what feels like an eternity, I, 27 million, decided it was time to discuss what has been going on with me recently. Here's the thing. Until lately, I thought I was marrying the love of my life, Tessa, 26F. We'd been together for 4 years, and for the most part, I thought we were solid. But now I'm sitting here, wondering why I didn't see this coming sooner. Tessa and I met at a birthday celebration, introduced by a mutual friend. She was humorous, confident, and had a no-nonsense approach that I enjoyed. I'd dated previously, but no one connected with me as she did. We hit it off quickly and moved in together after a year. Things felt natural, as if we were all on the same page about professions, marriage, and eventually creating a family. She was a freelance graphic designer, and I worked as a project manager for a technology business, so our schedules were very similar. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was enjoyable. We had been discussing getting married for a time, but it wasn't until last year that I proposed. Nothing fancy, just a simple supper at home for the two of us. Tessa seems thrilled. She cried, hugged me, and agreed. That night, we began to envision our future. A fall wedding, a limited guest list, and this charming little site by the lake. It seemed like everything was falling into place, or so I thought. The initial red flags were little and evident. They were little sneaky flaws that I ignored because I didn't want to overthink. For example, Tessa's enthusiasm for wedding preparation faded after a few months. She was all in at first, sending me Pinterest boards, searching through wedding outfits, and asking about small details like whether I preferred tulips or roses for the centerpieces. But suddenly it simply stopped. I'd ask her questions like, "Hey, have you chosen your bridesmaids yet?" And she'd shrug it aside. "Not yet, I'm still thinking about it," she said again. The same thing happened with her clothing, cake, and music. Every decision we'd been so enthused about had become something she wanted to postpone. "There's still time," she'd say. The wedding seemed like an afterthought. At the time, I told myself it was just stress. Wedding planning can be overwhelming, right? Plus, Tessa had a lot going on at work. I assumed she'd snap out of it eventually. What I didn't realize was that her lack of enthusiasm wasn't about the wedding, but about us. The true slap in the face happened one night while we were out with some friends. Someone brought up the dumb TikTok game, which you've probably seen. It's the one where you have to answer personal questions while keeping a straight face and not passing judgment. Everything was going well until someone said, "If you could relive one relationship, which would it be?" Without thinking, Tessa responded, "Oh, probably Dylan." Just like that. Dylan. Her college ex? The person who cheated on her. The moment she uttered that, the room became awkwardly quiet. She giggled awkwardly and attempted to backtrack, saying, "I mean, not that I'd want to. It's just a significant element of my past." I wanted to confront her right there, but we were among friends, so I let it go. Later, when we were alone, I asked her about it. "What was it about Dylan? Why would you choose to revisit that relationship?" She simply shrugged it off as if it were no big thing. "It was a stupid game, Liam. Don't take it so seriously." She grinned and shifted the subject. I didn't press it because, honestly, I didn't want to start a battle over something that could have been minor. But, deep down, it stayed with me. Following that, her behavior became more difficult to ignore. She was using her phone more frequently, going through her texts with a cheeky little smile. She began creating vague explanations for why she couldn't hang out or why she would cancel plans at the last minute. "Oh, sorry, I just have a lot of work to catch up on tonight," she'd typically remark. Or it may be, "I promised my mom I'd visit this weekend." The justifications were not particularly suspicious, but they were stacking up. It seemed like I had become less of a priority. Then came Friday night, which changed everything. I arrived home from work early, excited to spend the evening with Tessa. I was hoping we might order in and binge watch something, a quiet night. When I came in, however, the atmosphere seemed odd. She was seated on the couch, holding her laptop, but she wasn't working. She was staring at the screen, absolutely unfocused. "Hey, I'm home," I murmured, hoping to relieve the tension. "You're early," she said, as if it were a negative thing. I shrugged it off and went into the kitchen to begin preparing dinner, but the silence in the house was oppressive. Usually, she'd ask how my day was or tell me about her own. What about tonight? Nothing. Finally, I looked around and asked, "Is everything okay?" She shut her laptop and glanced at me. "Actually, there's something I need to talk to you about." And my stomach sank. You know how you feel when you know something horrible is going to happen but you can't stop it? That was me, standing there like an idiot with a spatula in one hand. I approached and sat across from her. "All right," I said. "What is going on?" She paused, as if she were trying to find the proper words. She just came out with it. "I've been thinking about us." "And about Dylan?" I swear that I almost laughed. "Dylan, are you serious? What about him?" She bit her lip and avoided my gaze. "I suppose I need some time to consider things through. I'd like to take a break and see whether there's still something there with him." I couldn't believe what I heard. "Do you want to take a break and date your ex?" Are you out of your mind, Tessa? We've got engaged. It's not like that, she responded hurriedly, as if she could smooth things up. I just want to know if I'm making the right choice with you. And if it doesn't work out, I pledge to come back. That's when I discovered how deep her chutzpah was. She assumed I would sit around and wait for her to decide whether I was good enough. Something inside me moved at that very instant. I did not yell or blow up. I just sat there staring at her, wondering how the hell I hadn't seen this coming. I wasn't sure how to answer at first. My fiancé recently informed me that she wants to take a break to explore things with her ex, Dylan. What can you say to that? Finally, I asked. So, what does this break mean to you? My voice came out more calmer than I felt. She straightened up slightly, as if she had been ready for this conversation. I believe we need some space to figure things out. I'll take some time to see if my feelings for Dylan are genuine, and you are welcome to ponder on us as well. I couldn't believe the audacity. Wait, I replied, leaning forward. You're saying you need to date your ex, but I need to reflect on us? What kind of backwards logic is that? Tessa sighed, as if I were the one acting unreasonable. It's not about you doing something wrong, Liam. This is about me figuring out what I need. She seemed to have practiced this. The way she spoke, the way she avoided eye contact, it was as if she had already decided this was going to happen and simply wanted me to accept it. You know this sounds insane, right? I muttered. You don't just put your fiancé on hold while you go play what if with some guy who treats you like garbage. Her face tightened, and for the first time, I realized how stubborn she could be. I'm not asking for permission, Liam, I'm telling you what I need. That one landed differently. I wasn't just sad anymore, I was angry. I stood up and began pacing, hoping to calm myself down. So what, Tessa? You're just going to pack a bag and head over to Dylan's place? Is that your big plan? No, she insisted. It's not like that, I don't know what it looks like yet, but I need clarity before we move forward. I owe it to myself to know I'm making the right decision. You owe it to yourself? I asked, laughing cruelly. And what about what you owe me? We're engaged, Tessa? We're supposed to be building a life together, and now you're telling me you need to test drive your ex to make sure I'm good enough? I never said you weren't good enough, she replied, her voice rising. But if we're going to spend the rest of our lives together, I have to be certain. And right now I'm not. That was it. She wasn't simply interested in exploring things with Dylan, she was also unsure about me. Even after 4 years together and all of our plans, she was still unsure. It struck me all at once. She hadn't realized how painful and stupid her plea was. She believed this was reasonable, that I'd just sit there while she figured out whatever foolishness was going through her head. I stopped pacing and glanced at her, really stared at her. You know what? Sure, I responded, my tone bland. Take your break. She blinked, surprised by how quickly I agreed. Liam, I'm not trying to hurt you. I need space to figure things out. I nodded and kept my expression bland. All right. If that's what you need. She paused, as if she expected me to argue or fight for her. When I didn't, she stood up, took out her laptop, and murmured, I'll stay at my mom's for a bit. This isn't forever. We'll talk when I've had some time. Okay, I replied simply. She looked at me, wondering how to answer, and then disappeared into the bedroom. I could hear her moving around and throwing items into a bag. I remained calm on the couch, but my mind was already turning. If she really wants a break, that's okay. Let her have it. Several minutes later, I heard the front door close. She was gone, perhaps believing she had abandoned me here to wait and worry. She had no idea I was not going to sit around and do nothing. She could have her fantasy, but I had other ideas now. I'll provide an update once I've set some things in motion. This is not going to end the way she expects it to. Update 1. Thank you for your feedback and suggestions on my last post. A lot has happened this week, and I'd like to report how things are going. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone in this community for their wonderful support. Many of you mentioned that I don't just sit around waiting, and you were correct. I've been busy putting everything into motion. First, I called my pal Noah. He's been my best friend since college, and he's not the type of man to sugarcoat things. After hearing the full story, he brought over pizza, and we spent the entire night scheming. Dude, you realize she's going to try to crawl back once things don't work out with Dylan, right? Noah reminded him. He was correct, of course. The more we talked, the more obvious it became that I needed to be proactive. This was not about vengeance, it was about regaining control of my life. I began with the house. Tessa doesn't seem to recall that it's entirely in my name. She loves to act as if it's our home, Always talking about the curtains and paint colors she chose, yet I'm the one who pays the mortgage. I phoned a realtor first thing Monday morning. The realtor came by to see the property, and we decided to list it right away. The market in our neighborhood is now hot, and we already have several potential purchasers. Tessa has no idea. She probably believes I'm sitting here in our shared home, waiting for her to sort out her feelings. The next step was to gradually remove her from my life. You remember the Live Laugh Love placards she insisted on putting up? Gone. Did she have to have those beautiful throw pillows? Donated. Her clothing and personal belongings that she left behind? I carefully packaged them all up. But this is where I became strategic. Instead of just dropping her belongings off at her mother's house or having her come fetch them, I hired a moving company. They took everything to her mother's house and left a short note. Here's your stuff. Good luck with Dylan. I know some of you may think this is petty, but I disagree. I'm not being vengeful, I'm being efficient. She wanted some room to think things through? Well, she's got it, literally. The most fascinating moment came when mutual friends began asking questions. Instead of playing the victim or slandering her, I simply stated the truth. Tessa decided she needed to explore things with her ex before committing to marriage. I decided I deserve better than being someone's backup plan. You should watch how people respond to that. No drama, no accusations, just facts. It's amazing how rapidly the story changes when you don't try to control it. I've also been making moves at work. I applied for a position at our West Coast office that I'd been considering for a long time. If the house sells, which seems quite likely, and I get this job, I'll be starting over on the other side of the country. Tessa has attempted to contact me several times this week, first with light-hearted texts like, "Hope you're doing okay," and progressing to progressively concerned messages when she learned I was actually making changes rather than simply waiting around. Yesterday, she was in a panic when her mother informed her that the boxes had been delivered. "What are you doing? Why are you acting like this is over?" I kept my response simple. "Because it is over, Tessa. You made your choice, and now I'm making mine." She began crying, claiming that she simply wanted time to figure things out, that I was being quick, and that this was not what she meant when she asked for a break. "What did you expect?" I questioned her. "That I'd sit here like a faithful puppy while you test drove your ex? That's not how this works." "But what if I realize you're the one I want?" She was weeping. "Then you'll have learned a valuable lesson about not taking people for granted," I said before hanging up the phone. The weird thing is that I'm no longer upset. Instead, I feel liberated. Every box I pack, every move I make feels like I'm reclaiming parts of myself that I didn't realize I'd given up. Noah came by again yesterday to assist me with packing the house. He also saw the change in me. "You seem different," he observed. "More focused?" He's correct. I'm different. When Tessa first revealed her desire to pursue things with Dylan, I felt like my world was falling. Now I see it wasn't my world collapsing, but rather the false reality I'd been living in finally disintegrating. I have more things in the works, but I will hold them for the next update. For the time being, I'll simply say this. Sometimes the greatest way to respond to someone treating you as an option is to completely remove yourself from their list of options. Stay tuned. This narrative hasn't ended yet, and I have a feeling Tessa is finding that her break to straighten things out isn't going to go nearly as planned. Update 2. I appreciate all of the feedback on my recent update. Things have escalated significantly, and I'd like to tell you how the situation has evolved. Remember how I mentioned applying for the West Coast position? Okay, I got it. The timing could not be better. The house is under contract, and the closing is slated for next month. But that's only the beginning. What's particularly interesting is how Tessa's Dylan exploration is unfolding. Through mutual connections, I discovered that their restored passion isn't quite the fairy tale she envisioned. Apparently, 4 years haven't changed him much. He's still the untrustworthy guy who cheated on her in college. But here's when it gets good. Tessa has attempted to control the narrative on social media. She has been sharing vague, inspiring phrases about finding yourself and following your heart. So I decided to play the same game, but with a twist. I created a single factual post. Update on my life. Excited to announce I've accepted a position in San Francisco. Sometimes when one door closes, better ones open. Looking forward to this new chapter. The comments and texts began pouring in. People congratulated me, inquired about the relocation, and, of course, wondered about Tessa. I kept my answers basic and honest. We're no longer together. She wanted to explore other options, so I'm exploring mine too. This set off a fantastic chain reaction in our social circle. Remember those friends who weren't sure about the situation? Watching me handle this with grace as Tessa shares cryptic relationship quotations completely changed the atmosphere. Then came the professional consequences. Tessa's freelance design employment is primarily based on recommendations and networking. Sarah, 29F, a mutual contact in the computer field who used to refer many clients to Tessa, contacted me. "I need to know what happened," Sarah explained over coffee. "Tessa's telling people you're having a temporary separation to grow individually, but something feels off." I shared Sarah Tessa's note about wanting to date Dylan. Sarah's look said it all. She did not believe it. By the end of the week, numerous potential clients had pushed back their projects with Tessa, not because I said anything nasty, but because, honestly, who wants to work with someone who takes commitment so lightly? Tessa sensed the shift. Her texts become more frequent and frantic. "Why are you telling people about Dylan? You're ruining my reputation. This isn't fair, I just needed time to think." I answered to the last one. "You got what you wanted, time and space, how I spend mine is no longer your concern." Then came the turning point. Dylan, in his wonderful wisdom, shared a photo of them together at the restaurant where Tessa and I had our first date. It was evident she was attempting to recreate our history with him. It was both sad and funny. The post didn't last long, but the damage was done. Our friends witnessed it, and the remaining few individuals who supported Tessa's "finding myself" story lost respect for her. Even her own sister contacted me. "I'm so sorry about how she's handling this. You deserve better." What is the most satisfying part? I didn't have to be vengeful. I simply lived my life freely and honestly, whereas Tessa attempted to play both sides. The truth has a way of emerging. She visited my office yesterday. Dylan seemed to have already revealed his true colors, flirting with other women, being untrustworthy, a familiar story. She was crying. "I made a huge mistake," she cried. "I was scared of commitment. I thought I needed to know if there was something better out there, but I was wrong. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." I simply gazed at her calmly. "No, Tessa. The best thing that ever happened to me was you showing your true colors before we got married." She attempted to argue, claiming that we could fix this, that she would go to counseling, and that she would prove she could be trusted again. I simply shook my head. "You don't get it, do you? This isn't about Dylan anymore. This is about you thinking you could keep me as a backup while you explore your options. That's not love, that's convenience." She left my office distraught, but I felt better than ever. The house closes next week, the majority of my belongings are packed, and my new life in San Francisco begins in a month. The funny thing is that some folks think I'm being overly tough. "Everyone makes mistakes," they explain. However, this was not a mistake, it was a choice. There are actually several options available. Each time she texted Dylan. Every time, she lied about where she was. She spent every second planning to put our romance on hold. These were all options. I'll provide another update once the move is complete. For the time being, I'll leave you with this. Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even, but rather getting better. And this is exactly what I'm doing. Next update. Update 3. Thank you for following my journey. This will be my final update, and I have some interesting developments to report. San Francisco is everything I imagined it would be. My new apartment has a stunning view of the bay, and the tech scene here is fantastic. My new office team is fantastic. It's refreshing to be around people who prioritize growth and innovation over drama. But first, let me catch you up on how things ended back home. The closing went smoothly, and the house actually sold for more than the asking price. It was interesting to see Tessa's reaction after finding out through mutual friends. She didn't believe I'd sold the house until she drove by and saw the new owners move in. Here's where it got really interesting. Remember Dylan? He reached out to me, of all people. He sent me a long message about how he never meant to cause problems and that Tessa had contacted him first, months before she requested the break. Tessa had been planning her little exploration for quite some time. She had been messaging Dylan for months, carefully laying the groundwork for her backup strategy. What's with the irony? Dylan ended their relationship because, as he put it, if she could do this to you, she could do it to anyone. Tessa's professional fallout has been significant. Remember all the clients she'd lined up? Most of them discovered other designers, not because I said anything, but because word spreads in the industry. One of her largest clients really contacted me. "We heard what happened with the engagement," they told us. "We're looking for someone who can commit to long-term projects. Do you know any reliable designers?" I recommended a talented acquaintance of mine, and she received the contract. Karma, I suppose. Tessa's social media meltdown has been something to see. Then came the sorrowful quotations about losing your sweetheart, followed by angry posts about toxic people who can't handle growth. Finally, she made urgent attempts to show everyone how delighted she was. The final one was quite interesting. She wrote about beginning her own design firm. 3 days later, she began sending out job applications. Last week, her sister contacted me again. Tessa has apparently been staying with their parents, stating she needs time to heal from our separation. Her sister's exact words were, "She really thought you'd wait for her. When you sold the house and moved, it broke her fantasy completely." The most reassuring moment occurred during a video call with our old friend group. They were telling me about local gossip, and someone described seeing Tessa at a coffee shop, explaining to a potential customer why her portfolio website was down. Apparently, she forgot that I was the one who set it up and maintained it. She couldn't figure out how to restore her hosting membership when it expired. Not my concern anymore. My new life here is coming together well. I've joined a local rock climbing club, begun taking Spanish lessons, and even adopted a dog from a local shelter. His name is Zeus, and he's a greater companion than my ex-fiancée. The tech community here is really inviting. Last week, I was invited to speak at a developer conference, which would not have happened if I had stayed at home. It's amazing what you can accomplish when you're not dragging dead weight. I had one last interaction with Tessa. She sent me an email requesting some old images from our shared cloud storage. I had previously downloaded what I wanted and terminated the account several weeks ago. Her email stated, "I know you're trying to erase me from your life, but you can't just delete our memories. Those 4 years meant something." My reply was simple. "You're right. Those years taught me what I don't want in a partner. Thanks for the lesson." Some mutual acquaintances believe I am being very harsh and should be more understanding of her moment of confusion. However, that wasn't a moment. It was a calculated decision to keep me as a safety net while she pursued what she believed to be a better option. What is the most important thing I've learned from all of this? Sometimes the worst things that happen to you result in the best outcomes. If Tessa hadn't shown her true colors, I could have married her, only to learn her genuine personality years later, possibly with children in the mix. Instead, I'm in a lovely city with a wonderful job, making new friends, and feeling optimistic about the future. The anguish of betrayal has been replaced by thankfulness for the gunshot avoided. Thank you to everyone who has followed the story and offered advice. Your encouragement helped me remain strong when I might have faltered. And for anyone going through a similar situation, know this. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time. Don't wait around for them to alter their mind about you. Life is too short to be someone's backup plan. Sometimes the best thing you can do is walk away and make things better for yourself. That's it for now, guys. This chapter of my life has officially ended, and I couldn't be more excited for the next one to begin. Take care, and thank you for everything. Overshadowed by my parents' favoritism toward my twin, I reached out to my uncle, who encouraged me by gifting me a car. I, 23F, need to get this off my chest. I've been holding this in for so long, trying to tell myself that things will eventually change, but recent events have shown me that I can't keep pretending any longer. This is about my twin sister, Emma, 23F, and how our parents, Linda, 48F, and Robert, 50M, treated us differently throughout our lives, including our professional jobs at one of New York's major corporations. Growing up in our suburban home wasn't too bad, assuming you didn't mind being continually overshadowed. Mom is a real estate salesperson who lives for open houses and client lunches, someone who views every social contact as a potential sale. Dad owns his own accounting firm, and they're all about upholding the perfect image: a spotless home, manicured lawn, country club membership, and private school tuition. However, that meticulously produced image functioned best when Emma was the focal point. I first noticed the trend around the age of 6. It wasn't evident at first, more like puzzle pieces that only made sense years later. When we went shopping for school supplies, Emma got the trendy backpacks and elegant pencil cases, while I got the practical, robust ones because they'll last longer. Emma's birthday parties were elaborately themed affairs with professional entertainment and personalized cakes. My family gatherings were simple since you prefer quiet celebrations, don't you, sweetie? The holidays were when the disparity became painfully obvious. Every Christmas morning, Emma would open the latest must-have toys, the costly dolls, the newest gaming systems, and everything she'd circled in the holiday catalogs. I'd get educational toys or practical gifts, like clothes, because you're the responsible one. I have a vivid memory of one Christmas. Emma purchased a large dollhouse that cost more than most individuals spend on their entire holiday shopping. I was given a collection of science encyclopedias because they'll help with your studies. When I expressed interest in the dollhouse, Mom swiftly remarked, "Let Emma enjoy her special gift. You have books to read." Elementary school presented its own issues. Emma struggled with reading from an early age, so our parents hired several tutors and spent hours helping her practice. When I needed help with math, Mom would tell me to try harder. Emma joined every after-school activity she desired, including dance, gymnastics, and cheerleading. When I begged to join the science club, Dad answered, "Maybe next semester when we have more budget." But that semester never came. By middle school, I had learned to value my intellectual abilities. I pushed myself into my studies, obtaining consecutive A's and plaudits from teachers. However, this created another cause of tension. Emma had a meltdown after I won the school science fair in 7th grade because she wasn't getting any attention. At the family supper that night, instead of celebrating my accomplishment, Mom spent the evening soothing Emma, telling her, "Everyone has different talents." Dad just sat there, occasionally staring at me with discomfort rather than pride. The tendency became more pronounced during high school. I completed all advanced placement classes, joined academic clubs, and tutored other kids. Emma, on the other hand, prioritized popularity and social activities, achieving just passing marks while excelling at making social connections. During the college application season, I spent numerous hours improving my essays and applying to scholarships. Emma applied to 3 institutions, each with relatively simple admission standards. However, Emma's admittance into our state university's business school piqued our parents' interest more than my acceptance to many top-tier universities with hefty scholarships. When we both got employment at Stellaris Corporation after graduation, I figured things would finally change. I was accepted into their extremely competitive management training program after completing 6 rounds of interviews and tests. Emma was hired in sales after meeting the department head at one of Mom's real estate networking events. You'd think that working in the corporate world would level the playing field, yet our family dynamics followed us like a shadow. In my 9 months at Stellaris, I have routinely exceeded my analytics targets. I created a new reporting system that saved the organization more than $200,000 in the first quarter alone. My team leader has already suggested me for an early promotion. Emma, on the other hand, is well known for planning office social events and nurturing client ties. She hasn't fulfilled her sales targets yet, but she reminds our parents that building relationships takes time. Mom and Dad's reactions to our various job paths have been predictably biased. When Emma organizes a successful client lunch, Mom posts about it on all social media platforms with headlines such, "So proud of my baby girl making waves in the corporate world." When I earned an excellence award for my cost-saving ideas, Mom texted me a quick, "That's nice, honey," followed by 5 texts about assisting Emma with an impending client presentation. The office dynamic itself frequently feels like a rerun of our childhood. Emma's workstation is on the 15th floor, in the sales department, where she deals with a steady stream of visitors. My workstation is on the 12th level of analytics, where I spend the majority of my time working with data and creating reports. Emma is frequently the center of attention at business events, while I stay in the background, focusing on keeping our projects on track. Last month, I believe things might finally change. Our department bosses announced that they were choosing team members for a distinguished 2-week training session in our Singapore office. Both Emma and I were nominated as candidates. For 3 weeks straight, I worked late at the office, methodically preparing my presentation and project proposals. I examined previous successful applicants, studied the Singapore office's activities, and produced detailed proposals for possible cross-market projects. Emma, in her own style, concentrated on networking. She spent the same 3 weeks treating key decision-makers to lunch and organizing after-work social activities. I overheard her say to someone, "Why worry about presentations when you can build connections?" It was such a typical Emma attitude that I almost had to chuckle. Last Tuesday, we gave our last presentations for the Singapore program. The selection committee included senior executives from both administrations. I presented a full analysis and cross-market approach, including expected outcomes and execution deadlines. Emma pursued me, presenting what she called a people-first approach to international collaboration, which centered on team building and social activities. I felt confident in my chances. My presentation was robust, supported by statistics and concrete strategies. But deep down, I had a nagging suspicion that something would go wrong, as it often does when Emma and I compete for the same thing. The findings were released Tuesday morning. Our department head summoned us both to the conference room. Emma was selected for the Singapore program. What's the reason? Her natural ability to build relationships would be beneficial to international cooperation. I sat there, attempting to keep a professional demeanor as my gut twisted into knots. The saddest thing wasn't missing the opportunity, it was seeing Emma's perfected expression of phony modesty when she accepted the post. But that wasn't the actual blow to the gut. During my lunch break, I overheard Emma on the phone with Mom. Yes, it is for 2 weeks. No, I will not be alone. Really? Would you and Dad do that? That'd be wonderful. My heart plummeted before I really realized what was coming. Later that evening, during our monthly family meal, which Mom insists on keeping even though we're grown-ups, they dropped the bomb. Emma was not only going to Singapore, but her parents had decided to make it a family vacation. They'd purchased tickets to follow her, intending to support her throughout this significant career milestone before spending an additional week traveling Southeast Asia together. I sat there, pushing my food around on my plate, waiting for them to reveal my participation in these schemes. Instead, Mom turned to me and said, "Won't you take care of the house while we're away, honey? Make sure you water my plants. The expensive ones in the sunroom require special attention." Emma couldn't help but add her own spin. "Don't worry, sister, I'll send you plenty of photos. You can live vicariously via me." She chuckled as if it were a joke we were both in on. Dad merely kept eating and avoided eye contact, as he normally does in these situations. I excused myself from dinner early, claiming I had work to complete. As I drove home to my apartment, memories came flooding back. All the times I'd been excluded, disregarded, or dismissed. Emma had dance recitals, therefore they were unable to attend the science fair victories. Emma needed assistance with her college applications, so they scarcely ignored the scholarship announcements. The constant barrage of not nows, and maybe laters that defined my childhood. Emma was already telling everyone at work this morning about her great news. "It's going to be such an amazing family experience," she kept saying, apparently unaware of or purposefully ignoring the fact that not all of her family was present. I buried myself into my work, ignoring the congratulatory messages in Emma's inbox and the constant stream of coworkers who stopped by her desk. Our team leader sensed something was wrong and inquired whether I was all right. I flashed her my best professional smile and claimed I was all right, just thinking about our forthcoming project deadlines. During the afternoon meeting, Emma couldn't stop talking about her trip to Singapore. "I'm so grateful for this opportunity," she added, gazing right at me. "It's important to have family support during big career moments." The irony in her comment made me want to scream. Now I'm sitting here, watching my sister and dad plan their thrilling Asian excursion, while I'm supposed to stay behind and water the plants. The familiar sensation of being a family afterthought is devastating. But what hurts the most is understanding that nothing has changed. I'm still the little girl who got encyclopedias for Christmas while her sister got a playhouse. I have not informed anyone at work how I truly feel. What do I even say? My twin sister gets everything handed to her, while I work twice as hard for half the recognition. It sounds petty, but it's the fact I've known my entire life. Mom sent a group text tonight about a meeting this weekend to help Emma purchase acceptable work clothes in Singapore. I have not responded. I'm sick of playing my allocated role in the family performance, the dependable but forgettable supporting character in the Emma show. I don't know what to do now. Part of me wants to finally speak up and demand an explanation for years of being treated as an afterthought. But part of me knows it won't make a difference. They'll just call me theatrical or envious, like they always do when I try to confront inequality. So here I am, reaching out to strangers on the internet because I don't know anyone else to talk to. Is it crazy to feel like this? Am I overreacting to what they would presumably describe as just a family vacation? I've spent my entire life trying to prove my worth to people who refuse to recognize it, and I'm beginning to wonder whether I should give up. Update 1. Following my previous post, something unexpected occurred that dramatically altered things. I need to post this since I'm still trying to digest everything. The morning my family went to Singapore feels like it happened in a different lifetime. I felt like a ghost among my own family members as I watched them put their identical fancy baggage into Mom's Mercedes. Mom was worrying about Emma's carry-on luggage, Dad was checking their passports, and Emma was taking selfies for her Instagram story, which she had previously hashtagged with amazing family adventure. Mom turned to me just before they left, using her dismissive tone. "Remember to check the mail every day and water the plants. The orchids in the sunroom require extra maintenance. I have left instructions on the kitchen counter. We will be back in 3 weeks." That was it. No goodbye hugs. There's no "we'll miss you," just a list of duties. After they drove away, I sat in their empty house, surrounded by all of the exquisite furnishings in their immaculate rooms and feeling absolutely lost. Looking at the family portraits on the walls, most of which depict Emma's accomplishments, brought back memories. Years ago, I overheard Mom's furious phone discussion with her brother, Uncle Jack. She was telling him he was an embarrassment and should avoid her perfect family. Jack was never mentioned except as a hazy cautionary tale about poor life choices. But, sitting in that empty house, something clicked. Perhaps someone who has been kicked out of the perfect family, Can understand how it feels to never quite fit in. I got his address after a fast online search. He lived just a few miles away in a small area across town. His house was small but well kept, with a somewhat overgrown garden that seemed more alive than our pristine lawn ever did. An old motorcycle was sitting in the driveway. When he opened the door, I froze. He didn't resemble Mom's side of the family. He had kind eyes and laugh wrinkles around his mouth, and he was dressed in well-worn trousers and a faded band t-shirt. "Could I help you?" he inquired, seeming perplexed. "I'm Natalie," I managed to say. "Linda's daughter." His eyes widened with recognition before softening with understanding. "Well, I'll be damned," he muttered, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Little Natalie. The last time I saw you, you were barely walking. You resemble your granny." She was also the quiet rebel in the family. His home was messy, yet comfortable, stocked with books and classic vehicle models. Everything came spilling out over coffee and mismatched mugs, years of being second best, endless comparisons to Emma, the Singapore trip, and everything else. He listened without interrupting, occasionally nodding as if not shocked. "Your mother," he finally concluded, "has always cared about appearances. When we were kids, she was the ideal daughter, while I was the family disappointment since I opted to be a mechanic instead of attending college. Sounds familiar?" We spoke for hours. He told me about growing up with Mom, how she was always obsessed with creating the perfect image, and how she shut him out totally when he refused to give up his embarrassing vocation and pursue a career in finance, as she preferred. But you know what? He showed me pictures of his auto shops. Being excluded from her idea of perfection was the nicest thing that ever happened to me. I got to live my life on my own terms, start my business from scratch, and marry someone I love rather than someone who looked nice on paper. Before I left that first day, he inquired about my plans, employment, and dreams. Nobody in my family had ever expressed such real interest in my life. When I told him about my analytics work, he understood and appeared genuinely impressed with my accomplishments. Jack called a few days later and invited me to his house. When I arrived, he was standing in his driveway alongside a brand new BMW 3 Series. My heart almost stopped when he held up the keys and said, "It's yours." I looked at him as if he had lost his wits. "What? No, I cannot. This is too much." The car must have cost more than I earned in a year, but he simply smiled and placed the keys into my hand. "You earned it," he replied simply. "Someone needs to show you that your accomplishments are important. Consider it a graduation present. Late, but better than never. I've done well for myself over the years, and I currently operate 3 successful car shops. Let me do this for my niece, who has finally stood up for herself." The automobile was stunning, sleek black with leather seats and all the newest technology. As I sat in the driver's seat, stunned, Jack leaned against the door. "Drive it to work. Leave it where they can see it when they return." Sometimes the greatest way to respond to being excluded is to demonstrate that you no longer need their approval. Each time I drove it to work, I felt a little stronger and more confident. My colleagues sensed a shift in me. "There's something different about you," my team leader said. "You seem more assured." For once, I did not downplay my accomplishments. "It was a gift from my uncle," I explained proudly. "He believes in celebrating achievements." Today, I received another SMS from Emma. "Singapore is incredible. Mom and Dad are bringing me shopping in all of the designer stores. Send pictures so you don't feel left out." A year ago, such photos would have crushed me. Today, I grinned while looking at my new car keys. For once, I didn't feel excluded at all. But of course, this moment of calm could not endure. Mom called earlier. Apparently, one of her real estate clients noticed me visiting Jack. "What were you thinking?" she demanded, her voice tensed with rage. "He's not a member of this family anymore. Do you have any notion how it appears when you visit him? Stay away from him." When I didn't instantly agree, she said, "We'll talk about it properly when we get back tomorrow." They'll return from their trip tomorrow. I've parked the BMW in our driveway, so they can't miss it. I know there will be drama. Mom will be outraged about Jack, and Emma will undoubtedly be upset about not receiving an expensive gift herself. But, for once, I don't care how they react. Jack made me realize something vital. I've worked my entire life to earn a spot in their ideal family photo. Perhaps it's time to start taking my own images. Update 2. Everything burst just as I predicted, but not in the way I had hoped. A lot has transpired since my last update, and I need to explain how everything has altered. When my family returned from Singapore, I was sitting on Jack's porch when my phone began to buzz with texts. Emma had arrived home first and noticed the BMW in the driveway. "What the hell, Natalie? Where did you get the car? This was followed by a series of progressively irate text messages. I drove home to confront them, feeling surprisingly calm. When I arrived, they were all standing in the driveway, Mom looking as if she had swallowed something unpleasant, Dad avoiding eye contact as usual, and Emma with her arms crossed, still dressed in her Singapore airport attire. "Who bought your car?" Mom demanded before I even stepped out. When I informed her it was from Uncle Jack, her face flushed an unusual shade of red. "Jack? That low-life mechanic who couldn't even complete college? Return it immediately?" Mom snapped. "No," I said, surprised by how calm my voice was. "I am not returning anything. Uncle Jack bought me this car because he is pleased with my accomplishments, which you would not comprehend." Emma stepped forward, hand out. "Please, Nat, don't be selfish. I know I'll look better driving it. I work in sales, and appearance is important in my position." I laughed. Actually, I laughed. "Unbelievable. You just returned from a luxury trip that I was not invited to, and now you want my car." Mom's expression tightened. "If you don't hand over those keys right now, you can find somewhere else to live." "Funny you should say that," I said, walking to my car and opening the trunk to display my packed baggage. I was planning on leaving anyway. The expression on their faces was priceless. Mom's mouth expanded and closed, like a fish out of water. Emma simply gazed, her perfect Instagram pose finally shattering. Dad shuffled uneasily but, as always, said nothing. "Don't worry," I murmured, getting back into the car. "I will send you photos. You can live vicariously via me for once." I drove directly to Jack's residence. He had already arranged the guest room, as if he knew exactly how things would play out. "Stay for as long as you need," he offered, helping me with my things. It's about time someone in this family stood up to Linda. The following few days were bizarre. I began preparing for my new life by transferring to a different department at work, one that had been attempting to attract me for months, and looking for my own apartment. But Emma couldn't let me enjoy a moment of peace. She began posting on social media about toxic family members and ungrateful sisters. The posts were always carefully phrased to make her appear as the victim while portraying me as the villain. "Some people can't handle others' success and lash out instead," she said beside a photo of my vacant childhood room. "Sad when jealousy ruins relationships." Our mutual high school acquaintances began to contact us, asking what was wrong with me and why I was causing problems with my family. Emma had always been the social media queen, meticulously constructing her image as the ideal daughter, and she was now utilizing the platform to dictate the narrative. But something unexpected occurred. My coworkers, who had seen me work twice as hard for half the accolades, began protecting me. My team leader celebrated genuine achievements by posting a photo of our department's success metrics, which I had helped enhance. Other coworkers told stories about my efforts to the organization. Then, last Friday, Mom arrived at my new office. She strode in as if she owned the place, swinging her luxury bags. "This has gone on long enough," she declared. "You have to come home and fix this. People are talking." I looked up from my computer, observing how quiet my coworkers had become while watching the scene unfold. "Good," I said calmly. "Let them chat. Maybe they'll finally understand what's been going on all these years." "You've changed," she replied, her tone stern. "And not for the best. This is not you, Natalie. This disobedience, this attention-seeking behavior, it's beneath you." "No, Mom," I responded, rising up. "This is who I am. You just didn't notice because you were too busy making sure Emma was in the spotlight," I explained. She attempted a different strategy, lowering her voice. "How about family loyalty? What would others think if they saw you living with Jack and driving his car? He's no longer really a member of our family." "That's where you're incorrect," I answered. "Jack has been more family to me in the last few weeks than you have in my entire life. He actually sees me, Mom. Mr. Not just Emma's shadow. He's using you to get back at me," she said. "You're just too naive to see it." I shake my head. "No, Mom. For the first time in my life, I can see everything clearly. You can leave now. I have work to do." She stayed there for a bit, evidently looking for anything else to say, and then turned and walked away without saying anything else. Later that day, Jack called to tell me something fascinating. "Your mom showed up at my shop," he added, laughing. "She wanted to talk about my will. I think she's concerned that I'm leaving everything to you. Linda is always thinking about what's in it for her." "What have you told her?" I asked. "I told her not to worry about it," he added. "But honestly, Natalie, her coming here isn't for the money. It's all about control. She's terrified of what I might reveal about the past." When I questioned what he meant, he paused. Let's not open that can of worms just yet. Focus on your future, youngster. You've got bigger things to worry about. And he's correct. I'm settling into my new life now, and my work is going great. It turns out that when you're not constantly trying to prove your worth to people who never acknowledge it, you have a lot more energy to actually do your job. I'll be looking at apartments next week, and I'm even thinking about going back to school for my MBA. Emma continues to post her passive-aggressive updates, but they no longer hurt. Mom continues to try to get me to see reason, and Dad continues to avoid conflict by saying nothing at all. But for the first time in my life, I feel free. Free from constant comparison, free from the never-ending need to earn their approval, and free from living in Emma's shadow. Sometimes I look at old family photos and feel a twinge of sadness for that little girl who worked so hard to be seen, but then I look at my life now, my career that's finally taking off, my supportive uncle who celebrates my accomplishments, my new friends who value me for who I am. And I realize that little girl finally got what she always wanted. Her approval, rather than her family's, was preferable. I'm not sure what the future contains, but for the first time, I'm looking forward to finding out. After all, some family stories must finish in order for new ones to begin. I worked 2 jobs and hired a nanny to support my wife, but on Father's Day, she mocked me, saying no woman would want me. I filed for divorce. I am 43, have always done my best to support my wife, F38, our 2 children, 3 and 5, and my mother-in-law. I'd like to think I've done a decent job. Over the years, I fought to better our family's living conditions. I not only finished another bachelor's degree and just received a master's degree in a STEM-related profession, but I also worked 2 full-time jobs while pursuing my second bachelor's degree. In addition, I helped my wife complete her education. She obtained a degree that allowed her to earn a good living, about $70,000 per year, in a healthcare profession with numerous career prospects. However, after the birth of our 2 children, she decided to give up her work and become a stay-at-home parent for the time being. Initially, it was difficult for us while I was finishing my master's degree. However, after finishing it and our youngest turning 3, my work expanded, and we were able to live comfortably as a single-income home. While we are far from wealthy, we make do with a household income of roughly $150,000, plus bonuses. This past year, things became hectic for my wife, so even though I now work 75% from home, I budgeted to hire a daytime nanny to help her around the house and with one child while the other is at school. My day begins every morning at 5:30 or 6 a.m. I get the house ready for the day before the nanny arrives at 8 a.m. I prepare our oldest for school, cook breakfast, and plan my day. I drop off our oldest at school and get back home in time to allow the nanny in. My professional duties have recently required me to work from home for the next 2 months, therefore I am now completely remote. While convenient, my days are full of meetings as I manage worldwide teams and oversee industry projects. After a month and a half of working from home, I realized that my wife's routine began considerably later than anticipated. She starts her day about 10 a.m. I asked my mother-in-law and the nanny if this was typical, and they both agreed that it was, with minor variations. My wife gets up, cooks briefly, glances through her phone, or purchases from home. While I'm delighted I can give her this lifestyle, because we both grew up with limited financial resources, it's becoming a source of irritation for me. I recognize the risk of postpartum depression, the burden of having children, and the likelihood that I am not a great husband. However, I have assured that everything is taken care of, and then some. She said she was too busy to manage the home finances, so I do. I pay all of the household payments, my personal bills, her personal bills, as well as my mother-in-law's medical bills and car debt. I also take care of the house, appliances, cars, and pets. Despite this, she often implies that my life is easier than hers. Whenever I try to decompress or express my troubles with her, she seems to feel the need to outdo me. If I had a horrible day, hers was far worse. My feet suffer from walking during work trips, but nothing compares to her standing and cooking as a toddler clings to her. For the past few years, she has frequently told me that I have ruined her life and possibilities. But when I remind her of these comments, she rejects them or avoids accountability. My mother-in-law has approached me and indicated that she has observed a difference in both myself and my wife. I've become closer to my children, and I've hugged the dogs and told them more about my life than I have to my wife. I feel like I'm in emotional survival mode. One step away from climbing the corporate ladder and finding love and comfort at the bottom of a whiskey bottle. I'm sure the manly men of Reddit will accuse me of being wimpy, but I'm not a machine. Apart from my children, all I want is to feel acknowledged and loved by someone I prioritize. I'm also confident I'll hear from stay-at-home mothers, which is fine. I understand their challenges because I grew up in a single-parent household. However, with the assistance of her mother and a babysitter 5 days a week for one toddler while the other attends school, can anyone honestly claim that my wife is facing the traditional problems of a stay-at-home parent? Neither my single-parent friends nor my colleagues would say that. I know the Reddit community will probably think this is poorly written fanfiction, but it is what it is. Thank you for your replies. To add some context, I've never cheated. I work in an industry with a huge female population, but I am very open about my profession. My wife has access to my work agendas and correspondence in case she needs to check. However, she still has no idea what I do for a living. We have tried as a family, including her parents and mine, to urge her to attend treatment, but she either refuses or finds ways to avoid it. Unlike me, who grew up in a single-mother environment with some interaction from my biological father, she grew up with both parents in an allegedly monogamous marriage spanning more than 40 years. I've tried to talk to her about everything, even my sentiments, but every conversation has devolved into one-upmanship. I've been questioning myself about what I'm getting out of this marriage. Aside from my 2 lovely children, there's very little. Our sex life is practically non-existent, especially since last year. I've tried to be compassionate, figuring it's due to sadness or other issues she's having, but it's difficult not to wonder if I'm unappealing to her or bad in bed. Despite temptations and possibilities, I've never given in because, as cliché as it may seem, I genuinely love my wife and want to be with her only. To her credit, I want to avoid being prejudiced, so I'll mention her efforts. She gets up and prepares meals for everyone in the house, myself, the kids, my mother-in-law, and even the nanny. Aside from breakfast, she prepares all other meals and snacks. She does both the kids and her own laundry, but she rarely folds or stores it. I do my own washing and send my work clothing to the dry cleaner. She keeps care of the pantry and fridge, while I buy goods and organize delivery. She cleans our bathrooms and house roughly half of the time. The remaining 50% is done by my mother-in-law, myself, or maybe the nanny if she feels like being especially helpful. Prior to hiring the nanny, my mother-in-law was my wife's primary supporter, but when she developed unanticipated medical issues, I opted to seek more aid. This was especially important when my mother-in-law was receiving treatment and recovering. Mini update. I'm not sure who will read this, but I want to thank everyone who has reached out and offered kind thoughts. I wanted to provide an update. The following weekend, I showed my wife this post and all of the comments, and she read them. Long story short, we had a disagreement. She left to live with her sister, and I have been a single parent ever since. Unfortunately, my pattern has remained largely unchanged, with the exception of saying goodnight to the kids. I don't have much else to say except a heartfelt thank you for your words of support. This post has gotten far more than I planned from what began as a vent, but I have still answered to a few comments. Thank you to everyone who offered kind thoughts and even joked about ruining your life. It's been the highlight of my day-night as I sit here drinking with my dog while everyone else is asleep. It's a little upsetting to realize that I'm looking to strangers on the internet for validation, yet here I am. Update 1. First and foremost, thank you for all of your comments and direct messages. I recognize my initial piece was emotionally charged because I wrote it right after another dispute. I would like to add additional context and clarification. Following the birth of both children, my wife underwent postpartum depression screenings at their pediatrician's office. She received great marks for both of her children and was advised to seek therapy. Her score improved much more after we had our second child. I made every effort to get her the assistance she required, but she refused. My mother-in-law and nanny stepped in to offer more assistance. I understand that others may blame me for staying in this scenario, but that is one of the reasons I am not ready to give up and file for divorce. I know that silently suffering isn't good, especially for our children, but I'm also concerned that a bitter, hate-filled divorce will leave lasting wounds. Some have compared it to taking off a bandage, claiming that while it will sting at first, the agony will pass. Still, I don't want my kids to believe that their parents hated each other because of them or some other mistake. I mentioned to a few individuals via DM that I've been prepared for every what-if situation. As a former project manager who has worked with teams and budgets, planning comes easy to me. As a result, I've consulted with 3 lawyers to better grasp our rights and entitlements. I even have a draft settlement ready and on hold, just in case. I know what I want and am willing to go above and beyond for the children's welfare, but I also have a backup plan in case we have to go to court. I realize it is entirely my fault that I am suffering in silence, but I am too stubborn to give up. I put up with this to make my children's lives as normal as possible, to guarantee that my mother-in-law's treatments continue uninterrupted, and to keep hoping that my wife will ultimately give therapy a chance and that we may all get to a better place together. Thank you again for your kindness and support. I just wanted to notify those who have contacted me via DMs and comments. I apologize in advance for the lengthy post. It is odd and coincidental that I am writing this follow-up during Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, but I desperately need an outlet other than my therapist. Please accept my apologies if this does not result in the dramatic storybook finale or relationship ruin that some may anticipate. To summarize, my wife left, returned as if nothing had occurred, centered everything around her, and nothing has changed. I'm still suffering mentally, knowing deep down that nothing will get better, but I'm trying to stay strong for the kids. There's been plenty of takeout and emotional weariness. My wife attempted to return the following day and take the children to her sister's residence. Naturally, I was against it, as was her entire family, including her sister. It wasn't fair to remove our children from their home, nor was it fair to inflict financial and housing burden on her family, especially because my wife doesn't work. Her sister already had a spouse and 3 children, so adding 2 more was not an option. Fortunately, the children stayed with me at the house they know. After a little more than a week, my wife appeared to have cooled off, and believed it was okay to simply walk back into the home with her luggage, as if she had just returned from a fast trip to Target. She came into my office when I was on a conference call with my colleagues. I couldn't immediately drop everything because it was such a busy period of the quarter, which annoyed her. After I concluded the call and closed my laptop, she started ranting at me about how much I don't care about her or her health. I could only gaze at her and shake my head. My mother-in-law heard the commotion and dragged her away, urging her to quit pestering me. Meanwhile, the nanny kept our smallest child out of the fight in another room of the house. That night, once the kids were sleeping, I sat alone in my office with a drink, like I had done most nights lately. My wife entered, and we spoke, argued, sobbed, and drank together. One thing led to another, and we found ourselves in bed. I wish I could say it was a time of reconciliation, but the following morning was sobering in more ways than one. As we lay there, she began talking, not about us, but about how terrible her absence had been. She discussed her difficulties staying at her family's home, in her old room, with her father and her sister's family. She went on to say how fortunate I am to be able to stay in our house, do what I do, and not be as stressed as she or her family. She compared her trials to everyone else's easy existence, despite the fact that we had identical childhoods. That morning, my head and heart broke, and I've been on a downward spiral ever since. In the last week, I attempted to reconcile and have a meaningful talk. I wanted to communicate my present stress and fears about life and job in general, but the conversation quickly turned into a shouting fight. My response was, "I'm struggling too. Doesn't my happiness, stress, or overall well-being matter to you?" Her response, "Do you know how hard this is for me? You're supposed to help me be happy." I replied, "So when it comes to my happiness, stress, and needs, I'm supposed to just get over it, right? My spouse? We all have our own problems. You need to figure it out and get over them. I don't recognize the woman I live with anymore. She is not the person I married or promised to spend my life with and raise our children with." Since that chat, I've become increasingly distant. I've been sleeping at my office, on the couch, or in my children's beds after putting one to sleep. Still, it doesn't change the reality that my wife starts her day at 10 a.m., talks on the phone with her mom groups, and cooks meals while my mother-in-law and nanny care for the kids. Nothing has changed, and I doubt that it ever will. Unfortunately, I believe that even if we divorced, nothing would change because my wife's departure caused little disruption other than more takeout meals. My biggest worry is not just losing my wife, but also losing my children in the process. It's sad to admit that, like many of the men and women I've spoken with here, I'll continue to smile and suffer in silence. Update number 2, I am done. At Father's Day dinner, my wife told the therapist and our family that I don't do enough. She was served with divorce papers right then and there. She's furious, of course, and is attempting to act flawless right now, while I continue to care for our children, my mother, and my mother-in-law. Ah well. If that means ruining her perfect existence, then so be it. Second, to clear up any confusion, I did not earn 2 bachelor's degrees and a master's degree while working 2 full-time jobs, as some readers have believed. Here's what truly happened. Bachelor's number 1, I graduated in the early 2000s. Bachelor's degree 2. I completed it later through online courses, taking 2 classes every semester while working 2 full-time jobs, one at a hospital, 36 to 48 hours per week, and the other at a big box shop, 32 to 40 hours per week spread over 7 days. I took on these jobs to cover both my and my wife's tuition when she wanted to return to school before we had children. Master's degree. After earning my second bachelor's degree and entering my present industry, I worked 1 job while also pursuing my master's. No, I did not complete 3 degrees at once, and I'm amazed I even have to explain this. Working 2 jobs while in school is not uncommon. At least, I didn't believe it was. My wife prefers not to work, despite the fact that she technically has a job. She scarcely works, and we sometimes forget she has one. For example, she only worked one 8-hour shift around 5 months ago. Her manager, who is very supportive, gives her with flexible PRN scheduling and a list of days when she can pick up work. She simply chooses not to work anymore. Despite this, she constantly complains to our family about how her career is on hold for one reason or another, despite the fact that she has ample opportunities to work if she so desires. Considering everything, she has a strong network to rely on, whether it's our family, her career, or me. I've made several offers and taken considerable measures to facilitate her return to work, such as hiring a nanny, having my mother-in-law move in, and keeping a work-from-home schedule to accommodate her. Still, here we are. I am already in therapy for myself because my job can be psychologically and physically demanding. Since I can't receive the support I need at home, mentally or physically, I've chosen therapy over seeking consolation elsewhere or at the bottom of a bottle. I've tried to explain my concerns to my wife, but as I indicated in my earlier piece, she has a history of outperforming me. And here we are. My in-laws are still married. Given the conditions in our household, my mother-in-law moved in to help my wife, while my sister-in-law and her family returned to their parents' home for personal reasons. This agreement allows my sister-in-law and her family to save money as they rebuild their lives, and my wife and I benefit from my mother-in-law's assistance, allowing us to keep a closer eye on her while she receives her bi-monthly treatments. My wife is suspected of having postpartum depression, PPD, based on questionnaire results, as well as a history of symptomatic OCD and ADHD among other ailments. She has repeatedly declined evaluations and denied the outcomes. I knew what I was getting into when I married her, and I loved and accepted my wife's imperfections as much as she did mine, at least at the moment. Spare me the "I don't feel sorry for you," and "I pity you." I am just like any other man who fell in love and wanted to give his person the best of himself and the world he could provide. But again, here we are. There are many manly men out there or members of the so-called Red Pill Nation, who may blame me for remaining in this scenario. While I understand different points of view, I'll be honest, if this scenario had simply touched my life, I would have left long ago. But, as one Redditor once stated in a previous comment that remained with me, I am the kind of person who will take a bullet for his kids. Perhaps this was said in a different context, but to protect my children from harm, whether physical or mental, I would take the proverbial bullet if necessary. I'd like to think that other fathers feel the same responsibility to protect their children. That is why I have endured so much. For the time being, I'd rather my wife utilize me as an outlet for whatever her troubles are, rather than projecting her negativity onto our children. Thank you all for your comments and support. I've met a lot of strangers who've turned into excellent Reddit pen friends, and some of them have followed my adventure from start to finish. I'm shocked at how far this has spread across many subreddits and platforms. Whether you love me, loathe me, or think it's all a lie, thank you for all of your critical feedback and DMs. My children and I are going to be fine moving forward. Now for an update, the end of an era. This will be shorter than some of you imagined, as there isn't much left to say other than to answer lingering questions and give Reddit the "I told you so" moment. After a strong push from relatives and an intervention, my wife and I eventually tried marriage counseling. I'm sure many of you can predict how it went. Blame, tears, regrets, and gaslighting, with a side of "I am the reason her life is ruined and horrible." This time, however, it happened in front of a certified therapist rather than her Redditor mom groups. Finally, whatever the therapist suggested or noted went over her head and was ignored because it contradicted her current situation. One thing to note is that the therapist asked my wife to recollect the last time she felt truly joyful. How did she respond? About 12 or so years ago. Let me point out that 12 years ago, she was still in her 20s, childless, and living with her ex. It was a very different period and situation in her life. I know it's petty of me, but if that's when she was last happy, it's not impossible for her to find happiness again, especially because her ex is still in the same apartment, job, and position in life as he was 12 years ago. That is okay if you choose to spend your life that way, but what about me? Going clubbing 3 to 4 days a week in my 40s, with kids, is no longer fun for me. Of course, I do not want my children to be around a mother and company who are obsessed with White Claws. To clarify, my wife has not physically cheated on me, as far as I know. However, I cannot say for certain whether she has been emotionally unfaithful, if that is the correct term. After the therapy session, I reviewed her phone records and found nothing strange, but I didn't bother checking applications like Instagram and Snapchat. I know I'm probably boring, But kudos to all the Costco parents that spend Sunday fun day making rounds with their kids for samples. The next weekend was Father's Day. As expected, it was not a grand celebration, as it is for many fathers out there. Our family gathered together for a cookout and some quality family time, but my wife treated it like any other day, sleeping in, cooking, shopping on her phone, and half-heartedly attempting to play with the kids. During the family barbecue, my wife complained of feeling poorly and hung about for the majority of the day while the rest of the family enjoyed themselves. When everything was set up and we were all seated at the table, her parents, her sister's family, my mother, and our children, it was a fantastic spread. Nothing extravagant, just a lovely supper for everybody. I was talking to my brother-in-law about our kids' school Father's Day events, and I believe my wife overheard me express how sad it was to see some kids sitting alone at the breakfast with dad event I attended. She burst out laughing. "It's not like you do anything anyway." I could have gone instead. I was surprised, embarrassed, and at a loss for words. The room became silent. My mother-in-law broke the awkward silence by saying, "Well, maybe if you feel that way, one of you should divorce the other." My wife looked at her mother, puzzled, and then chuckled mockingly in my direction. She pointed at me and said, "As if another woman would want a man like him. Just look at you." The room stayed silent. I felt angry, heartbroken, puzzled, and ashamed all at once. In classic manly man fashion, I nodded quietly, stood up, grabbed my keys, and exited the house. I drove away to fetch a drink, ignoring the pleas of my family and my children, who begged me to stay. I'm not sure what was said or done while I was away because I couldn't force myself to check the house cameras. When I returned early Monday morning, the house had a completely different atmosphere. As usual, I awoke at 6 a.m., prepared the house and our oldest for school drop-off, checked emails, and nothing seemed out of place. As I was getting ready to go, I noticed my wife lying in our bed, quietly snoring. All I could do was gaze at her and reflect on what we had and what we've lost. I've decided I'm finished. I can't do it anymore. That morning, I texted my lawyer to proceed with delivering her divorce papers. Fast forward to last week, and she was served in our home. I had no choice but to be there because I work from home. She had a mini meltdown, coming into my office and screaming, "How could you do this to me?" Her mother intervened, sparking charges that I had turned her entire family against her. I probably would have felt guilty if she hadn't immediately gone on to act like the perfect wife and mother for the remainder of the week. Sure, folks may say she's making an attempt, but this has always been fleeting, and we wind up right back where we started. For those who are curious, I intend to seek full or majority custody of our children. I've already committed to continuing to pay for their expenses, including insurance, tuition. Both kids will be attending private schools in the fall, medical bills, and more. My mother-in-law has been a rock of strength for me, supplementing my own mother's support during this journey. She has been the mother and wife that I wish my wife had been for me and our children. Out of respect for her and my mother's wishes, I will continue to supervise and contribute financially to her therapies. While some may believe I should cut off all contact with my wife's family, I am well aware of the difficulties associated with cancer and have direct experience as a caregiver. I'm willing to go to court if necessary, but all I want is a clean, simple divorce. My wife will not receive alimony, unlike what some Redditors and mommy groups believe. First, we live in a state where alimony is not frequently enforced. Second, she has the ability to find instant employment. Third, to avoid any problems, I will continue to pay her insurance and bills until the divorce is finalized or she gets full employment. So, that's it. I'm finished and waiting for the next steps to complete everything. Sorry if this wasn't the dramatic, twist-filled story you were expecting, but that's life. I'm not sure if I'll update until everything is finished, but it'll probably be a few months, depending on whether we go to court. For my 19th birthday, my grandparents gifted me a dream trip, but my parents made me give it to my sister, who then caused an accident en route. My 19th birthday was 2 weeks ago, and I'm still reeling from what happened. My grandparents, bless their hearts, gifted me a trip to Rome, complete with plane tickets and a substantial expense check. They handed me a beautiful envelope with the tickets, and I almost burst into tears. Rome, the place I had wanted to visit since I was a child, was finally within reach. But then my folks stepped in. They decided the trip would be more appropriate for my older sister, Amelia. She's 23, the golden child who can't do anything wrong. Apparently, since she is studying architecture, Rome would be an excellent opportunity for her to visit all of the famous buildings. I tried to reason with them. I plan to major in history, and Rome is historically significant. Furthermore, Amelia had the same opportunity when she turned 18. My grandparents had given her the same trip, but she accepted the money instead. Now it was my turn, and I wasn't going to give up. But the airline won't let us transfer the tickets, I told them. It's against their policy. My parents dismissed it as a small annoyance that might be easily resolved. Don't worry about that, Anna, they said. We'll figure it out. Figure it out ended up wearing me down. The disputes lasted for days. They began with, Amelia needs this for her resume, then moved on to you have plenty of time to travel later, and eventually nailed me with, we don't want this opportunity to go to waste. That last one hurt, as if they were implying I wouldn't enjoy it as much as Amelia would. I eventually broke down. Not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't take the struggle any longer. I told them they could do whatever they pleased with the tickets. At least I still had my check, which was a tiny consolation. I was used to being the less popular child. It came with benefits such as low expectations and a good dose of cynicism. But here's the kicker. They were able to get the ticket moved. I'm not sure how, given that the airline's policy was rather clear, but they did. Amelia grabbed my boarding pass yesterday, the day I was due to fly to Rome. A few hours later, we received a call from the police. Amelia had been in an accident on her way to the airport. She had grabbed the taxi driver's steering wheel, believing he was driving the wrong way. Yeah, she assumed she understood more than the person who drives for a living. The automobile crashed. Amelia escaped with a few scratches, but the cab driver was not so fortunate. He ended up with a fractured arm and a nasty gash on his forehead while pressing charges. My folks were freaking out. They would have to use their funds to settle with the driver and keep Amelia out of court. When I learned the news, I snapped. This is karma, I blurted. This is what you get for stealing my trip. It wasn't the most sensitive thing to say, but I hadn't been thinking straight. My folks were horrified. Anna, how could you say that? Your sister could have been killed. I tried to apologize, but the harm was already done. They accused me of being selfish and inconsiderate, along with other common allegations. It was infuriating. They were the selfish ones, taking my ideal trip to cater to Amelia. That's when I realized, why was I putting up with this? Why was I sacrificing my happiness for a family who did not appreciate me? Screw it, I thought. If they're going to dislike me, I might as well give them a valid cause. I got a taxi and went to the hospital. On the way, I made a decision. I would not let them win. I had my grandparents' check, my passport, and a strong desire to take charge of my life. At the hospital, I discovered my parents and Amelia on the same floor as the injured taxi driver. Amelia was still trying to convince the cops that the accident was not her fault. I didn't care. I walked up to her and requested the boarding permit. She looked at me as if I was insane, so I reached into her purse and took it myself. Then I ran. As if a band of wolves were chasing me. I rushed into a cab and instructed the driver to take me to the airport. I made it barely in time. I boarded the plane, heart racing, and did not look back. I did not check my phone till I arrived in Rome. My family was losing their minds, as one could imagine. My parents left a series of messages calling me every name in the book. They claimed I was callous, that I should have been there for Amelia, and that I was ashamed of the family. Amelia sent even harsher messages. She accused me of stealing her trip, being envious, and destroying her life. Apparently, my parents were going to have to spend all of their savings to pay off the taxi driver, and it was all my fault. Yeah, right, as if it wasn't her fault to seize the steering wheel in the first place. The shame gnawed at me for a while. Perhaps I should have remained. Perhaps I should have apologized. But then I remembered all those years of being disregarded and treated as second best. I remember how they looked at me when they said they didn't want the vacation to be a waste. I deserved it. I deserved to do something for myself, to prioritize my needs. And Rome? It exceeded all of my expectations. The history, the art, the food, it was all magical. I spent my days exploring ancient ruins, admiring artworks, and eating my weight in spaghetti. I felt completely free for the first time in my life. I wasn't Anna, the overlooked daughter. I was just Anna, and it felt great. After a few wonderful days in Rome, I finally mustered the confidence to phone my grandparents. I told them everything, years of favoritism, disputes about the trip, the accident, and the escape. I poured out my emotions, tears flowing down my cheeks. They were stunned. They had no idea how horribly my parents had mistreated me. They were angry, upset, and, above all, concerned. My grandmother said, "Anna, you did the right thing." Her voice full with emotion. "You deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved." They invited me to come live with them when I returned. They assured me that they would take care of me and that I did not need to worry about anything. For the first time in my life, I felt really seen and understood. When I returned from Rome, I went directly to their residence. They had already moved all of my belongings out of my parents' home. The guest room was ready for me, with clean linens and a vase of my favorite flowers on the nightstand. It felt like coming home. My grandparents told me that they had challenged my parents. They had put it all out and expressed their disappointment with their behavior. My parents, unsurprisingly, disputed everything. They claimed I was exaggerating, and that I was simply jealous of Amelia. They even had the audacity to claim I was selfish for abandoning them amid a family crisis. But my grandparents saw straight through them. They severed relations with my parents and stated that they had no more desire to interact with them. It was a terrible decision, but they knew it was the correct one. I haven't communicated with my parents or Amelia since. I blocked their phone numbers and removed their texts. I don't need that much negativity in my life. Life with my grandparents is calm. They treat me with love and respect. They urge me to follow my aspirations. They make me feel like I belong. I'm entering college in the fall, and my grandparents are covering all of my expenses, including tuition, books, and a new laptop. They claim they want to give me the possibilities I've been denied for so long. I still think about my parents. I wonder whether they regret what they did and if they ever think about me. But then I remember the freedom and love I now have in my life, and I realize I made the correct decision. I'm finally free. Free of expectations, comparisons, and the continual sense of not being good enough. I'm free to be myself and pursue my own path, which I understand is the best gift of all. It has been a couple years since I left my parents' place. I'm thriving in college, making new friends and pursuing new interests. My grandparents are my rock and biggest supports. They're getting older, yet they're still full of energy and love. I heard through the grapevine that my folks are struggling. They had to remortgage their home to pay for the taxi driver's lawsuit. Amelia is working, but her salary is insufficient to cover their expenses. They are caught in a cycle of debt and resentment. I do not feel sorry for them. They made their decisions, and now they must live with the consequences. I'm moving forward. I'm embracing my new life and family. I'm finally living the life I was destined to live, and it's stunning. I moved in with my sister and her husband, but his behavior became controlling and inappropriate, peaking when I mentioned I was dating someone. I'm Ashley, 17F. My sister Jess, 25F, and her husband Jake, 34M, have been married for 2 years. They met when she first started college and have been together ever since. As far as I know, they've never had an issue, and whenever they came around to visit, they appeared to have the perfect connection. My parents never really made the best decisions in life, so my sister practically raised me herself. I'm quite grateful to her for this, and I know she had to make numerous sacrifices to be able to do so. When she was in college, I called her at least 3 times a week to check in and see how she was doing. She'd chat about school, job, and her plans. Then she'd talk about Jake. She described him so well that it raised my own expectations of love. For example, she'd tell me about all the flowers she received, the lovely dates she went on, and how he treated her so well. After living with my parents, who should have divorced a long time ago, I didn't have a clear idea of what a good partnership looked like. So I became fairly close to Jess and Jake. Growing up, my sister and I were always together. So, when Mother introduced me to Jake, it felt like I had finally found an elder brother. Jess and Jake eventually moved in together, became engaged, and are now married. My parents kicked me out because I refused to pay the rent. I work at a luxury horse ranch, and there are a few perks. They'll let you practice on their horses, they give free lessons with a riding instructor, and overall, I just adore my job. I did not want to leave it. However, my pay isn't great, and for the amount my parents were asking for, I'd have to have a second job, or quit, to find one that pays well. So I found myself living with Jess and Jake. Jake works from home, so unless he's out with Jess or at the gym, he's at home. He makes enough money doing whatever he does. I'm not sure what he does, but Jess told me it's his family's firm, so that explains it. Recently, they approached me and informed me that they were expecting. Obviously, I was really excited for them, but my sister had a few miscarriages in the past, so we had to be extra cautious with her. Even in its early stages, my sister's pregnancy has proven to be extremely difficult, making it high risk. Hopefully, this is enough to give you a good picture of what's happening. My parents had an old automobile that I was allowed to drive to job and school, but once I was kicked out, I couldn't use it. This was disappointing because I had always enjoyed the independence that having a car provided. But whatever, I'll get over it. Jake insisted on taking me to school in the morning and then driving me to and from work. I was incredibly glad for this because it saved me from having to take the bus or walk. Jake would return home from the gym, shower, grab me a Starbucks, and drop me off at school. In the afternoon, he would pick me up at school and drive me to work. Jake was generally waiting outside or on his way by the conclusion of my shift. It was a huge assistance, and I was grateful that he took so much time out of his day to assist me. In the drive, we'd wind up conversing and having chats about Jess or the baby's plans. But he was often asking if I was dating or had a crush on somebody. He'd wink and say things like, "You're so stunning, it's impossible. There must be something you're hiding from me. Come on, tell me. You know I can keep a secret, so tell me." I mean, there was a guy, I will give him that, but it was too early to discuss. This resulted in my being unclear because I didn't want to lie to him. I'd basically just play coy and avoid answering any of his queries with too detailed an answer, as I didn't want to jinx myself. Finally, Alex, 19 million, the boy I was talking to, asked me out on a date. His family owned the ranch where I worked, so we spent a lot of time together while I was at work. Usually, during my shifts, he would come and assist me, or we'd go riding together. I was quite excited, and on my way home from work, I told Jake about it. He suddenly became cold. I'm not sure how else to explain it, but the familial warmth was gone. He began asking a lot of questions, very matter-of-factly, and I responded because I assumed it was just the protective older sibling thing. I figured he'd need some time to adjust. But when I informed him that Alex and I had been chatting for about a month, he freaked out and became very upset. I burst into tears as he began calling me a liar and accusing me of concealing this information from him. The fact that he literally said, "What about us?" has stuck with me ever since. That has left me completely perplexed because, what does he even mean? The worst part is that, because of how he acted, I'm overthinking everything that has happened since I moved in with them. Jake's house had a pool in the backyard, and I used to go there to swim or just lie out and tan. However, I've realized that whenever I went for a swim or tried to sunbathe, Jake would find an excuse to come and do anything outside. He'd fire up the grill, mow the lawn, or do anything else around the yard. I would have the impression that I was being observed. He even started swimming with me a few times, but I assumed he was simply trying to get in shape like me. After I came out of the pool, I'd go take a shower in the corridor. Jake and Jess have their own bathroom, which is connected to the master bedroom. After I finished my shower, I went to my room, changed, and went to bed. Jake would sometimes wait for me in the little space between the corridor and my room, even if I was only wearing a towel. He would say, "Good night," and I would respond. But now I'm wondering whether there was another motive behind it. I don't want to bring these worries up with my sister because she's been so delicate lately. This pregnancy is definitely hitting her hard, and I don't want to say anything because it could harm her or the kid. I just want to know if I'm overthinking things. More information. I didn't even contemplate the possibility that my sister would support him over mine. But after reading everything in the comments, I think I should start gathering evidence. Also, I will do my best to change the relationship between him and me without raising red flags. I'm more than prepared to inform my sister if I believe there is an urgent danger, but as I previously stated, I don't believe he is the type of guy who poses an actual concern. To be cautious, I'd rather wait till she's feeling better before trying to break the news to her. I want to be cautious since my sister could be gravely hurt, not just emotionally, but also due to pregnancy dangers. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but the way he flew off the handle was terrifying. I believe he's simply been under too much stress. My sister's pregnancy is actually high risk, so he's had to care for her far more than usual. He's probably just afraid about what will happen to her. However, even if I give him the benefit of the doubt, I should set certain boundaries. When he had that outburst, it truly worried me, and I felt unsafe. I know I'll never be able to physically overcome him, so I'm going to ask a few of my friends if they'd want to carpool with me. I will also contact Alex to see if he can give me a lift to and from work. Worst case scenario, I'll locate a job I can walk to. In the meantime, I'll absolutely strive to highlight my brotherly relationship with him. I'm going to be friendly since I don't feel compelled to be nasty or create an aggressive environment. Aside from that, I'll take steps to see if I can improve my circumstances. Is my sister's spouse acting strangely, or am I overthinking? First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left a comment on my last post with suggestions. After reading all of the comments last night, I recognize that I am no longer secure in this environment and will make changes starting today. As much as I admire and love Jake, I don't believe the danger is worthwhile. I attempted to establish a conversation with him after posting and received some suggestions, simply to see if we could discuss this. But he was still in a nasty attitude, so I simply walked to my room. In the middle of the night, I felt the need to leave the house. I was feeling imprisoned, so I decided to take a trip to my usual smoking area to clear my mind. I wasn't even there for 15 minutes before Jake texted me, "Where are you?" Then my phone started blowing up. He kept calling. I'm not sure how to convey my fear. I just wanted to be left alone. I eventually took up the phone, which resulted in a storm of insults. Apparently, I am a effing princess who always gets her way, and deserve to be treated like the expletive I am. Then he told me to provide him my location, which was definitely not going to happen. I encouraged him to take a pause and reflect on what he had just said to me. After that, I contacted Alex, who happily answered, and I told everything to him. I'm not sure how much he comprehended at first, given that I was practically shaking and crying so hard. However, he ended up going over to my location and asking a few more questions about the scenario while attempting to calm me down. I was finally able to relax and tell him everything again, this time with a clearer mind. Throughout this, my phone was constantly ringing. Assuming it was Jake, I just let the calls continue. Eventually, I realized it was my sister's phone calling me. Despite the fact that I knew Jake may be on the other end, I answered the phone. Jake was the one who hurled another barrage of invective at me, loud enough for Alex to hear. Alex took the phone from my hand, ordered Jake to shut the fussing up, and that I was safe, and then hung up. After that, Alex assured me that everything would be fine and that I need not worry. He ended up taking me all the way to the ranch and informing his folks about what had transpired and my new circumstances. I'm grateful that they decided to take me in and let me stay in one of their spare rooms in exchange for a little additional work on the farm. After that, I cuddled with Alex and attempted to fall asleep. I ended up not going to school today since I needed to relax. However, after Jake's reaction and the comments I'd been reading entered my mind, I became quite concerned about my sister. I ended up contacting her and happily she answered. It was clear she had been crying. She inquired if I was safe and okay. Jess told me that the night before, she awoke to Jake yelling, which shocked her. She claimed to be still sleeping. She ended up hearing him return to their room and grab her phone off the charger. After that, she heard him ranting again and the front door slamming. Jake had apparently gone out to seek for me, carrying my sister's phone with him. She stated she had no idea what to do and was afraid he might actually hurt me. After approximately an hour, Jake returned home. He was clearly still in a terrible mood, because when she questioned where he had been and what had happened, he blew up at her for questioning him. She said she'd never seen him so angry before. He was literally destroying stuff. After a few minutes, he returned to his car and drove away, but fortunately, he left her phone on the counter. She checked the phone logs and saw every call he had made to me. While Jake was gone, she called a friend to pick her up and then tried to contact me. I was sleeping at the time, but she told me she was afraid Jake had discovered me. She apologized for not being able to protect me and for failing to notice what was happening. Jess wondered why I hadn't told her about Jake's actions. I emphasized that I did not want to worry her out about the pregnancy. We both ended up crying for a long time. Apparently, my parents are allowing her to return home rent-free since they want to help raise their grandchild. If this had been an option in the beginning, none of this would have occurred, but I digress. My sister and I ended up going out to dinner, and I showed her my post. We cried again. She said she had never been afraid of Jake before, but after witnessing his rage the night before, she was terrified. We both still need to go back to the house to grab our things. We'll contact you eventually and set a day to transfer everything out. My father and Alex will also be present, just in case Jake tries anything. According to my sister, Jake has tried to reach out and apologize numerous times, claiming that he was only concerned about my safety and that I shouldn't be out at night. He didn't realize she could hear exactly what he was yelling at me, so she knows he's lying. Jess informed Jake that she would be filing for divorce, and then hung up. I love my sister and wish her the best in life. I am confident she will heal from this and meet an incredible partner who loves her and only her. In other news, Alex and I are going on a date next week, which makes me quite happy. But, seriously, thank you to the Reddit commentators for making me so stressed out that I wanted to take a smoke break. I believe you may have saved me. I'm not sure what would have happened if I'd stayed in my room that night, but I'm glad I didn't have to find out. My sister-in-law requested a house key. I refused. Then it vanished. When I went to her apartment to get it, I encountered something shocking. I recently married my boyfriend of 6 years. We are both 27. While COVID has set our careers back a little, we are figuring it out together. My husband is not particularly close to his family. He never said why he isn't close to them, but based on what I've gathered, my husband and sister-in-law have some issues. These concerns compelled the in-laws to choose sides. My spouse hasn't been close to them since they sided with my sister-in-law. To be honest, it didn't disturb me too much. However, because I come from a large family, My spouse was frequently invited to our family gatherings because we had been together so long. Following these incidents, I noticed my spouse becoming silent, melancholy, and dejected. When we tried to talk about it, he never truly opened up. He just told me he wishes he had a better family. I recognized that he desired a closer or better relationship with his family. However, I didn't want to do anything without his approval. When I volunteered to contact his family on his behalf, he said he didn't want to do anything yet. He kept saying that there would be a better moment, but I had no idea when that would be. At one time, I was certain it would happen at our wedding. However, we married in a small ceremony attended by only our closest friends and family. He had not invited anyone from his side. However, I did meet his parents and my sister-in-law. While our wedding ceremony was going on, his parents and sister attempted to enter the site, which my husband had clearly cautioned them against. When they were successful in entering the premises, they made a big deal out of it, casting my husband as the bad guy for never responding to messages, picking up calls, or visiting my mother-in-law when she was battling cancer. My husband firmly instructed them to leave, indicating they were not welcome. My sister-in-law stood in the corner, watching everything happen. When her eyes met mine, she offered me a little shrug, as if to say, "What else are we supposed to do?" Once they were booted out, the wedding went off without a hitch. Following that, we were content to get married despite the odds. When we were on our way to our honeymoon, I received a friend request notification on my phone. It came from my sister-in-law. It seemed odd, but I didn't mind because we were family. I added her, then forgot about it. When we returned from our honeymoon, my husband and I were joyfully settling into our new home and married life. That's when my sister-in-law returned to my life. She messaged me, stating she knew I came from a large family and understood the value of family, which she claimed my husband did not. She expressed her gratitude for my assistance in reuniting the family. She also discussed in detail how my husband could be a bit juvenile, but promised me that if we worked together, we would be able to fix everything quickly. I was naive and believed her. We began talking more or less regularly. She even came over to our house once or twice while my husband was away because she wanted to meet me. Because I worked from home and had health difficulties, I couldn't entirely avoid her. During one of these visits, my sister-in-law requested a copy of the keys to our house. This was an odd request. When I questioned why she wanted them, she stated she was concerned about me because I was at home all day working. She stated that if something occurred to me while my husband was gone, having a key would allow her to enter and assist me. Although I understood her argument in the context of a medical emergency, something about her request seemed odd. Her statements made me feel uneasy, but I couldn't understand why. I gently declined and promised her that if anything happened, I'd call my husband. However, my sister-in-law did not appear pleased with my refusal. She quickly ended the conversation and departed. Although she was smiling, it didn't reach her eyes, which worried me even more. Following the incident, I stopped inviting her over. Every time she wanted to visit, I would make excuses to keep her away from the house. But one day, my justifications were ineffective, and she came over anyhow. I was on high alert the entire time she was present. When she eventually departed after lingering for tea, I felt relieved, but not for long. A few days later, I couldn't find my house keys in the customary location. Panic ensued instantly. I decided to go to my sister-in-law's apartment to get them. In one of our early talks, she provided her address and invited me to tea. I couldn't go since I was ill, but I knew the spot. As soon as my husband arrived home, I jumped into my car and drove to her place. I knocked on the door, and a man answered. I inquired if I might talk with my sister-in-law. The man respectfully informed me that nobody by her name lived there. I stated that she had given me this address and even showed him her picture. He glanced at it and stated that my sister-in-law did not live there and that I must have entered the wrong address. This seemed really suspicious. I casually messaged her and asked for her address again. She replied with the same address as before. By this point, I was absolutely panicked. I arrived home, trying to act normal, but I could tell I was nervous. My husband realized right away that something was awry. He has been trying to ask me what is wrong and what has happened for the past 2 days, but I have no idea how to explain the issue to him. I don't want him to be disappointed in me, but I realize I should inform him. I kept wondering if it was my fault for initiating the entire conversation with my sister-in-law. If I hadn't done it, I would not have lost the keys in this manner. But I really wanted to help. I know I should inform my husband about the entire scenario. I read what you stated, and I agree that I was terribly stupid to keep things from him. I should have told him about it, anyhow. I understand why some of you are dubbing me the evil guy in this circumstance, and I also understand those who believe I am not fully to blame. Whatever happens, I'll do the right thing tonight and tell him everything. Do not fear, I will keep you updated. Regardless, I appreciate you being sincere and pointing out my mistakes. So the conversation went better than anticipated. When my husband arrived home from work, I told him I had something to discuss with him. He appeared relieved. When we were both comfortable, I told him everything. I described how his sister-in-law messaged me after our honeymoon, telling me that I could mend the family by remaining in touch with her and gradually reintroducing her and his parents into his life. I told him I didn't mean to hide anything or go against him, but I was afraid he'd stop me from doing anything. Since he was always refusing to tell me what was wrong with his family, I decided to try to heal the relationship myself. He listened to what I said without interrupting. When I was finished, my husband expressed his disappointment in me for keeping this from him for so long. He claimed I should have asked him what the problem was, and he would have told me everything now that we're married. He added that he didn't feel comfortable informing me before we got married since he didn't know when his family would try to turn my heart against him. When I told him I couldn't follow, he gave me all the facts. My father-in-law is a very egotistical and abusive man. He has always been like this, caring just about himself. My sister-in-law acquired this feature from him. She is a narcissistic yet charming lady who appears to be a very empathetic and sincere human being. However, in truth, she is selfish. My husband became aware of the hazardous atmosphere as soon as he matured enough to notice it. My mother-in-law and father-in-law both refused to divorce one another because they did not want to go through the inconvenience of court proceedings. When my sister-in-law's behavior got her into trouble at school, my mother-in-law exacerbated the situation by enabling her. Over time, my sister-in-law became more confrontational, harsh, and disrespectful. When she started college, she had a heated dispute with my mother-in-law and father-in-law. They were paying for her college tuition, but she was dissatisfied since they were also saving money for my husband's schooling rather than giving it all to her as pocket money. At first, my father-in-law and mother-in-law refused to give my sister-in-law any more money because she already had plenty. But then my sister-in-law pointed out that my husband could just work his way through university, as my father-in-law had done, especially since he was a guy. She said that she was far too fragile to perform such work alone. Following that, my husband's education fund began to diminish. He was not aware of this. All he knew was that there was money set aside for him. When it came time for admissions, he learned the truth. When my sister-in-law encouraged him to just work his way through college, my husband chose to avoid touch with them. He began going no contact when he moved out at 19, but the decision had become permanent by the time he was 23. Hearing all of this made me realize how silly I was to invite my sister-in-law into our home. My husband also said that his mother had repeatedly contacted him over the years to ask for money, despite the fact that my sister-in-law appeared to be wealthy. Later, he discovered from their relative that my sister-in-law was doing drugs. While she did not appear to have a drug problem, she had struggled with substance misuse for some time. That's when I realized what had happened with the lost keys. My spouse quickly instructed me to call a locksmith and have the locks changed as soon as possible. He was concerned about when or if my sister-in-law will try to enter our home. I immediately disabled my sister-in-law's contact information and social media sites, preventing her from contacting me. We had the locks replaced, and as I said in my previous report, I felt a lot better after that. As my job responsibilities changed, I had to return to the office to work on Wednesdays and Fridays. When I got home one Friday, I noticed that my spouse had already arrived. It turns out that our neighbor, a nice old lady, was outdoors in her garden when she observed a suspicious young woman attempting to enter our home. The woman's description was exactly like my sister-in-law. The neighbor phoned the cops, and they apprehended her. My husband has decided not to prosecute charges, but he will apply for a restraining order to safeguard our safety. Looking back, I understand how naive I was in trusting others so easily. While my objective was to aid my husband, I now realize that my actions were presumptuous. If you care so much about your husband's well-being, why don't you tell him everything rather than keeping things from him? I'm sure it would upset him more to find that you were keeping things from him than to learn that you were talking to his sister. ITA, in the wrong, but only for being arrogant. You are purposefully ignoring your husband's demands in order to accomplish your own, and you are keeping everything from him. He does not wish to communicate with his family. Why can't you respect that? Now, consider a different situation. In late October, my wife Karen, 78 years old, and I, 71 years old, leave for Florida and spend the summer in Connecticut. Our daughter Kara and her husband Sean live in Massachusetts. Kara is pregnant with their first child, who is due in March. In September, my stepson gave Kara and Sean new kitchen floors. I offered to help with the installation. Their home is nearly a century old. While I am not a contractor or carpenter, I am proficient in home repairs. I was simply intended to lay the floors, but during the demolition, I persuaded them to remove several cabinets so that the flooring could be installed properly. I agreed to help with prep work on weekends and returned from Florida in November to build and install the new cabinets. They agreed. Kara and Sean, as new homeowners, are not particularly handy, but they were eager to get started. However, as we started, we discovered that the walls were covered with decomposing horsehair plaster, which was an unpleasant surprise. By the conclusion of the weekend, there was no stove hookup, only 10% of the floors had been put, and the kitchen was disorganized. I told them to plaster the walls throughout the week, and I'd return the next weekend. Kara and Sean contacted in a panic on Tuesday, claiming the plaster was a catastrophe. Kara expressed worried about the burden of her pregnancy. I told them to wait. Kara, on the other hand, told me she felt misled, that the project had spiraled out of control, and that she wanted me to accept responsibility, not monetarily, but for my role in the issues. I informed them that they had taken the decision to demo the cabinets, and that it was not my home. They eventually compensated me for my services and hired a contractor. They stated I couldn't commit to a project of this scale, especially given I work full-time and assist my stepson with his house flip. They questioned whether I would return to assist after departing for Florida, and Kara was uneasy working during her pregnancy. I disagreed with their evaluation yet was devastated when they fired me. Since then, things have gotten odd. I haven't contacted them to inquire about the kitchen or the baby, despite receiving occasional updates. Karen has asked about the baby several times. Kara recently contacted us, stating that the situation has been dreadful. They had to obtain licenses from the town, and they have not had a stove or sink in months. Kara claims I don't care about her health or our grandchild since I haven't checked in and haven't taken charge of the situation. I chuckled and told her I would have finished it by now. She texted Karen and myself, instructing us not to speak to her and expressing her displeasure. Karen then said no to Kara's baby shower in January and cancelled our visit without alerting them. Sean contacted us, urging us to reconsider, stating that they will only become first-time parents once. He added that Kara is 6.5 months pregnant and did not mean what she said. He even offered to pay for our visit tickets. Karen and I, on the other hand, have maintained our solid attitude. We advised them to notify us well in advance, and that we may visit in March, either before or after the baby is delivered. Kara is devastated, but Karen and I were just trying to satisfy her requests. Now I wonder whether I am the YTA on so many ways. First, as you mentioned, you are neither a contractor or carpenter but are skilled at house maintenance. You urged them to demolish their kitchen but barely completed 10% of the flooring before leaving. Kara has every right to be upset, and her feelings are valid. You made a mess of their place and then backed down, essentially saying, "Oh well, not my issue. I personally would not want anything to do with you, but they have invited you to their baby shower, go and apologize." Now, consider a different situation. I have 3 children. My husband and I worked hard to raise them and help them become successful adults, and they have. I am proud of all 3. They were wonderful children who have grown into decent individuals, if I do say so myself. When my oldest daughter married a widower with a 2-year-old child, my husband and I established an education fund for that child, as we had for all of our biological grandchildren. We understand a little bit about investing in compound interest, and by starting early, we can invest a small sum every month. By the time they graduate from high school, we can present them with enough money to get them started in life. My oldest grandchild recently graduated from high school. After accounting for scholarships and other expenses, we were able to inform them that they would graduate debt-free. We do not give them money directly, rather, we pay for tuition, fees, and other expenditures. We acquired this lesson from our youngest child, our only son. We gave him the money directly, just as we had done with his 2 elder sisters. He got scholarships as well, but he spent the money we gave him and eventually decided to become a tradesperson instead. He is doing well now and has a great business. My son was married before, but it did not work out. He has 2 children from that marriage. Last year, he married a lovely woman who had a 15-year-old kid. She had her son quite early, which caused a schism in her family, and none of them attended the wedding. My son approached us about donating to his stepson's education. After some deliberation, my husband and I decided that we could afford to donate $5,000 to help, but that was it. My son was quite disappointed. He understands that all of our other grandchildren have enough money in their accounts to cover at least 2.5 years of in-state tuition and costs. While my son makes a fair living, he also enjoys spending it on toys and holidays. I don't believe he or my daughter-in-law had saved anything for his stepson's school, which is why we contributed $5,000. That money came from my personal fund to replace my car. My son and his wife are planning ahead for the stepson's graduation in June, but they continue to complain that I treat him differently than my other grandchildren. I understand we're treating him differently, but we didn't have nearly 2 decades to save for him. When I clarified this issue, I may not have worded it correctly. My son's lack of finances to pay for his stepson's schooling is due to his spending habits before marriage. I hope this is apparent now. I spoke with my husband and children about it. My son wants me to transfer money from all of the accounts we've set up for his biological children and open a new one for his stepson. We answered by offering to split the 2 accounts we already had for his biological children into 3, including the $5,000. We also agreed to continue contributing to these accounts until they are depleted. My youngster appears dissatisfied with that option. However, we did not have the same 15-year head start on saving for this grandson as we did for the previous ones. He can be disappointed that his stepson will not have the same head start, but he cannot be angry with us for not being able to offer more right now. Finally, it is up to him to provide for his family. My parents left me with my grandparents for my siblings' sake. Years later, I planned a special dinner, but they prioritized my brother's gift instead. I'd like to make it clearly obvious that I've never been the favorite child in my family. This is not an exaggeration or a fake idea that I made up. It is a very genuine and major component of my existence. Growing up, my parents never concealed the fact that my younger brother's life was more important to them than mine. For reference, my mother became pregnant with my brother only a year after I was born. While it was not a planned pregnancy, my parents were pleased with the prospect of expanding their family. However, their delight swiftly changed to dread when physicians did several tests and revealed that the baby may have major health difficulties. These were not trivial worries. They were serious enough that my parents had to make the sad decision to terminate the pregnancy. They eventually agreed to continue, fully aware of the potential hurdles. When my brother Jackson was born, their concerns were realized. He had serious heart abnormalities that necessitated prompt treatment. My folks were distraught. Jackson needed many procedures to survive and spent extensive time in the hospital. His health became the primary focus of my family's life, and this transition had a significant impact on everything, including how I was treated. My parents were obsessed with worry, love, and guilt about Jackson's health. While I recognized that they were dealing with a really tough situation, it also meant that I was largely marginalized. My parents were too worried with Jackson's medical demands, so I stayed with my grandparents while he was in the hospital. During this time, they paid me just occasional visits. Even at such a young age, I tried not to hold it against them. I recognized that Jackson's health came first, and my parents were trying their best. Besides, I really liked my time with my grandparents. They were nice and attentive. Every morning, my grandma made me breakfast, and we spent hours doing simple things around the house, like baking cookies or taking care of her garden. My grandfather used to take me to the park and read me stories. They filled in the gaps left by my parents' absence, becoming almost like a second set of parents for me. Jackson's condition gradually improved, and my parents were allowed to bring him home from the hospital. You'd assume this would be the point where my parents would come to get me, where they'd like to reconcile the family. But no, it was not the case. My mother, still burdened by the stress of Jackson's recuperation and the effort of caring for a sick child, decided she was not ready to take on the responsibility of 2 children. She informed my grandparents that they would need to continue caring for me for a bit longer. My father, who was preoccupied with work and attempting to balance Jackson's medical expenditures, also provided little assistance. My grandparents, who genuinely enjoyed having me around, didn't say anything when my parents opted to leave me with them for a longer period of time. They were delighted to keep me with them. While I was saddened to learn that I would not be returning home, I was not devastated. I was still in a location where I felt loved, which reassured me. The true issue arose when years passed and my parents still showed no desire to bring me back home. What was supposed to be a temporary arrangement lasted eternally. I could only visit them every other weekend, and that wasn't assured. My father was sometimes too busy at work, and other times they simply did not make an effort to visit. My grandparents were my primary caregivers, while my parents felt more like tourists than parents. When I first started school, my grandparents took care of everything. They dropped me off in the morning, picked me up in the afternoon, and were there from the moment I awoke until I was tucked into bed. They made sure I got my school materials, assisted me with my homework, and kept me healthy. In contrast, my parents never checked on me. They didn't care if I went to school every day or how well I did academically. If I was sick, my grandparents would look after me. My grandparents seemed to have taken on all of my parents' obligations. When my parents came to visit, they only talked about Jackson. They would tell my grandparents how amazing Jackson was, how brave he had been while recovering from his surgeries, and how far he had come. I don't think they ever asked my grandparents how I was doing, what was going on in my life, or how I felt. I started to feel totally invisible. I can't remember a single instance when my parents and I spent time together, just the three of us. There was no one-on-one time, and no attempt to repair any bond with me. It was always about Jackson. Then came the moment I'll never forget, Jackson's birthday celebration. My parents organized a great celebration for him because he was doing so well. They invited everyone, friends, family, and neighbors. My grandparents brought me along. Throughout the celebration, I couldn't get over my intense envy as I saw Jackson, so joyful, with my parents doting on him continuously. The entire celebration revolved around him, and while I understood it was his special day, I couldn't help but feel entirely excluded. I was a youngster as well, but my brother received all of the attention, love, and care that I craved. I'm not sure when or how, but the strong feelings of witnessing my parents around my younger brother surfaced. Before I knew it, I had broken into tears in front of everyone. I remember feeling so embarrassed in that moment, knowing that everyone could see me unraveling. My grandparents, bless their hearts, promptly brought me to a room and attempted to console me, but the pain and jealousy were too great. I believe some of the other visitors noticed and attempted to console me, but nothing genuinely improved my mood. It wasn't about the gifts or the party, it was about the attention and love I so desperately craved. Watching my parents lavish Jackson with attention and love was simply too much for me to stomach. Later, after the birthday party, my parents and grandparents had a heated argument. Apparently, my parents were embarrassed by my emotional outburst at the celebration. They thought it was foolish of me to cry in front of everyone, and they believed my actions had drawn unwanted attention to them. It wasn't simply that I was irritated, it had caused others to doubt my living circumstances. Guests began to question why I wasn't at home with my parents, why I was being raised by my grandparents, and if my parents were abandoning me. My parents were unhappy with the scrutiny and blamed me for forcing them to explain themselves. Following the disagreement, I made a decision. I would return home to live with my parents. This was something I had wanted for years, but when it finally happened, I didn't feel as excited as I had hoped. Instead, I felt apprehension. The first few days back home were incredibly awkward. The house felt foreign to me, and I frequently felt out of place, as if I were invading someone else's territory. My parents designed their routines totally on Jackson's wants and schedule. They rarely acknowledged me, and when they did, it was always in passing. I had imagined that moving back home would finally make my parents notice me, that they would care about me as much as they did about Jackson. However, it soon became evident that nothing had changed. Jackson was still the center of their universe, while I remained on the periphery, disregarded and forgotten. I was merely happy to have my own room. I spent the majority of my time there while I wasn't in school. I didn't want to be alone, yet being around my parents made me feel even more inconspicuous. At least in my room, I didn't have to watch their devotion for Jackson while I went unnoticed. I'd spend hours there, completing my homework or lying on my bed, trying to make sense of everything. Throughout my scholastic years, my parents exhibited no interest in my studies or accomplishments. They never asked about my schoolwork or attended any of my award ceremonies. Even when I participated in school plays or extracurricular activities, they didn't bother showing up or acknowledging my participation. It seemed like nothing I did mattered to them. Despite their utter contempt for my accomplishments, I made an effort to excel in school. My grandparents' limited attempts to intervene and remind my parents of my accomplishments were received with silence or plain disdain. They would push my parents to express their happiness or gratitude for me, but they either disregarded or scoffed, as if my accomplishments were unimportant. It stung so much to see how little they cared, especially given how they handled Jackson. Jackson never did well academically. He struggled in school and frequently got into trouble. He would bring home low grades, and his teachers would occasionally call home to discuss his behavior. But none of this seemed to bother my parents. They never held Jackson responsible for his lack of effort, and they certainly did not chastise him. If he ever managed to score even nearly average on a test or accomplish something minor, my parents would praise it as if it were a monumental feat. They would order pizza or take us out to his favorite restaurant, making it a huge family outing. When I finally finished high school and was accepted to college, I was fortunate to receive a partial scholarship. Even though it paid some of the fees, I was concerned about how I would handle the remaining bills. At the time, I asked my parents if they had set up a college fund for me. Part of me knew the answer, yet I felt compelled to inquire. As expected, they promptly informed me that all of the money they were saving was for Jackson. They stated he was the youngest and would need to be cared for in the future. My father openly informed me that as the oldest, I needed to learn to take care of myself. He did offer to assist me in applying for an education loan, which I would then be responsible for repaying once I found work. It was quite painful to learn that my own parents continued to disregard me. While most parents are delighted and proud to assist their children in their transition into adulthood, mine were practically telling me I was on my own. Fortunately, my grandparents saw this coming long before I did. They had been quietly planning for my future and had secretly established a trust fund for me years before. When they finally revealed this to me and told me that I didn't have to worry about college, I was completely surprised. I couldn't believe someone cared enough to do this for me. I cried with excitement because, for the first time, I felt truly supported. It was surreal. No one had ever gone to such lengths to protect me. My grandparents not only saw my talent, but they also took steps to ensure that I could attend college without financial constraints. However, when my parents learned about the trust fund that my grandparents had established for me, they did not share my excitement or relief. Instead of being delighted for me, they immediately turned the subject to Jackson. Their first query to my grandparents was if they had also established a trust fund for Jackson. My grandfather gently explained that they had intentionally chosen to care for me because my parents had always favored Jackson. They indicated that they had witnessed for years how I had been disregarded and wanted to give me a fair shot to thrive without being held back. Naturally, this did not sit well with my folks. They felt it as unfair and quickly got into a furious dispute with my grandparents about how both grandchildren should be treated equally. They accused my grandparents of favoritism and demanded that Jackson, as the youngest member of the family, deserved his share of the money. They couldn't believe my grandparents had chosen to help me because they saw how neglected I had been all these years. My parents seemed to be unaware that they had spent Jackson's entire life treating him as if he were the center of the universe. Despite the pressure and accusations, my grandparents held their stance. They refused to back down or let my parents manipulate the issue. They clarified that this was not about favoritism, rather, it was about ensuring that I have the same opportunities as Jackson, which my parents had previously provided. My grandparents made their decision out of love and fairness, knowing that I had not received the same attention and support that Jackson had. After failing to persuade my grandparents, my parents focused their efforts on me. They tried to persuade me to share some of the trust fund with them, claiming that I should invest in Jackson's future when he went to college. They portrayed it as if I was greedy for retaining the money for myself, despite the fact that it was not mine to give away. It was a gift from my grandparents. I refused. I informed them that it was not my obligation to care for Jackson's schooling, especially since they had always stated that their financial priority was with him. My parents were unhappy about my decision, but there was nothing they could do. For once, they did not have the upper hand. I wasn't going to give away what had been given to me out of love and care because they thought Jackson deserved it all. It was a heartbreaking realization that even in this situation, my parents could not be happy for me. But it was also powerful because I understood I needed to stand up for myself, even if it meant defying my parents. As a result, my connection with my parents deteriorated significantly after I departed for college. They cut off practically all touch with me, convinced that what I had done was selfish toward my brother. Jackson and I had never been close. He was content being the preferred child, and with me out of the house, he didn't have to compete for our parents' attention. He never contacted or visited me when I was at college. While it was unsurprising, it still stung. My grandparents were the only ones that actually cared and remained in my life. They were my emotional support system, always checking in on me, encouraging me, and ensuring I didn't feel completely abandoned. But then, in my third year of college, my life was turned upside down. My grandfather died unexpectedly from a heart attack in his sleep. His death left me shattered. It was, without a doubt, the darkest period of my life. I spent several days with my grandmother while we mourned together. It was a devastating loss for both of us. My grandfather had been a father figure to me in every manner that mattered, and losing him created a void in my heart. During this hard time, something unexpected happened. I bonded with my parents and Jackson. My grandfather's death shook all of us, and for the first time in years, we found ourselves connecting over our shared sadness. Despite my many unresolved issues for my parents, something about the incident brought us closer. For a brief moment, it felt as if the barriers between us had fallen. My grandfather had even left a letter for my mother. In it, he begged her to stop ignoring me and to care for both of her children, not just Jackson. He reminded her of the value of family and how she couldn't afford to continue treating one child better than the other for all these years. I guess something changed after that. Perhaps for the first time, my parents appeared to be genuinely sorry for how they had treated me. They slowly began to make an effort to reconnect. They began calling me more regularly, inquired about my studies, and shown an interest in my life. It wasn't perfect, the anguish of the past couldn't be erased that easily, but it was something. I was still upset with them for all the years they had disregarded me and for not being there when I needed them. But, at the same time, I could see they were trying, which gave me a glimmer of optimism. I wanted to think that they could change, that perhaps, just maybe, they were beginning to recognize their mistakes. When I graduated from college, my parents actually attended the ceremony. They smiled proudly as they snapped pictures with me. It seemed odd to have them there after all those years when they hadn't even acknowledged my achievements. Following the ceremony, my parents, Jackson, my grandma, and I went out to lunch to celebrate. It was one of the few times I felt like we were a family, even if it was just for a short period. For once, I wasn't invisible to them, and that simple act of recognition meant more to me than words could describe. This year, after securing my first true high-paying job and earning my first big salary, I wanted to do something special to commemorate the occasion. I thought, why not share this moment with my family? I hadn't spent much time with my parents growing up, so I wanted to surprise them with something meaningful, a cruise excursion. Only the three of us. There were no distractions or obligations, simply quality time together to compensate for what we had missed over the years. Deep down, I knew I desired their attention, even after all these years of feeling overlooked. As for Jackson, I intended to get him something nice later so he wouldn't feel excluded. I wanted the cruise trip to be a surprise for my parents, so instead of notifying them over the phone, I made a reservation at a fine, costly restaurant where we could eat and celebrate. When I called to invite my parents, they appeared excited, even thrilled, to visit the restaurant. They promised to be there on time. But, when I arrived at the restaurant on time, my parents were unable to be seen. At first, I attempted to give them the benefit of doubt. Perhaps they were stuck in traffic or running a little late. However, after around 15, 20, and 30 minutes, I began to feel worried. I contacted them several times, and they did not answer until the sixth call. My father casually remarked that they were finishing up some last-minute errands and will be at the restaurant soon. Annoyed but hopeful, I remained at the table, waiting for them. The waiter kept coming by, asking if the rest of my group had come, and I became increasingly humiliated with each passing minute. I didn't want to look like I'd been stood up in a fine restaurant. I eventually ordered dinner for myself since I was hungry. I finished my dinner while sitting alone, glancing at the empty seats across from me. My calls to my parents remained unanswered after that. An hour passed, followed by nearly 2 hours. Finally, after my 15th effort, my father answered the phone. He began apologizing, but I was completely irritated by this point. I started yelling at him, wondering what they had been doing all this time and why they couldn't just tell me they weren't going to make it. "Oh, just stop complaining," he replied dismissively. "I apologize for the delay. Your mother and I were held up at the shop. We selected the ideal birthday present for your brother, but when we got to the counter, we discovered your mother had forgotten her card at home. So we had to drive back and grab it. Fortunately, the shop had our gift, which we were able to purchase just now. Jackson is going to be overjoyed with what we picked out for him. By the way, have you purchased anything for your brother yet? You do recall that his birthday is in 2 weeks, right?" At that point, I felt like the wind had been knocked out of me. I was hoping to have a memorable moment with my parents to celebrate my accomplishments and bring us closer together, but once again, Jackson was all that mattered to them. They had spent the entire evening shopping for his birthday gift, completely ignoring the fact that I had been sitting alone at the restaurant waiting for them. Not only had they missed the dinner, but they had the audacity to inquire whether I had thought to get something for Jackson. I was livid, but I tried to remain calm as I reminded my father that they could have bought for Jackson any other day. They should have respected my time, especially because I went out of my way to prepare this for them. My father's response made matters worse. He dismissed my concerns, claiming they were on their way and that we could discuss it once they arrived. However, I did not want to stay there any longer. I was furious with my parents. I paid my bill, got up from the table and went. My phone began to vibrate as I drove back home. My parents were phoning and left voicemails, stating they had arrived at the restaurant but couldn't find me. I ignored their calls because I was too angry and hurt to even consider talking to them. Later that night, my mother sent me a series of SMS. She attacked me rather than apologizing or admitting that they had made mistakes. She labeled me impolite for not being present when they finally arrived, as if I had wasted their time. She had the gall to claim that this was why they didn't care about my irrelevant intentions in the first place. I was always so impulsive. According to her, their priorities were totally acceptable, and I was in the wrong for being furious with them. Reading her messages brought up memories of hurt and fury. I had put my heart and soul into planning something spectacular, And all I received in return was the same indifference I had felt my entire life. I simply couldn't deal with their cruel statements and frequent disregard for my sentiments. After everything I had done to make this moment memorable, I felt much more alone than before. I knew that no matter what I did, Jackson would always come first, leaving me as an afterthought. I blocked her without bothering to respond. Update number 1. The reason I bought the cruise tickets in the first place was that my parents' conduct had changed significantly following my grandfather's death. I felt they'd finally recognized me as a human being and their child. But I suppose I was mistaken again. I am delighted my eyes are awake now. Starting today, I'm done begging and crying for their attention. I will block both of them on my phone. Regarding the update, it appears that my parents have informed Jackson of the entire situation, and he phoned me this week to address it. My brother believes that our parents' actions were not improper, and that I should have respected them enough to wait for their arrival rather than fleeing at the last minute. He added that our parents were quite disappointed in me and had contacted him to protest about my activities. He invited me to his forthcoming birthday party so I could apologize to our parents. I declined his request, asking him to leave me alone for the time being. He tried to argue with me more, but I reminded him that my connection with our parents had nothing to do with him, and that he would never comprehend what I was going through. Update number 2. It's been a month since I last updated. For those who inquired, I did consider canceling my cruise reservations. But then I realized I'd spent a big portion of my paycheck on them, so I resolved to make better use of them. I chose to travel with my best friend and grandmother rather than my parents. To put it simply, the three of us had a fantastic time, and I quickly forgot about all of my parents' trouble. This trip provided a much-needed break for all of us. However, after the trip, when I shared a few photos from our cruise, I began receiving messages from my father on Facebook, accusing me of being selfish and ungrateful for taking grandma on the vacation without inviting them. I had forgotten to block my parents on Facebook because I assumed they rarely used it. My father's audacity to ask me to take him after everything he and mom had put me through was staggering. He also mentioned how upset my mother was when I blocked her, and how he wishes I would simply go to therapy and overcome my childish behavior, so I could stop torturing them for the rest of their life. Update number 3. Hello everyone, it has been 4 months since my previous update, and I am doing well. I've blocked both my parents and Jackson. I'll admit that since cutting them off, my life has become considerably more calm. I've learned to recognize that family isn't always what you're born into, it's what you choose. Surrounding yourself with supportive friends and loved ones has made a huge difference. My grandmother and I still have a terrific relationship, and I want to take her on additional vacations in the future. My stepmom forced my dad to make me break up with my girlfriend for my brother. I moved out. Years later, he blamed me for ruining his life. I, 32 male, have had no contact with my father's family in the past 12 years, and it all starts from his remarriage. My parents divorced when I was about 10 years old because they were no longer in love. At the age of 32, I understand what that means, but as a child, I was astonished and devastated. As a result, I frequently lashed out at my parents, and we attended family counseling together. However, it just felt like my mother was trying to comprehend my point of view, whereas my father had a strong attitude of simply accepting life as it comes to you. As a result, I was closer to my mother than to my father, and I only spent a few months with him at a time. However, when I was 14, my mother died in an accident, forcing me to move in with my father. Those were arguably the saddest days of my life, made worse by the fact that I was essentially the only one grieving. My father had been dating Beth, 49 female, for a few years, and they had become engaged around the same time my mother died. My father placed his future with Beth over my mother and their shared history, so he never showed any symptoms of sadness or grief. This made me feel even more alienated as an adolescent. Beth was also a handful at this time. Because I was an unexpected guest in their home, she expected me to follow her rules and even attempted to take over as a maternal figure. I was plainly reluctant to do this because she couldn't possibly replace my mother in a few months. Worse, she has always favored her prior relationship's son, Josh, 30 male. In true overbearing parent manners, she attempted to meddle, getting him a better spot on the football team, a bigger role in the school play, and so on. To his credit, Josh typically called his mother up on this behavior, but she continued to act like a smother regardless. And no matter how outraged he became by her actions, he still benefited from her string pulling. So my teen years were difficult, dealing with the death of my mother, my whipped father who never said anything negative about Beth, and a distant stepbrother who was always a little awkward around me. All I knew was that I needed to keep my head down and get out after college. I ended up attending UNC, which was in my home state, and to save money, I remained with my father and his family. This was something Dad and Beth had agreed on, and I wasn't freeloading. I paid a little rent and helped with food. However, things became really tense when I began dating this girl, Laura, 31 female, during my college years. I used to bring her home frequently, present her to the family, and it was obvious that Josh had feelings for her. I didn't like it and warned him in private to quit behaving creepy about Laura, but it was clear he still felt for her. At first, I assumed it was just a crush that would pass. But this guy had fallen hard. He was dropping grades in school, messing up his SAT prep, and acting like a lovesick puppy in general. To be honest, it was not my problem. I had attempted to be the responsible elder brother by not calling my girlfriend over, gritting my teeth about the fact that he was infatuated with her and making no attempt to hide it. He didn't understand it, and he probably didn't want to. According to what I know now, Beth had checked in with her son owing to his strange conduct, and he had poured all his girl woes to her. Beth, after some mental acrobatics of her own, decided that I was too responsible for Josh's condition and instructed my father to present an ultimatum. My father sat me down one day and told me, "Son, we had agreed that you would stay with us during your college years, but something has come up. Beth and I believe you are diverting Josh with your hobbies and the friends you invite over. As a result, we need to reach a new agreement." When I heard this from him, I was perplexed. Without knowing the context, I assumed he was talking to my friends who occasionally came over to play Wii games with me, or that I was playing music too loudly at night. I had no idea, so I asked him, "What do you mean, Dad? Are my buddies becoming a negative influence on Josh? I swear we haven't taught him anything bad, and we usually stay out of each other's way, correct?" He said, "Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about, OP. I think you and I are both aware that Josh has strong feelings for Laura. We were thinking that you could end your relationship with her to keep the family at peace. I mean, we don't think a female should be more important than your brother's health, right?" I laughed aloud when I heard this. It was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Still chuckling, I answered, "Sure, Dad, why don't I end a fantastic relationship because your child can't take no for an answer? I've already told him numerous times that he makes Laura uncomfortable, and I rarely invite her over anymore. What's the issue, anyway?" I knew he was skirting the issue, but I was beginning to suspect that Josh had gone overboard with the "if I can't have her, nobody can" attitude. Beth had undoubtedly requested Dad to talk to me about it to placate her son while also ensuring that he did not waste any more time on this girl. I'm not sure how they expected me to roll over on this. It escalated into a massive battle, and I decided to stay with Laura and move out of the house. I packed my bags one day and departed, changing my cell phone number in the process. I slept at a friend's apartment for a few days before moving in with my fiancée. Fortunately, I was in college on a scholarship, and my primary challenges were paying for rent and utilities. But I hustled and worked late to make it happen. At this point, all ties with my family had been severed, and the only people I consider family anymore are a few relatives on my mother's side. It's been 12 years since then, and guess what? Laura and I married, and we both like our professions and lives. In fact, we recently purchased our first home and are trying for a baby. I really believe that leaving my dysfunctional family was the finest decision I ever made. However, a few days ago, someone showed up at my home, causing me to spiral and reflect on my history. Josh found out where I lived and came over to see me, stating he needed to speak with me. I was too surprised to react, so I calmly allowed him in. We caught up a little once he settled down, but he already knew the overall essence of my life, which he had evidently discovered via social media. Then he told me why he was here. He revealed a lot about his obsession with Laura, including his mother's participation. However, he also stated that he never intended for me to leave the house. That was something Beth had designed entirely on her own. He added that when I left, Mom appeared almost relieved that I was gone, and the house seemed very cold and strange to him. The three of them ended up moving out of state a few months after I left, something I was unaware of. Josh did not know how to contact me back then. Throughout this period, he had been feeling bad about the way I had laughed at the scenario, and he had overcome his attraction to Laura. Surprise. However, due to his bad mental health, he ended up hanging out with the wrong crowd in college and eventually dropped out. The situation at home was also horrible. His mother was distraught at his lack of motivation and success, but she never bothered to investigate why he was so miserable. This eventually forced him to leave the house after 10 years, and he has been wandering from place to place ever since, performing odd jobs and hitchhiking. He approached me and asked if I could help him settle in this area, perhaps by getting him a foot in the door at the place where I work. This would be difficult for someone without a degree or other qualifications, as I said clearly. But Josh insisted that I owe him this for abandoning him with our terrible family. He maintained that despite our distance, we were still brothers. He left about an hour ago as I write this, and I am conflicted. I don't believe I owe him anything, yet it's awful to watch him like this. I spoke with Laura about it, and she would want to maintain no contact, NC, with all members of my family, including Josh, but she believes we should support him in some manner. Will I be the a-hole, WWEBTA, if I stop engaging with my stepbrother? Update 1. Based on feedback, I believe it's better to provide Josh with temporary housing and encourage him to look for work on his own. I'm not sure if we'll ever have a meaningful friendship, but you're right, I don't owe him anything for his own mental suffering. I did what was best for myself. Update 2. After a few months, Josh is doing well in our town. He has changed dramatically from who he was previously and has begun working as a junior manager at the local Walmart. The money we gave him has been beneficial, and he is attending night school to earn a degree. To be honest, seeing him now makes me want to be more engaged in his life, but I can't get over the notion that he believes I owe him something for moving out and making him feel terrible. I discussed it with my relatives, and they proposed confronting him. Update 3. I spoke with Josh why he shouldn't expect anything from me. However, I believe he has matured into a fine man who deserves my love. It took him some time to realize the nuances, but he eventually apologized for the unfair load and expressed gratitude for the support. Laura has also softened her feelings against him as he privately apologized for his previous suspicious behavior. I suppose he'll be welcome in our home from now on. I can't say the same for his mother and father, LOL, we both despise them. Not the a-hole, NTA, but in my opinion, neither is Josh right now. Yes, he was fascinated with Laura, but Beth is the actual a-hole for allowing such behavior. NTA, but I would still be cautious with your brother, not because he is doing anything wrong, but because both of you must work together to process the trauma of your narcissistic parents. I also feel like someone like Beth is difficult to cut off. So, is Josh in no contact, NC, with them right now? My best friend's baby shower turned into a nightmare when she announced that my husband was the father. What happened next shocked everyone. Yesterday, my husband, 32M, and I, 30F, went to my best friend Sarah's, 30F, baby shower. Sarah and I had been great friends since college. We first became roommates, but our connection got stronger as we realized our shared love of similar music. We went to concerts together and created innumerable memories. By our senior year of college, we were nearly inseparable, spending summers together in each other's houses whenever possible. After finishing our schooling, we pursued separate vocations. While I landed a highly sought-after position at a prestigious law firm, my ideal job, Sarah was unsure whether she wanted regular employment. Instead, she chose to look into social media as a source of income. Despite our dramatically different schedules, we made it a point to set aside weekends for each other. We always made time to connect, whether it was on a hike, at a new restaurant, out for drinks, or just staying home to watch movies. I first met Michael on one of our girls' evenings out. He was at his friend's bachelor celebration, and the moment I saw him, I knew he was the one for me. Although we often dispute over who fell in love first, the truth is that we both fell profoundly in love that same night. Fortunately, we've been blissfully married for 5 years, and it's been nothing short of ideal. I often tell Sarah how grateful I am that she invited me to the pub that night. Otherwise, I would not have met my beautiful spouse. Sarah was unmarried for a few years following my marriage before meeting her current spouse, Mark, and celebrating their second anniversary this year. 3 months ago, Sarah announced that she was pregnant, and I was overjoyed. I couldn't wait to watch my closest friend begin this new chapter in her life and hold her baby shortly. I was honored when Sarah entrusted me with organizing her baby shower because I would be the baby's godmother. After exploring numerous themes, we settled on yellow, Sarah's favorite hue. Throughout the planning process, I maintained regular contact with the caterer to ensure that everything was in order and that the cake arrived on schedule. As fate would have it, I had previously worked with the caterer for my brother's wedding, so it was easy to work with her again. On the day of the shower, we arrived early to ensure that everything was great. Mark met us at the door and informed us that Sarah was still getting ready. While setting up, I discovered that the cake was not centered on the table as Sarah requested, so I corrected it. Soon after, the visitors began to arrive, and I was delighted to see several of our old college pals. We hadn't seen one another in years, so we used the chance to catch up and discuss critical life updates. Sarah entered the room wearing a bright yellow outfit that matched her baby shower theme. Everyone congratulated her, and she smiled radiantly. As the ceremony progressed, we all sat down to eat a great lunch. Everything looked to be going well until Sarah called everyone's attention. She stood up and thanked us for attending her baby shower. Then she took a deep breath and said, I'm thrilled to tell you that my husband, Mark, and I are expecting our first child, and I have someone very special to thank for that." Mark looked at Sarah with a bewildered expression, trying to figure out what was going on. Then, pointing directly at my husband, "Michael," she exclaimed. "Everyone, I'd like to introduce the father of our baby." I nearly choked on my dinner. The room was silent, and I could see everyone was surprised and unsure how to respond. My mind raced to make sense of what was going on. My husband, who dislikes attention and prefers to keep to himself, grabbed my hand hard under the table. I turned to look at him, and he seemed as perplexed as I was. All eyes were on us in an uncomfortable and awkward quiet. I looked to Sarah, looking for an answer. Just to give you some context, my husband and I have been trying to conceive for years with no success. Despite several testing, we have been unable to become pregnant owing to personal medical difficulties. I've only told a few family members and close friends about my difficulties, including Sarah. My husband and I eventually accepted that we might not be able to get pregnant. Rather than dwell on it, we decided to concentrate on our lives as a couple. Sarah openly referring to my husband as the father of her baby was a lie, but I couldn't help but be affected by her statements. My eyes welled up with tears, and I tried not to cry in front of everyone. Sarah jumped up laughing and playfully shoved her husband Mark, shouting, "I was just kidding, guys. This is all just a prank for my Instagram. I've put up cameras everywhere to capture all of your reactions." As everyone glanced around, puzzled, I couldn't help but be annoyed at Sarah for putting us on such an emotional roller coaster. I couldn't believe my best friend felt pointing out my spouse as the father of her child was humorous, especially given our past issues. I turned to look at my spouse and noticed that his face was flushed. He was still holding my hands, and I could sense he was ashamed at the time. Although a few visitors laughed nervously, the room was generally uncomfortable. I noted that Sarah's husband, Mark, did not join in the laughs. He appeared upset rather than amused, and even apologized to my husband. Mark and my husband had grown to be close friends over the years, and I believe he felt sorry for us at the time. I did not want to face Sarah right away and ruin her baby shower. As she continued with the festivities, I attempted to shake the dread that had crept in, but it persisted. After lunch, we played a few games before opening all the gifts. Sarah was the only one who appeared to be having fun, conversing with people and shooting images for social media. My husband had previously informed me privately that he intended to leave after the awful meal, but I urged him to stay. I didn't want the visitors to notice us leaving unexpectedly, so I told him I'd talk to Sarah about it later. I guess Mark, too, was uncomfortable continuing with the celebration since he immediately stood up with an angry expression. He asked Sarah if they could go outside for a bit, and I knew something was about to happen. We could all see and hear them plainly as they spoke, and it was clear that Sarah's joke had made the atmosphere in the room uncomfortable. I observed as their talk heated up, and Mark's motions became increasingly impassioned by the minute. Mark's voice increased, and his comments echoed across the room. "I can't believe you would do something like this. They are our closest friends, and this is not just a harmless prank. You made a mockery of our baby shower and humiliated me in front of everyone." Sarah kept saying she thought it was a harmless prank, but Mark was having none of it. He sternly advised her to grow up and stop making insensitive comments, especially since they were celebrating the birth of their child. The room had become uncomfortably silent. We could all hear their words plainly. My husband couldn't stand it any longer, so he got up and went, saying he'd wait for me in the car. Although my heart grieved for my friend, I recognized how hurt my husband was and could not blame him for leaving. Mark must have recognized the gravity of Sarah's actions as he watched my husband walk out. He glanced at Sarah and responded, "I'm done. I'm done with your immaturity. We're done. I will love this child, but I can't be with you for 1 second longer." When Sarah heard this, she burst into tears, and Mark departed the gathering. We all glanced at each other in surprise, unsure how to respond. My heart ached for my dearest buddy, but I knew my husband needed me more at the time. I did not want to approach Sarah after her painful chat with Mark, so I too left the baby shower without saying goodbye. When I arrived home, I noticed how upset my husband was. We couldn't believe Sarah had pulled such a nasty hoax on us. That evening, Mark texted us an apology, stating he had no idea she would perform such a hoax for a video and was sorry for all we had been through. We were delighted he reached out because we didn't want to have any ill will toward him and fully understood his point of view. Unfortunately, I awoke today to multiple messages from Sarah. She said that she pulled the prank out of stress from her pregnancy and simply wanted to make a viral video for her Instagram. She stated she didn't understand why we were unhappy and wondered why I left without saying goodbye. Then she requested me to meet her today so that I could take her to her gynecologist visit. Starting to get upset again, I told her that I didn't find her joke amusing at all. I told her that what she did was rude and had made both my husband and me very uncomfortable. I also informed her that I needed some time away from her and would be unable to accompany her to her appointment that day. Sarah retaliated by labeling me a shitty friend for abandoning her at such a vulnerable moment. This message truly bothered me. I couldn't believe she'd say something like that just because I needed space. When I told my husband about Sarah's message, he was just as outraged as I was. He urged that we avoid interacting with her until she comprehended the gravity of her conduct. I decided to send Sarah one final message, informing her that I would not be speaking with her until she apologized to both me and my husband for what she had done. I also made it plain that if she attempted to upload the prank film, I would take legal action against her. Rather than apologize, Sarah stated that she did not believe she had done anything wrong. She even suggested that I was jealous of her due to her pregnancy. When I read her response, I couldn't believe my eyes. This woman, who had been my best friend for over a decade, assumed I was jealous of her, despite the fact that I had gone above and beyond to provide her with the ultimate baby shower. Sarah assured me she would not be uploading the film, but she insisted that I put my sentiments aside and assist her at this difficult time. She stated that her husband hadn't returned home the night before and that she needed me more than before. As a non-confrontational person, I found myself in tears after reading her callous messages. Recognizing that I couldn't continue this conversation, I made the difficult decision to block her without further answer. Now I'm conflicted. Part of me regrets not being there for my pregnant best friend, but another part of me is relieved and even grateful that her husband dumped her after the trick she pulled on us. Update 1. It's been a week since my last update, and a lot has happened. First and foremost, I want to highlight that Sarah is not the type of person who likes to joke around. It took me completely by surprise when she pulled off this joke. I've known her for years, and she's never been the sort to perpetrate pranks on others. Anyway, Mark was serious about leaving Sarah. My spouse chatted with Mark over the weekend and discovered that he is actively looking for a divorce lawyer. Since that day, Sarah has been persistently phoning and texting Mark, insisting that he return to her and get over his feelings. However, Mark has entirely ignored her attempts to contact him. She even went so far as to accuse him of sleeping with me, which was absolutely unexpected. The truth is that Mark is simply sorry that his marriage is coming to an end because Sarah is gradually becoming someone he no longer recognizes. Sarah has been unable to reach me directly after I blocked her. Instead, she left a lengthy note for my husband. She accused him of attempting to destroy our friendship, even claiming that he isn't much of a man, because he can't get me pregnant. I was upset when my husband showed me the note when he returned from work yesterday. Until now, I had tried to ignore her unexpected change in behavior, figuring that it was caused by pregnant hormones. But her derogatory remarks to my spouse were utterly wrong. That was when I decided to teach her a lesson. I was in charge of both the baby shower and the baby registry. I had spent numerous hours with Sarah discussing her needs and compiling a list of important goods for the baby. However, Sarah insisted that we include ridiculously costly items on the list, things that not all attendees could buy. During the baby shower, I noted that while some guests followed the list, others presented her with practical goods that were not on the list but would still benefit a new mother. Sarah was genuinely upset about it. Originally, I intended to personally give her a handful of the pricey goods she desired. However, after she crossed the line by insulting my husband, I promptly canceled the order and erased the baby registry to ensure she could not access it. If she wanted one now, she'd have to start from scratch. Additionally, I received a message from the caterer about the baby shower a few days ago, but I was too consumed with dealing with Sarah to answer. As a surprise gift to Sarah, I had previously paid half of the catering service's booking fees and planned to pay the remaining balance after the baby shower. However, given everything that had transpired, I became distracted and entirely forgot about it. I called the caterer and explained the situation to Sarah. I informed her that given what had happened, I would not be paying the remaining sum. The caterer was very kind and advised me that because Sarah had booked the catering service under her own name and had communicated with them prior to the baby shower, the final payment would be sent to Sarah rather than me. I was happy that I wouldn't have to spend any more money on someone who had publicly insulted us and continued to cause us harm with her harsh text messages. I also told my spouse what happened, and he found it humorous. Although I had pondered contacting Sarah in the previous few days, once she sent that letter to my husband, I realized that I had gone beyond the point of forgiving. I'm grateful to everyone who backed me and helped me recognize how harmful her conduct was. Looking back, I can recall several occasions when she criticized me, but I never paid much heed to them, until now. Anyway, I'm going to remain positive and move on from this experience. I do not want to waste any more time or energy on her. Update 2. This woman is unashamed. Sarah sent me an email several days after I spoke with the caterer. As soon as her name appeared in my email, I knew she was back with her bullshit. In the email, she accused me of being cheap for not paying for the full food service, although knowing I could afford it. She stated I had always been arrogant because I was born into my family's wealth, and then she expressed her relief that I could never conceive. She went on to say that she had been using me for years to make her life easy. Then she repeatedly called me unattractive and implied that I was undeserving of my spouse. She also said that my husband married me just for my money because I was too ugly to be with him. She then called me an expletive for allegedly putting a wedge between her and her spouse. Throughout the email, she used explosive profanity, essentially calling me every foul name under the sun. I showed the email to my husband, who quickly deleted it. Over the years, we've both gone above and beyond to assist this woman. We were there for her when she was single and distraught over several breakups. We've brought her on vacation with us and even paid for her flight and hotel room on multiple occasions. My spouse had even assisted Sarah's parents by restoring their home and lending them money a while back. We'd always treated her like family. Furious, my husband immediately contacted Mark and invited him over for dinner to discuss the problem. When Mark came, we handed him the email, and his expression was utter contempt. He then gave us text conversations from Sarah, in which she used similar profanity and even accused him of cheating. We were deeply shocked by the gravity of the charge, as it was not something to be simply flung around or uttered in anger toward one's spouse. It was difficult to imagine that my former best buddy, whom I had just recently parted ways with, had changed so significantly. Mark told us that he was in contact with a reputable divorce lawyer. According to his lawyer's advice, he never responded to Sarah's texts, no matter how insane or cruel they were, and instead saved screenshots of everything she sent him. He also photographed the email she had sent me so he could show it to his lawyer. Since I wrote the original article, I've had a few DMs from folks who are concerned about Sarah, presuming she has neurological abnormalities as a result of her rapid change in behavior. I'd like to add that she's always had temper issues. Even while we were in college, I saw her lose her temper and use profanity toward others, even in public. Though I really doubt this is a medical issue, my husband and I will nevertheless contact her parents about the situation. We want to tell them everything and show them all of the messages and emails she has sent us. If they believe there is something wrong with her after that, it is their responsibility to take her for a medical checkup. Despite everything, I do not intend to unblock her or answer her email. I have gone above and above for this woman, and for her to continue mistreating, belittling, and disrespecting me is beyond disappointing. I intend to put this experience behind me and focus on enjoying life with my spouse and our dogs. The last few months have been a roller coaster of emotions, to say the least. I hope everyone is having a good start to the new year, just as my husband and I are. We're here in the Maldives, taking a much-needed break from our hectic careers. Given the events of the past year, we decided to take a break from work and unwind. So far, we've spent our days relaxing on the beach and sipping cool cocktails at the resort. Update. Several of you have requested an update, and as expected, Mark and Sarah have officially split. The court case was heated, with Mark's lawyer providing evidence as well as their previously agreed upon premarital agreement. Despite Sarah's best efforts, she and her lawyer were unable to win the case. However, both parties have been instructed to develop a co-parenting plan in the best interests of their child. When we contacted Sarah's parents about her erratic conduct, we discovered that she needed to move back in with them. Apparently, due to her pregnancy and lack of proper work experience, she was unable to support herself for long using only social media. She had no choice but to return to her parents' residence. I also discovered from our mutual friends that after the disastrous baby shower, everyone quickly distanced themselves from her. Nobody wanted to become involved in her drama. Mark did not visit Sarah after filing for divorce until she went into labor. He stayed in the delivery room all night to witness the birth of their daughter. He has since devoted himself to caring for the baby, spending as much time with her as possible, and providing financial support as agreed upon. He still meets up with my husband on weekends, whether to play golf or have drinks in the evening. Sarah was forced to pay the remaining bill for the baby shower caterer after he threatened legal action. Sarah has sent me several emails in which she blames me for her life circumstances. Despite her parents subjecting her to numerous medical tests, she is completely healthy. As a result, there is no excuse for her immature behavior. Hopefully, for the sake of her daughter, she will strive to change and become a better person in the future. My husband and I did not let this situation affect our happy and healthy marriage. We moved on from it within a month and concentrated on our personal and professional lives. We still go on Sunday dates, just like when we first started dating. When I look at my husband, I still feel the same excitement and appreciation that I did when we first met. I'm grateful to be spending my life with him. I'd also like to express my sympathy to all of the couples who have expressed their difficulties with infertility. I want you to know that it's perfectly fine, life takes its own course, and we must trust the journey. If you genuinely love your partner, there are numerous other ways to become parents. However, my husband and I are content with each other's company and have decided to spend the rest of our lives happily together. My girlfriend wanted an open relationship. So I watched her drift away, found comfort in her best friend, and took control of my own happiness. Hey Reddit, I never thought I'd post about relationships, but I need to vent and maybe get some help. At 28, male, I thought my relationship with Sophie, 27, female, was secure until recently. After 3 years dating and 2 years living together, everything was great. Like I was covertly checking for engagement diamonds on my lunch break. Super normal story. Common friends introduced us at a board game night. She smiled at my stupid jokes, I enjoyed her Monopoly competitiveness, and we clicked. After dating for a year, it was natural to share an apartment as we were always at each other's houses. Our routines, you know? Sunday morning pancakes, park walks after work, watching her favorite dreadful reality shows while I play phone games, normal couple stuff. Sophie is a marketer, I handle building projects. Our families get along, we have wonderful careers, and friends. My mom adores her. Her dad regularly invites me to football games. We were that couple that gave others hope in relationships. Yeah. It sounds familiar now. Everything was normal until Tuesday. Dinner was served. Sophie was talking about a work project while I was eating my sandwich when she said, "Hey, what would you think about trying an open relationship?" I froze mid-bite, fork halfway to mouth. I assumed I misheard her, but she kept talking. She told me she had been reading about it online, that many couples were trying it, and that it may help us grow and strengthen our relationship. I asked, "Is there someone specific you want to date?" Because that was my initial instinct. Open relationships are only discussed when someone has someone in mind, right? Sophie became defensive. No, it's not about anyone else, I just think it would be good for us to explore ourselves more. We're still young, and I don't want us to wake up in 10 years wondering what we missed out on. Sitting there, I tried to understand what was happening. When a waitress smiled too much at me, this girl became upset. Her new dating advice is like proposing we try a different restaurant. I asked, "Have you been feeling unhappy?" In case I missed something, maybe I should have noticed indications. "Not at all," she answered, taking my hand across the table. "I love you. I love us. This isn't about being unhappy, it's about making our relationship even better. Think about it, we could both have new experiences but still come home to each other. Lots of couples say it makes their connection stronger." Not knowing what to say. My thinking froze between confusion and panic. My appetite was gone, the food in front of me could have been cardboard. Sophie, however, spoke animatedly, almost glowing. She kept talking about norms, boundaries, communication. But I kept thinking, where is this coming from? However, yes. I said, "Okay." I realize this sounds weak. Not because I wanted to. Not because I believed. But her desire in her eyes and the way she leaned in, virtually screaming for my approval, showed she had already decided. Saying no was like closing a door she didn't want to. "Are you sure you're okay with this?" she questioned, wide-eyed and anxious, like she was offering me a choice. "We don't have to if you're not comfortable." I saw her desperate for my approval. I knew this wasn't a decision in the back of my head. Something was changing between us, like it or not. To find out what was going on, I had to play along. "No, it's fine," I nodded. "If you think it'll be good for us, we can try it." I entered something I didn't believe in, knowing I was losing her. She became thrilled and started talking about how we might set up dating app profiles together and how we should notify each other of upcoming dates, all of which she seemed to have already considered. I'm sitting there wondering, how long did she plan this? Rest of the night was odd. We watched TV as usual, but my mind raced. Sophie was cuddling with me on the couch, acting like everything was fine, like she hadn't just suggested changing our relationship. I kept wanting to return it and tell her I wasn't happy. I had no idea how. Every time I saw her browsing through her phone with a smile, I felt like I had made a big mistake. That night in bed, I couldn't sleep. Sophie lay cold next to me, serene, while I glanced at the ceiling, wondering what I had done. Part of me wanted to wake her awake and tell her I didn't want to share her. Some part of me was afraid. I was afraid she would do it or leave me if I said no. As I laid there, I reviewed our recent conversations to see if I missed any indications. Is she bored? Was I insufficient? Was someone else there? I had no responses to the inquiries that kept coming. Little did I know, this was just the start of the chaos. Sophie asked me to assist pick photographs for her Tinder and Bumble profiles all evening, like a lover would. She asked me to take new photos of her. Yes, seriously. I took images of my girlfriend to make her look good to other males. I created my own profile to demonstrate my effort. My heart wasn't in it. Writing a bio felt awkward and false every time. What should I write? Looking for fun while dating? I felt awful all over. She probably knew I wouldn't meet anyone. I told her I'm not social and don't have time or energy to meet new people several times. Maybe she believed she could date and use me as backup. Sophie got matches fast. Her beauty and playfulness are obvious. I was most surprised by how quickly she met these guys. Within a week, she had 3 dates. 3. She showed me their profiles like we were discussing celebrity obsessions. She shoved her phone in my face. Look at this one. He's a personal trainer at that fancy gym downtown. We're getting coffee tomorrow. I nodded, pretending this was usual. I felt queasy the first time she got dressed for a date. I had never seen her black clothing before. For this, she bought new outfits. She did cosmetics for an hour. She twirled as she left our bedroom. How do I look? She exclaimed. I said, great, knowing that dress probably cost more than she spends on our date nights. She returned home late that night, laughing. I feigned to sleep when she went to bed, but I heard her texting for an hour. She hummed while preparing coffee the next morning and pretended everything was wonderful. I noticed her schedule. Monday involved coffee with the gym guy. Wednesday supper with a lawyer. A food truck owner and I had drinks Friday. The range was intriguing. She always came home looking like she had the time of her life. I checked the Instagram locations she tagged. Not my proudest moment, but I needed to know the truth. I drove by the restaurant where she stated she was eating one night. She was at the bar with a tall suit-clad man cracking up. She held his arm and looked at him like she did at me. Distance between us. Her change at home was worse than seeing her with these guys. She spent less time with me, no more cuddling. She texted constantly. Sunday pancake ritual? She was meeting the girls for brunch. I once discussed it with her. Don't you think you're going on a lot of dates? I asked casually. She looked at me like a fool. That's the whole point of an open relationship, isn't it? To meet new people and have experiences? You should try it too. I can help you with your profile if you want. But I didn't want profile aid. Please return my girlfriend. I wanted the person who used to love ordering pizza and watching lousy movies with me, not this new version who always dressed up and left. She was getting ready for date number 6 or 7 one night. I lost track. I couldn't stand it. I went on a walk to clear my brain and ended up at this picnic spot. I sat there for 2 hours contemplating how quickly everything had fallen apart. Sophie's messages buzzed my phone. Hope you're okay. Don't wait. Have such a great time. She twisted the knife with each message. She tried to tell me about her date the next day, how hilarious he was and how he took her to this great new restaurant. Standing, I left the room. Following me, she seemed bewildered. I thought you were okay with this? She asked, shocked. Yeah, maybe I'm not, I answered. But you could be dating too. You're choosing to stay home and be miserable. That's when I understood she didn't understand. She didn't get that I didn't want additional dates. I wanted her. Her old self. He liked our boring, normal existence together. 3 weeks had passed since she started this open relationship thing. 3 weeks of watching her dress up for other guys and lying awake wondering where she was, what she was doing, and who she was with. My thoughts went crazy for 3 weeks. I assumed she'd understand how foolish she sounded. I kept waiting for her to wake up and realize how ridiculous this was and what she was throwing away. But she didn't. Without hesitation. Not guilty. She took pride in it. She moved around like she had discovered a higher level of dating that we were too foolish to understand. Worst part? I couldn't comprehend why. It seemed she liked me. Why burn it all down? Why say we didn't have enough? It finally clicked. This was unfixable, no return. The end was irreversible. For once, I wasn't sure I cared. I was inspired by the thought of her living her life carefree while I was drowning in it. I wanted her to regret everything. Show her what she threw away. I had no plan yet. I knew I wouldn't suffer while she had fun. I didn't know what to do next, but I needed to chat. Someone who would realize how messed up this was. Emma started visiting more often. Sophie's best friend since college freshman year was Emma. She came to movie nights, helped us move furniture, and brought soup when someone was sick. One of those genuine people, you know? Being a kindergarten teacher suits her because she makes everyone feel heard and important. I always saw her as Sophie's friend. Though pretty, long brown hair, green eyes, constantly smiling, I put her in the buddy zone. In addition, she had dated Mark for 2 years. However, they split months ago. She first came over after Sophie started her open relationship to borrow mixing bowls for a birthday cake. Sophie went out with a new guy, and Emma sensed something was up with me. "You look terrible," she stated directly. "What's going on?" Although I didn't intend to tell her everything, it happened. How Sophie announced open relationships to me. How she dated various males practically every night. I felt crazy witnessing it all. Emma sat, listening. Truly listening, not just waiting for her to speak. She shook her head after I finished. "Not an open relationship," she remarked. "That's just Sophie doing whatever she wants without caring how it affects you." Something about hearing it from someone else made me less insane. After that, Emma visited more often, generally while Sophie was dating. Watching movies, ordering takeout, just hanging around. Talking to someone was nice. Someone who understood us and the situation. Confession: Emma appeared concerned one night after Sophie had been exploring for a month. I saw her fiddle with her jewelry when she was concerned. "I need to tell you something," she whispered from across the couch. "And it might make things weird, but I can't keep pretending." My stomach flipped strangely. Maybe I knew what was coming. "I've had feelings for you for a long time," she replied, holding her hands. "Like, since before you and Sophie even got together. But you were with her, and she's my best friend, so I never said anything. I started dating Mark hoping it would help me get over it, but," she replied. "It didn't work." I sat there trying to comprehend. Emma, kind, funny, lovely, had affections for me. How could I miss that? She assisted me in Sophie's gift selection. Sophie, who was undecided about a meaningful relationship with me. Sophie seldom texted to check in, but Emma made me homemade chicken soup when I was unwell. Was I blind the whole time? "You don't have to say anything," she said hurriedly. "I just needed you to know. Watching Sophie treat you like this, seeing how much it's hurting you, it's been killing me. You deserve better than this." I regarded her. Really regarded her. Her eyes shone in that modest green sweater. Her hair was in an easy sloppy bun that made her seem prettier. I was puzzled how I hadn't noticed before. Still, Sophie's actions haunted me. She believed I'd wait like a devoted idiot while she walked around with multiple guys. Like I was a safety net. Available whenever she was bored. It was her biggest error. She was out there doing what she wanted, assuming I'd be there when she returned. Nah. For me, that chapter ended. I no longer followed her rules. My game was personal. I shot my shot. I breathed deeply, feeling that shift. The moment when I took charge. "Emma," I said, surprised by my steady voice. She sat closer on the couch. "I know this is complicated. I know I'm probably making everything worse by telling you this. But seeing you so unhappy these past few weeks, I just couldn't stay quiet anymore." She kissed me, leaning in, kissing me. Should have stopped. I should have considered Sophie, our friendship, and how complicated this would be. So I kissed her back. Not simply a kiss. We slept together. This was different. Emma noticed me. She liked me. She noticed my countenance shift, inquired what I was thinking, and cared. After resting in the dark, I processed it. This had gone far. How everything changed. Knowing I slept with my girlfriend's best friend. It should have felt like crossing a line. But all I could think about was how good that felt. This was no meaningless rebound, an impetuous mistake. She turned, raising herself on her elbow, looking at me. "What are we going to do?" she inquired quietly but steadily. Staring at the ceiling, I sighed. I should have replied. I should have felt guilt, conflict, etc. I only felt relief. After weeks of choking in Sophie's wreckage, I could breathe. "I don't know," I said. Emma paused, then asked. "I don't regret it. Do you? That insane thing?" I didn't. Not even briefly. I saw things clearly for the first time since this open relationship tragedy began. Our demise wasn't my fault. I did not break trust. Maybe I deserve someone who wants me. Just me. "Sophie's going to lose it when she finds out," remarked I. "Probably," Emma said. "But isn't it funny how she thinks it's perfectly fine for her to date other people, but the idea of you doing the same would drive her crazy?" It was her point. And then I thought, maybe Sophie should take her medicine. I didn't tell Sophie about Emma immediately. Part of me wanted to watch her reaction to hints first. Maybe that was petty. After seeing her show off with different guys for weeks, I thought she deserved to experience that. After Emma left, Sophie returned from staying at Jessica's place. Jessica was probably Jason, but whatever. She chatted about her girlfriend's night while pouring coffee. The first hint was dropped then. "Oh, Emma stopped by last night," I casually said. "We had a really good talk." Sophie's coffee pot grasp froze. "Emma was here?" "Yeah, we hung out for a while. She's really easy to talk to, you know?" Sophie dropped her coffee mug too hard, spilling some on the counter. "What did you guys talk about?" "Just stuff," I shrugged. "Life, relationships, feelings, it was nice." Her expression was priceless. Her next hour was spent contacting someone, likely trying to gain specifics from Emma, while pretending to watch TV with me. She looked at me every few minutes, trying to figure out what occurred. Over the next 3 days, I mentioned Emma more. She was hilarious. Her genuine understanding. How we texted. Sophie would always have a tight look, like she was trying not to respond but couldn't. Sophie almost ran across the couch when I smiled at my phone while emailing Emma one morning. "Who are you texting?" she inquired, failing spectacularly at casualness. "Just Emma," I said. "She's really into this new show I recommended." Sophie tried to grin but seemed in anguish. "You guys have been talking a lot lately." "Yeah. She's great to talk to. Really gets me, you know." Sophie started checking my phone when I left it sitting around. She thought she was sneaking, but I caught her browsing through my texts when I was in the bathroom or kitchen. The amusing part? I removed all Emma-related evidence. I left enough pleasant text to make her suspicious and insane. Sophie began appearing at my known locations. I would mention getting coffee at this cafe near work, and she would simply show up. Or she would arrive an hour after I said I was meeting friends at a bar, saying she was in the neighborhood. Best part? Self-date cancellations began. She suddenly came home more. "I want to watch movies. Cook dinner together." It was like witnessing someone mark their territory without acknowledging it. She came straight out with it after many attempts to get closer, which I always blocked. "Are you seeing someone else?" "Isn't that kind of the point of an open relationship?" I ask. "To see other people, yeah. But who is it? Is it Emma? Are you sleeping with Emma?" I only answered, "I thought we weren't supposed to share details about our other partners." "Isn't that what you said when I asked about your dates?" Sophie faltered. She looked at my Instagram followers, likes, and online interactions. She obsessively read Emma's social media posts and stories. Emma's coffee shop selfie was the final blow. "Coffee establishment where I have my morning coffee." Sophie rang me immediately. "Are you with Emma right now?" "Sophie, I'm at work." "But you always get coffee at that place in the morning. Did you meet her there?" Let her panic, then said, "That coffee shop has, like, 1,000 customers every day. People can go to the same coffee shop without it meaning anything." Sophie wasn't convinced. She often asked where I was heading. The person I saw. What I did. She demanded to know my every move after weeks of arriving home late from dates and never telling me who she was with. Emma laughed at Sophie's behavior when I told her. We met discreetly at her house so Sophie wouldn't see us. I quickly lost my doubts about hooking up with her and felt justified. She really can't handle not being in control, can she? Emma asked one night while we sat on her couch. Okay, nope, I said. And the best part? She can't even complain about it without admitting she never actually wanted an open relationship. She just wanted permission to cheat. Sophie switched tactics. One night at home, she dropped a bomb that changed everything. Closed relationship proposal. I think we should close the relationship again. I saw Sophie sit on our couch, appearing serious and anxious, telling me we should focus on us again. The same person who had been dating randomly for weeks was now sitting there, acting like she was helping me. I think we've explored enough, she murmured, taking my hand, pulling it away. We could go back to how things were before. Just you and me. It made me laugh. Just you and me? Like the past few weeks never happened? Well, yeah, she answered, confused by my response. Isn't that what you wanted? You haven't seemed happy with the open relationship. I quit playing games then. You're right, I haven't been happy. Watching my girlfriend go on dates with a new guy every other night while barely acknowledging my existence. Her face did this odd thing because she wanted to look empathetic but failed. I know it was hard for you, but that's why I'm saying we should close things up again. We can work on ourselves. Work on us, I repeated. Like how you've been working on getting to know half the guys in this city. That's not fair, she defended. You agreed to the open relationship. You could have been dating too. Oh, I have been, I responded, observing her look. I've been seeing someone. Sophie paled. Really pale. What? Who? Does it matter? Isn't that what you wanted? Both of us are exploring and having new experiences. She leapt from the couch. Of course it matters. Who the hell is it? How long? Her eyes expanded. It's Emma, isn't it? I sat and let her spiral. She ran her hands through her hair and paced our living room. It is Emma, isn't it? That's why you've been talking about her so much. That's why she's been avoiding my calls. My best friend? Leaning back. Really funny how you're allowed to sleep with whoever you want, but the moment I do the same, it's a problem. But it's Emma, she cried. She's my best friend. You can't sleep with my best friend. Standing, I looked her in the eye. Actually, I can. And I did. Sophie froze. She looked at me like she couldn't believe what she heard. What did you just say? I slept with Emma. Multiple times, actually. And you know what? It was great. She actually cares about my feelings, which is more than I can say for you lately. Sophie's face turned from disbelief to wrath in 2 seconds. You're lying. Emma would never do that to me. Really? Because she did. Want to know what else? She's had feelings for me for years. Even when she was dating Mark, she was thinking about me. You're lying to hurt me, Sophie remarked. I saw doubt in her eyes. I'm not. I witnessed realization. Remember last Thursday, when you were out with that startup guy? Sophie nodded slowly. Emma came over. We talked for hours. Then we slept together. She sees me as a person, not just some backup plan waiting at home while you live your best life. Sophie took out her phone, likely to call Emma. Not believing you? Emma would never? Check your texts with her, I encouraged. Notice her recent distance? Unresponsive to your messages? For that reason. She looked through her phone anxiously, possibly seeing Emma's ignored messages and short replies in a new light. This can't be happening, she said. This isn't how this was supposed to go. Really? How should it go? You party with other guys while I stay home as the loyal boyfriend? Was it impossible that I would find someone else? Not Emma. No, Emma, she shouted. You knew it would hurt. Lost it then. Do you hurt? How much have you wounded me? Did you ever consider how it felt to watch you dress up for other guys, come home late smelling like someone else's fragrance, and barely look at me? She protested. That was different. Those guys didn't mean anything. That improve it? While you had meaningless hookups, I developed serious affections for someone? I wanted to drop hints to make her feel the heat she gave me. Staring at me, she paused. Real feelings? Yeah. True sentiments. Emma and I go beyond physical. We chat, we chuckle, really care about each other. When was the last time we talked about something other than dating or new experiences? Sophie slumped defeated on the couch. What are you saying? Want to be with Emma? This open relationship situation revealed my true desires. This person doesn't ignore me. Then she cried. Big dramatic sobs would have worked on me a month ago, but all I could think about was how she hadn't cried over how much she'd wounded me. She sobbed. We can fix this. We can go back to how things were. Shaking my head. We can't. Because now I know what it's like to be valued. I won't settle for less. Sophie did something unexpected then. She stormed out with her keys. I'm going to Emma's place to sort this out once and for all. Sophie slammed the door, so I grabbed my phone to tell Emma. I told her Sophie was coming, and she said, let her come. Emma's always been serene, nothing shakes her. I offered support by coming over. No, Emma responded, I must handle this. 10 years as my best friend. I owe her a lot. I spent the next hour pacing around our apartment, checking my phone every 2 minutes. It felt uncomfortable, like when a storm is coming and the air gets thick. Emma called finally, shakily. She came screaming, Emma said. My neighbors undoubtedly heard everything. She kept screaming about how I betrayed her, was a bad friend, and planned this. You said what? He told her the truth. That I had feelings for you for years but never acted on them since she was my friend. Watching Mom treat you like garbage these last weeks made me realize she never deserved us. Our relationship wasn't intended, but I don't regret it. Sophie didn't like that. She tried to force into my apartment, stating she needed to see whether you were there. She accused me of hiding you when I blocked the door. She's completely lost it, Emma added. She listed all the random occasions we hung out to illustrate we'd been sneaking around for months. She even mentioned your couch moving help last year. Like when she was too busy working to help? Sophie seemed to think any encounter with Emma and I was evidence of an affair. Emma brought me soup when I had the flu, a cover for hooking up. Our group movie nights are just an opportunity to get close. She began crying, Emma said, like sliding down my doorframe crying. Claimed she never intended this. My neighbor checked on me. It was humiliating. After Mrs. Chen threatened to call the police over the disturbance, Sophie left. She told Emma she'd ruined everything and would never forgive her. Sophie returned to our house 20 minutes after my call with Emma. She looked awful. She entered and saw me sending Emma updates on my phone and lost it. Are you texting her now? Plan your next gathering? Since when have you two laughed at me behind my back? Sophie, no one's laughing at you. You harmed yourself. I did nothing. I suggested an open relationship to strengthen us, she cried, tossing her pocketbook across the room. I never told you to sleep with my best buddy. No, I said. You just wanted permission to sleep with whoever you wanted while keeping me as your backup plan. She grabbed our photos and gifts and put them in a box. I'm staying with Jessica. My true pal. Someone who wouldn't backstab me. Fine by me, I add. Take whatever you want. That paused her. Just that? Not even try to stop me? Would I? You've stated that you value something other than me or our relationship. She stopped packing and sat on the couch, visibly shrinking. I believed you would always be there. That no matter who I dated, you'd be there when I settled down. The truth ultimately emerged. She experimented without me, but I was her backup plan and promised a happy ending. Well, you guessed wrong, I informed her. I'm not a puppy waiting by the door while you have fun. I have emotions. I deserve more than second place. But you weren't my second pick. I adore you. No, Sophie, you adore having me around when convenient. Differences exist. Her wailing resumed, but I didn't feel anything. Not wanting to soothe her, not guilty, nothing, emptiness. I'll get the rest of my stuff tomorrow, she said, taking up her box. I can't be here right now. After she departed, I called Emma. Just hearing her voice calmed me. That night, we chatted about Sophie, ourselves, and the future for hours. Some of their mutual friends were already taking sides, with most dubbing Emma a backstabber without knowing the full tale. I don't care, she said. Think what you want. I know reality. In my half-empty apartment, I noticed Sophie's stuff were gone. I was relieved. Like I could breathe again. I urged Emma, come over. Settle with me. Yes, she agreed. I was done caring. The next morning Sophie picked up her items. She brought Jessica and 2 other unfamiliar pals. Sophie had told them her story, so they looked at me like I was the bad person while helping her pack. I bought your Xbox for your birthday, she remarked, unplugging it. Fine. Take it. I didn't care anymore. Emma arrived halfway through packing after reading between the lines when I texted her about coffee. Sophie's pals whispered when Emma entered, but Emma ignored them and offered me my coffee. Really? You'll show me this? Sophie snapped. Emma remarked, nobody's flaunting anything. I'm just here to support my boyfriend. Neither of us had used the word before. Sophie appeared slapped. Packing got faster after that. Sophie's companions rushed around, gathering belongings, likely to get her out before another meltdown. After finishing, Sophie stood in the doorway. I really loved you, she whispered. No, I said. You liked having me on call, differences exist. Emma helped tidy up after they departed. You okay? She questioned, watching me put Sophie's stuff in a donation box. Yeah. First time in months, I am. 2 weeks later. Life has changed since then. Better. Emma and I are doing things right but slowly. We had coffee at Sophie's favorite restaurant last weekend and saw other pals. Ignored us completely. Emma smiled and squeezed my hand. Sophie continues to tell everyone how I cheated. Emma betrayed her, and we always desired each other. Some believe her. Important people don't. Emma brought over her kindergartner's artwork to decorate my fridge yesterday. Too empty, she said. I noticed something in those crayon drawings. This is my wish. Someone who notices details. Who cares about warming my place? Who brings coffee because I didn't answer her text? Instead, I graded Emma's class papers while we watched her new favorite mystery show. Simple, normal, real. Looking back, Sophie's open relationship suggestion was almost helpful, because that wasn't a good idea. But because it revealed my ideal companion. Someone picks me first. Not just when convenient. The thing about life. The worst choices can lead to the best locations. For me, to the proper person. She was always there. Edit. Thanks Reddit for your support. Emma is reading this over my shoulder, chuckling at my description of her. She's constantly happy. By the way, she says hello. Am I the asshole for moving out knowing my fiancé can't afford it alone while his mother who refuses to work disrespects me in my own home? Me, F29, and my ex-fiancé, M27, have been living together for about 1.5 years. Fiancé got his undergraduate degree, worked for a couple years and then decided to get an MBA, which is how he ended up in our city. We moved in together after he finished his MBA program. Fiancé is from the Midwest and his mom has always wanted him to move back. When he told her he was staying here, she was heartbroken. I went to college and got my degree in a STEM field. After I graduated, I got a job with my current company and moved to the city where we currently live. It's a big international company with multiple locations in the US and internationally. I love my job, I like the company I work for, and the pay is pretty good. All in all, a pretty good deal. During COVID my office shut down and we all went WFH. After COVID they decided not to reopen this office, so I've been 100% WFH since early 2020. I currently make considerably more than him, mainly because I've been working for 7 years and I'm in tech. I had been living by myself in a 1-bedroom apartment and just had my office set up in the living room since it was just me. When we moved in together, we decided to get a 2-bedroom apartment so I could use the extra room as an office. Because of this I was paying 2/3 of the rent and he paid 1/3. We split everything else 50-50. So the problem started this past May. Fiancé's mom told him she wanted to move to our city to be closer to him. She asked if she could stay with us while she looked for a job and got settled. She's a teacher, so figured she'd be able to get a teaching job pretty quickly. Because of that I didn't really mind her staying with us, as I figured it would just be for a couple months over the summer. Since I thought it would only be for a couple months, I moved my office into a corner of our bedroom and my fiancé bought a bed to put in the second bedroom. The problem is she never applied for any teaching positions and has been living with us for 6 months now. She and I have really been struggling with each other since she moved in. I can't make her understand that I work full-time. She constantly interrupts while I'm working, which is bad enough, but she even interrupts when I'm on team calls. She always asks me to take her places because she doesn't like to drive in our city. She has pretty outdated views of gender roles and is constantly giving me a hard time for not doing more around the house and making fiancé help with chores, do his own laundry, etc. The constant criticism and insults are just really wearing me down. And I hate having my office shoved in a corner of the bedroom. Back in September I told my fiancé that since it looks like his mom is going to stay a while we should split the rent 3 ways. He told me she can't afford that since she has to conserve money until she gets a job. I told him I wasn't happy paying extra for a bedroom I can't use, so finally he said we could do a 50-50 split. I could afford to pay the extra, but I hate the idea of funding her lifestyle. Every time I complain about her or the situation he says he agrees but doesn't know what to do because he can't kick out his mom. And he won't talk to her about the way she treats me or how she behaves. When I ask what the long-term plan is, he just says he doesn't know. I've thought about giving him an ultimatum to tell her she has to leave, but I think he'd just end up resenting me for essentially putting him mom on the street. So one of my girlfriends is losing her roommate at the end of February. Our lease renews June 1st. I'm very strongly considering moving out of our current apartment and moving in with her. I can afford to pay part of the rent on our current apartment and also half the rent at my friend's apartment. It's not ideal, but I'm not a big spender, so it's doable. The issue is, if he and his mom aren't able to pay for 1/3 the rent each, there's no way they could cover the whole thing on their own. But I can't live like this anymore, so I'm pretty sure this is what I'll do, but I wanted to see if people thought I'd be the AH for leaving them like this. Comments. Comment 1. His mom is the biggest A because she specifically planned this. It isn't that she's had bad luck, she didn't even apply. Add in that she didn't respect your workplace and insults you. She's basically trying to be the matriarch of the house, while being a complete mooch. The biggest problem is your fiancé. This is just a glimpse of your future with a mama's boy. He's made it clear that he's okay with her walking all over you, and she's not leaving. You're going to end up as a third wheel in your own marriage. Comment 2. Je suis d'accord. His mom is taking advantage, and your fiancé isn't setting boundaries. It's a big concern for the future. You deserve better. NTA. Comment 3. Exactly this. OP, you're not leaving them, you're escaping a situation that was never fair to you in the first place. His mom didn't just end up staying, she chose not to apply for jobs, and your fiancé chose to let her. Meanwhile, You've been paying the majority of the rent, lost your office, and now you're stuck in your own home with someone who disrespects you daily. If he wanted to build a life with you, he would have had a plan for this months ago. Instead, you're the only one being asked to sacrifice. Time to choose yourself because they already have. Comment 4. And be prepared for them to be upset because they are losing their money bags. They were using you and had absolutely no respect for you or neither one of them. If you don't leave, you will be the AH. Comment 5. I'm a teacher. An old, retired teacher. I could substitute teach every day this week if I wanted to do so. I still get requests to app interview for both public school and private school jobs. MIL could work if she wanted to work. I'm in my late 60s and drive all over and in Mexico and Europe on vacation. She is needlessly helpless. Comment 6. Good news, you discovered your fiancé is a mama's boy before you got legally entangled. The price is 3 months of paying double rent. Sucks, but much cheaper than a divorce, alimony, child support and years of therapy because of dealing with that kind of miel. Mommy wanted to prove her darling boy would pick her and take care of her. So she moved in and proved it. He won't stand up to her. Sadly, unless he gets some serious therapy and figures out how to unmesh, he's never going to. So tell him flat out, Mommy wins. She gets her whittle boy back. You will find a grown man. You'll pay your portion of the rent for the next few months, but you're letting the landlord know you will not be renewing and do not use your income for renewal for him and Mommy. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. You did what you could, but unless he wants to grow up, you're going to spend decades hearing how you don't cook right, clean right, raise your kids, spend money, vacation wrong, and have bad values. She, of course, knows better. Don't do that to yourself. And maybe, just maybe, this will make him realize he's got to get off Mommy's titty if he ever wants a life of his own. Update, 5 days later. I posted here last week about the situation I'm in living with my soon-to-be ex-fiancé and his mom. I started off trying to reply to everyone's comments and keep up, but honestly I just got completely overwhelmed with all the comments. First off, I want to thank everyone for their feedback and comments, even the ones that were kind of harsh. Actually, probably especially the ones that were kind of harsh. I really needed some tough love to make me realize that I was letting my STBX and his mom take advantage of me. The more comments I read, the more pissed off I got. Honestly, I think I'm more pissed at myself for allowing this to happen and not advocating for myself more. This past weekend I got my STBX alone so we could talk, which was actually harder than it should have been. BC, his mom always tries to tag along when we do anything. Going through all the comments everyone left and the PMs people sent really helped me decide how to approach this. And also, brought up a lot of good questions I should have thought of myself. Back to the discussion with the ex, I wanted to give him one more chance to pick us over his mom, not because I thought he would, but I just wanted to be able to tell myself I give him the opportunity. I explained again about how unhappy I am with the situation, how it's affecting my work because of her constant interruptions and just being unhappy and uncomfortable that I'm forced to work out of a corner in our bedroom. And I reminded him that until a few months ago I was paying the majority of the rent, and being that I make so much more than him, it's really my salary that keeps us all afloat. And I also brought up, again, the way she treats me and talks to me. And he replied the same way he has been. He agrees it's not right how she acts and that it's really uncomfortable for us all. WTF, I don't care if she's uncomfortable. Previously I would have dropped it there. But this time I told him how angry and disappointed I was that he let me pay for 2/3 of the rent when she first moved, and how unfair it was that I'm still paying for half when there are 3 people living there and she is the only one with her own bedroom. It was the same story, she has to conserve money since she doesn't have any income currently. Which brought up the question of where all her stuff went when she moved. What money does she use for incidentals? So evidently, when she got divorced. She asked for the divorce after my ex went off to college. It doesn't sound like her husband, ex's dad, wanted the divorce. His dad bought her out of the equity in their house. Ex didn't have any idea how much that was or how much is left. But until she moved here she was working full-time as a teacher and living in a small apartment, so she should not have had to tap into the divorce settlement money very much. Other than that, ex didn't have much insight into her finances other than what she told him, that she has to conserve money. I told him straight up that I'm moving out before the end of the month. And from now on I'm only paying 25%. As some of the commenters pointed out, she has a whole bedroom while I have to share with a man-child. So she should have to pay twice as much. And after I move out I'm not paying for anything else. No utilities, no food, nothing other than rent. I have a pretty idea what his finances are like, and if he has to pay 75% of the rent all by himself it's going to take a huge chunk of his net income. And after he pays utilities and buys groceries there won't be anything left for incidentals. Rent was due on the 1st, but it's not late until after the 5th, so he has 2 days to come up with the dollars. If he doesn't come up with it and I end up covering, then I'll reduce the amount I pay in future months. The only reason I'm going to keep paying any of the rent is even after I move out, I'm still on the hook. I talked to the leasing office and they explained that since X and I signed a single rental agreement together, e.g., one contract we both signed as opposed to 2 contracts we signed individually, we are both responsible for the rent. They don't care who actually pays as long as it gets paid. The only alternative would be if he agrees to sign a new lease by himself, or together with his mom. But in all likelihood he wouldn't be able to pass the credit check on his own, so I'm kinda stuck. I don't think he'll do anything stupid though, because he's going to need to find some place to live after this, and a collection on his credit report wouldn't be good. I also told him that I'm going to find some place to work during the day until I move so she can't bother me. My friend I'm moving in with said I could work there during the day since she and her current roommate have in-person 9 to 5s. I took her up on that for now. After living with his mom, I'm not about to overstay my welcome, so I'm going to find some other options that I can rotate through. Someone suggested checking out the public library, or if it comes to it I'll get a membership at one of those WeWork kind of places. Just in case, I brought my important papers, files, valuables, and my friend is storing them for me until I move in. He really didn't take it well. The surprising thing to me is that he was surprised by everything. He seemed really shocked that I wasn't prioritizing his mom. I really got the feeling that he sincerely believed I wanted to take care of her as much as him, and he kept saying stuff like, "What about my mom? What am I going to tell her? That's how she is, but we still need to help her," etc. He asked about our relationship and the engagement. I told him after I moved out I needed some space from him. In a few months, when we've both had some time space to process what happened, if we both agree we can talk about the relationship. But he'd have to prove that he's going to have my back going forward and will set boundaries with his mom. I told him that just to avoid more drama, but I don't see a future in which we are together. I told him he needs to tell his mom because she's not my responsibility or problem, and she'll know something when I start moving my stuff out. He hasn't told her what's going on yet, but this weekend I'm going to start moving things so he doesn't have much time. My friend's current roommate starts a new job in another state on the 3rd, so in reality I can probably move in 2 to 3 weeks, just depending on when she actually leaves. I don't expect him to do anything bad, other than sulk and complain, but if he does something stupid, or doesn't pay his part of the rent, the ace up my sleeve is I'll tell the leasing office his mom moved in, which is prohibited in the lease. Honestly, getting evicted would solve a lot of my problems right now, so it's a pretty valid threat, I think. Now that I've mentally and emotionally separated myself from him and his mom, I'm looking forward to her reaction when he tells her what's going on. If it gets too ugly, I'll find a cheap Airbnb or hotel or something. I've had some friends, including the one I'm moving in with, offer to let me couch surf for a few weeks, but I just can't do that to someone else. So, that's it. I'm leaving and I really don't care how that affects them. Comments. Comment 1. You're at the end of a long and painful process, but I'm sure that you will be better for it. Good luck. Comment 2. Dude should really just marry his mom. Comment 3. Notify your landlord in writing that you are moving out and to take you off the lease after June 1st. You wouldn't want to do nothing and accidentally trigger an automatic renewal. Oop. Already did that. I did it before I went to talk to the front office and confirmed that they received it while I was down there. Am I the asshole for skipping my brother's wedding after his fiance's reckless prank on my husband led to false accusations and family conflict? Thinking about not attending my brother's wedding because his fiance's prank on my husband. I am a 25 female, my husband is 30 male, my brother 32 male, and his fiance, 31 female, recently came to visit us in our city. My partner and I are new homeowners and they were staying with us for the first time. My brother's fiance loves Halloween. She is also a Disney adult and has a childlike side to her which comes out sometimes. She's just super involved, absorbed, when it comes to her interests. Anyway, I'm just sharing this for context because my perspective is that she often gets carried away, and I genuinely feel what I am going to describe was the result of one of those moments where she just took it too far and suffered some negative consequences. She is, however, taking it as a very personal attack. So we disagreed, and the disagreement resulted in my husband cutting their visit short. AKA they were asked to leave. 31F has made comments more than a few times now since meeting him, that my husband gives off a dark vibe. She is always comparing him to characters from various books she reads. It's not necessarily criticism, she always explains that they are compliments. Well, I'm not sure anymore. Her reasons for these comparisons are based on his looks, the general vibe he gives off, and his tattoo. He only has one, but it's on his hand. During this recent visit, she mentioned she would love to see someone like him get scared because she can't imagine him getting startled, or letting out a scream. Scaring him became her goal during her stay with us. None of us knew about it, not even my brother. The incident causing all the trouble is that she tried to jump scare my husband in the garage. It was dark and she ambushed him in the garage while wearing a full outfit and mask when he was returning from a run. Well, he didn't let out the scream she wanted. He instinctively reacted by shoving her against the wall. She hit her head and was quite shaken up. Luckily, he realized very quickly by the sound she made that it likely wasn't an intruder. He switched the lights on and pulled her mask off. He told me he was very confused at the moment. Why would she attack him? My husband helped her inside, apologized, made her tea and then called me. I was out with my brother. When we got home, I asked 31F if she was okay and I said her prank was stupid to do because she could have gotten seriously hurt. I don't know if it was what I said that bothered her or if she was just waiting for her partner to come home, but she launched into crying about how my husband used an excessive amount of force knowing it was most likely her just doing a harmless prank. In a nutshell, my husband asked her straightforwardly, "Are you implying I intentionally assaulted you?" She hesitated but chose to say yes, and my husband responded to that with "Get out of my house." I tried to smooth it, but my husband was adamant if that's what she genuinely believes, she's not welcome to stay. 31F chose to stick to her accusation. I decided to side with my husband. My brother is angry with me. He thinks I should have tried to do damage control and let them stay by convincing my husband to lean more into apologizing and placating his fiancée who was just recovering from the situation. He thinks this whole thing would have blown over if I'd helped my husband fold. I find this unfair. My brother was counting on me to handle all this, yet he didn't speak up during the conversation or try to talk sense into his fiancée. My husband remained calm the entire time, but he obviously felt insulted by her remarks, and I think that's valid. Why should I have taken my brother's fiancée's side over my own husband? Especially when I feel like she was wrong for doing all that, then turning around and accusing my husband of wanting to hurt her. My brother says I was short-sighted and should think of their upcoming wedding, but I think he is the one who needs to get his fiancée to apologize to my husband. Editing to add the text below, in an attempt to answer some things that are getting lost in comments. I would like to clarify, when I meant I tried to smooth the situation, I was not taking 31F's side or doubting my husband in any way. I simply tried to get everyone to consider tabling this until emotions had cooled down. And by those emotions, I mean the hysterics of my brother's fiancée. My husband was calm throughout, although there was an obvious finality about his decision. He made his statement and disengaged. As mentioned, my brother looked to me hoping I'd persuade my husband, but I didn't, so they had to leave. The costume. I mentioned in a comment that I didn't get an opportunity to ask that night if she bought an outfit specifically for this prank or if it was my brother's Halloween costume. They go to adult Halloween parties, and we're attending one this weekend 2 hours from where we live. It was part of my brother's costume. A mask, like a golden masquerade one but more coverage. It reminded me of the gold-jeweled animal masks from Squid Game, or something you'd wear to a Rothschild party in the 70s. And she had on a long robe, a cloak with a hood. People asked me to update. I will do that. Please look at my comments too in case I already answered a question you might have, but I think these two were the ones I saw pop up the most. I'm sorry I can't keep up with all the comments. I really tried. I will be showing this thread to my brother. Comments. Comment 1. If she hadn't hidden in the dark garage in a hooded costume, none of this would have happened. There's no way he would have known in the moment that it was her, and I believe anyone would have a similar reaction. Frankly, she's lucky she was not hurt more than she was. There's a direct cause effect here, yet she's not accepting responsibility. I think her behavior falls into the play stupid games category. Your husband doesn't have anything to apologize for, and it's offensive for them to try to obfuscate her responsibility. NTA comment 2. Exactly this. It's one thing to come out of a closet into a well-lighted room, and completely another to jump someone in a dark garage. She's lucky he didn't break her nose or her jaw. Comment 3. I live in Oklahoma. She's lucky she didn't get shot. Comment 4. Texas here. Getting shot is a real possibility. That's beyond stupid on her part. I can guarantee you that I will not be attacked again. Not funny. Comment 5. NTA. Your future SIL is deranged. She attacked someone coming into his own home. He reacted accordingly. How would he know it was her? She FAFO. Your brother should have told her it's her own fault. Be prepared for more dramatics once they are married and go LC now. Nothing will ever be her fault. Edited to add, call your family now and tell them what happened before they spin it and blame your husband for reacting appropriately. Comment 6. Their relationship dynamics are concerning. You might want to distance yourself from her drama. Update, 19 days later. I got a lot of messages requesting an update. I have never made one before, so I hope I am going about this correctly. To recap my previous post, my 25F brother's fiancée, 31F, decided to jump scare my husband, 30M, in our dark garage because she wanted to get a reaction from him and possibly hear him scream. As ridiculous as it sounds, this is the only motive we have been able to get out of her. My husband responded to her jump scare by instinctively shoving her against the wall. Luckily for her, he heard her voice and recognized that it wasn't an intruder. He apologized to her at that moment, helped her inside, and calmed her down. He told me he was gentle and understanding, but once she was seated and started to calm down, he made it very clear to her that her actions were reckless and could have led to serious harm. It's my personal opinion that she didn't like the change in his demeanor and being told off because it meant she was no longer the victim, but the transgressor. In a shitty attempt to get herself out of the hot seat, she decided to accuse my husband of using excessive force, implying that he intentionally assaulted her, even though she was the one who initiated the whole situation. This led to an emotional reaction from my brother, and heightened the tension between him and my husband. My husband was zero tolerance about the theatrics, facile in hysterics, and my brother getting riled up about it. He kicked them both out. You can read the details of the first post here. Update: I tried to talk to my brother multiple times after the incident, but each attempt ended in silence because I refused to give in to his demands. He wanted my husband and me to apologize to his fiancée, starting with me downplaying the whole situation so she wouldn't feel bad about her prank. I hesitated to send him the Reddit post I'd made. Initially, I thought it might work against us to make things worse. But his total inability to reason with me or see the situation for what it was became beyond frustrating. Since I couldn't physically deliver a cold hard slap to his face for asking me to be complacent and allowing my husband to be falsely accused of assault, I figured the next best thing would be for him to read all your comments. Following the advice I got here, I tried to get ahead of the situation by informing my parents. My dad, a reasonable and practical man, immediately sided with my husband. His comments were similar to what a lot of people here had said, focusing on how dangerous and reckless the prank was and the ramifications of being falsely accused of assault. My mom, who unfortunately has always favored my brother, suggested we at least hear her out, referring to my brother's fiancée. As vivid as I was about her reaction, I wasn't surprised by it. My dad did try to shut down her skepticism, but she remained on my brother's side for a few days, until I showed them footage from my brother's Tesla, which he had tried to delete. The Sentry thing, sorry if I'm using the terminology incorrectly, I'm not a Tesla owner, recorded part of the interaction in the garage, not the jump scare itself, but the aftermath, which IMO was more crucial. My husband's account was confirmed. He used a measured amount of force to immobilize her and was prepared to escalate if necessary, which is beyond generous for someone to do in a situation like that, and definitely not owed. Many of you speculated that she might have a fixation or even a crush on my husband, and I'm starting to reconsider some past interactions with that in mind. I also misunderstood what dark books she expressed she enjoyed, and compared my fiancé to. I learned from comments here that they are actually a subtype of the romance genre. I didn't know she was comparing him to characters in romance novels because one of the characters I recall her comparing my husband to was from a book about dragons. I genuinely wish I still remembered the names of various characters she's mentioned over the months so I could satisfy my own curiosity, but my brain glossed over the names during conversations. We have a group chat for the wedding, which includes my brother, my parents, my brother's fiancé, and her parents. In that chat, I addressed the incident but didn't share the Tesla footage, only mentioned that it exists. Her parents didn't respond in the chat, though I know they saw the message. Later, her mom called mine. Apparently, they had no idea about the prank. It's hard to say whether they believe me or if they've taken their daughter's side after speaking with her. My brother's fiancé, and my brother, have both extended apologies to my husband, and have requested our presence at their upcoming wedding. My parents, trying to keep the peace, have encouraged us to go, saying it's the honorable thing to do. So, for the sake of family formality, we've decided to attend. However, my husband has made it clear that we'll be there out of obligation. We will be keeping a distance from them going forward. We haven't explicitly stated it, but there will be no future invitations to our home, not even for the holiday dinner we had planned before all this happened. My husband is going to minimize all future interaction with my brother's fiancée. I don't think we'll ever trust her again. I'll try to spend some one-on-one time with my brother to gauge where we stand. Our relationship feels strained, and this incident has made me realize that I lost him to her long before this happened, something I hadn't fully recognized until now. Thanks to everyone for sharing your opinions. A reporter from a news outlet reached out to me, and I remember requesting that if anyone uses my story, I would like them to pass on the following sentiment. I hope that if you share my story, you can help highlight the dangers of ambush-style pranks. These types of pranks create a threatening environment and put everyone involved at risk of serious harm or injury. They are stupid and dangerous. No one should have to feel threatened or be put in a position where their safety is compromised for the sake of a prank. If that's the setup, then it's not a prank. Actions like these will always have consequences, some of which may be irreparable, and no prank is worth the risk of someone getting hurt. Editing to add a little footnote, I understand people get curious and invested, but please consider this my final update. If necessary, I will update again in the future, but it will be unlikely and I assure you it won't be anytime soon. I got a lot of DMs requesting updates on the previous post, so I thought I'd place this disclaimer here. And another edit to fix the formatting. I wrote this post in my notes app first, which was a dodo move apparently. Sorry, I suck at this. Comments. Comment 1. Still NTA, and your SIL is still lucky that all she got was a shove against the wall. Doing dumb shit tends to get people killed more often than not. Comment 2, please make sure to keep a copy of that video and if possible a written statement from your future SIL. She can always backtrack and try to ruin your husband's life with a false accusation. Oop. We have a copy. Comment 3? That's good, I would still be very careful with your whole family. Your husband was attacked and it seems they are all very happy to keep it hush-hush. I know you are trying your best and I applaud you for it, but please never forget they are willing to appease that psycho no matter the consequences to your husband. Final update, 2 months later. I still get the odd message or notification on this account, which is surprising to me. I always feel bad because I can't feed the interest with a truly juicy update. TLDR, my brother and his partner got married, she is pregnant and we are no contact. This is the last one from me, guys. I did read, or try to read, some of the books I got recommended that would show me what my husband is being compared to. I mostly did this for entertainment purposes. I think some fans of these books will get mad, but I'll just be honest, these books are not for me. I got up to book 3 in ASOTAR, although my skimming increased with each book. I made it through a little bit of the 4th one and that's when my brain just couldn't take any more. I think my husband was supposed to be Rhysand. After reading 3 + 1 half-ish books, I don't quite see it. I found both Rhysand and Fair increasingly annoying as the books went on. I just DNF'd. They're not my people. If I had to pick, Asriel seemed a little more like my husband, maybe, based on just loose vibes that I got. I also read 4th Wing, just the one book, and I won't be reading the rest of the series. I think my husband was supposed to be Xaden. He's actually more of a Liam personality-wise. These were the main 2 books. Anyway, the actual update, my brother and his fiancée got married. She was pregnant. My mom had already suspected apparently, but the pregnancy was announced during the wedding. The pregnancy has made my parents kind of soften. My mom is distracted about becoming a grandma. It hasn't changed how I feel. I still think it's a mistake that he's marrying her, and I'm worried about him. But I also don't have any intense feelings. It's his life. My husband didn't have to attend the wedding. We all said he could skip it, but he wanted to accompany me. Nothing dramatic happened at the wedding. We did keep it a bit of a distance, so maybe we missed any drama if there was some. I did learn something disturbing from someone who has spent more time with my brother's wife. She had apparently made some disgusting comments about my husband in the past. She had said he looks like a Legend comics character. It feels nasty to direct quote her, so I will just paraphrase. She basically implied he is so essayable and or would be doing the essay or something. I don't know if any of this has to do with the context of these types of comics. This was all apparently said in a WhatsApp chat, but no proof of the conversation because the person who told me said she got a new phone and didn't back up her WhatsApp. I don't have any reason to believe she would make this up though. I didn't confront my brother's wife about this comment because it was said a long time ago and it just doesn't seem worth bringing up. We have just continued our no contact. Like I said, pretty boring update, but it's truly my final one now that the wedding is over. Comments. Comment 1. At this point I would go NC, the parents are useless, the husband's reputation is being tainted and there's nothing op and the family can do except just accept that's how it is. Loser if you'd ask me. There will be potentially more hideous incidents in future if the husband keeps attending op's family gathering where the sil would be there, and I'm afraid it will affect op's marriage sooner or later if no NC at this point. YDK about you guys, but I prefer to prevent than repair. There are some things in life you cannot repair. Comment 2. Wow, that's crazy. Definitely keep your distance from SL and maybe put up some more cameras. I pity your brother because he's in for a rough ride with the person he chose to marry and procreate with, but then again he doubles down and backs her outrageous claims. Hopefully you can move on without any more issues with the crazy SIL. I would be wary of family dinners or holidays without recording them to protect yourselves. My wife hid that she's asexual. I asked for a divorce, She refused, and even tried to open the relationship by offering her best friend to me. My wife, 29F, and I, 34M, have been married for 4 years, and up until a year and a half ago, things were fantastic. Our marriage began to deteriorate after there was a significant drop in sex between us, not intimacy, just the actual sex part of the relationship. We would still cuddle and have deep intimate moments talking and just being around each other, but she kept rejecting my attempts at taking things further past kissing. Now we have had no problem communicating, so I made sure to address it early, and we talked and made adjustments. We both made sure to stay in shape, we tried being more adventurous, we went to couples therapy, joint counseling, and even tested both of our hormone levels. Everything was normal. Each solution would work for a little while and then we'd be back to having sex maybe once a month. I asked her several times if she was no longer attracted to me, to which she denied every time. I asked her if I was falling short in the relationship in any other way, to which she said no. Well, about a month ago, she got back from her therapy session and told me that she believes that she's asexual and that's the reason for her libido being non-existent as of late. I was definitely confused because we had such great sex for a while in the beginning of our relationship, but her telling me that she's now asexual was heartbreaking because everything else is great. Obviously, I'm not going to force her to have sex, so we had a long conversation about our relationship and I came to the conclusion that we should get a divorce. I say because she immediately rejected the idea and said we would figure something out and wouldn't talk to me about it anymore. I didn't know what to say, so I dropped it. Well, 3 weeks go by, without sex. And I decided that I have to do this for my own mental well-being, so I filed for divorce and had her served with the papers. Last week when I got home from work, she was going about the day like nothing was wrong. I asked her if she signed the papers and she flat out said, "We are not getting a divorce," and changed the subject and acted like things were normal. Obviously I thought this was crazy, so I stopped her and said I couldn't be in a marriage devoid of sex, and I mentioned that I was being incredibly fair with our divorce. She can keep the house that we bought and paid for with cash. She paid 1/3, I paid 2/3. I'd take all of the debt, which isn't much, we'd split our savings and investments in half, and she can keep 2 of our 3 paid-off cars. I only wanted to keep my sports car. Thankfully we don't have kids. I love her and want her to be comfortable, and I have no problem starting over since I make a good income. But she won't budge or talk about the divorce. This brings us to 2 days ago. I get home and go to our bedroom and find my wife's friend, 27F, in our bed naked. I immediately shut the door, said sorry, and went looking for my wife. I found her in the kitchen and asked what her friend was doing here, and she said that she was here for me. I put 2 and 2 together and said that I'm not having sex with other women in place of the woman I chose to marry. She was adamant on saying that I could sleep with her whenever I wanted and that her friend agreed to it. I couldn't believe things would get this far, so I went back to our bedroom and asked her friend to leave. I packed a bag and I've been staying in a hotel nearby since that night. My wife, her mother, and her sister keep calling me, but I'm just not interested in hearing what they have to say. This feels like a trick. I just want this whole thing to be over. Does anyone have advice? Is this some kind of ploy for alimony? We do have a prenup? Should I just contact my lawyer and try to force the divorce? I'm really uncomfortable with this entire situation. Edit. We talked last night, I'll update when I get home from work. Edit 2. Here's the update if anyone's interested. I'll try to keep this as concise as possible. I feel overwhelmed, so I probably won't bother with another update after this one, I don't know. My wife came to my hotel last night and we talked about everything. She told me the full truth and what's going on in her mind. A few of you commented on this in the last post, so you were right. She has always been asexual. She and her whole family has known this since she was 16. Apparently this is the reason why her last long-term relationship of 3 years ended. He broke up with her after the sex between them diminished to being non-existent after the first year. She told me that sex is easier for her in the beginning when emotions are running high, but she still needs to force herself to have it. I knew they broke up due to unresolvable differences, but I didn't ask for details, nor did she tell me. After a lot of apologies and crying, she told me that I was the first person she was able to tolerate sex with for so long and that she did enjoy it a handful of times. But after a while she still felt like she was being raped. I broke down after hearing this and started kicking myself for not catching on to any of this. She said she tried her best to please me as much as she could. She still doesn't want a divorce and she doesn't want the house, cars, or the savings. She just wants me and is ready to do whatever it takes to keep me. She even said that she would sign a postnup stating this. As for her friend, she was there during her last breakup and helped to support her through it. My wife went to her after I brought up divorce and talked things out. Her friend suggested that she open the relationship for me, but she said she didn't want me sleeping with strange women, so her friend volunteered herself to be the one that sleeps with me. My wife thought this was a great idea, which led to the fiasco at our house. I won't comment on her appearance because it doesn't matter, and I don't blame the friend. My lawyer got back to me, "You were all right. I don't need her permission, but I will have to wait if I want to push it through." I asked her why she lied to me this entire time, and she said she was tired of being rejected after revealing she was asexual, so she convinced herself that she would be able to force herself to have sex during the relationship. The hormone testing, the sessions in couples therapy, and all of our solutions was just her buying time to find another way around sex or give herself enough time to build up the strength to start regularly having sex with me again. Our conversation ended with us holding each other in bed crying for a couple of hours. No, we didn't have sex. She pleaded with me to hold off on the divorce to look for a solution together and left my hotel room. I'm now sitting alone typing this fucking post. I guess I found out that we don't share everything with each other. Thank you to everyone who has messaged me directly. I'm still trying to get to all of them. I don't know what I'm going to do. Comments. Comment 1. You did right, bro. Let your attorney handle this. Do not have sex with anyone until your attorney says you're in the clear. Oop. That's my only course of action right now. I'm going to look for an apartment tomorrow. Comment 2. Also, why are you offering her so much? Split the marital property equitably and move on. If you even have the slightest inclination that she's trying to set you up, then don't just roll over and let her have everything, because that won't be enough for her and her attorney. Comment 3. This, OP. I don't see any reason that the judge wouldn't just divide the assets and liabilities 50-50. I understand wanting to offer her more to get her to sign, but if she's not willing to do that and you have to go to court about it, you're gonna want to tighten up so you have some leverage. OP. She has been wonderful to me otherwise. I don't feel like she should be punished for finding out who she is. I want her to be comfortable because she doesn't make nearly as much as I do. I can bounce back with no issue. She'll still have to work to provide for herself unless she marries another high earner or becomes one herself. A fresh start doesn't scare me at all. Comment 4. That's nice of you, but she's being manipulative and sketchy as hell with this latest stunt. You being so nice about it is fair enough. Comment 5. I don't know if she's being maliciously manipulative. Most likely she's terrified of him leaving her and is in denial or doing everything possible to get him to stay, or both. He says everything is perfect except for the lack of sex, so she sees this as they can stay together if she provides him someone to have sex with that isn't her. It's not a black and white situation. And while I agree the wife's actions are not appropriate, I think she's acting out of fear and love. Again, that doesn't make it okay, just that we don't have enough information to say that she 100% is trying to trap him in anything. Update. 2 weeks later. I don't think I can link my previous post, so just go to my profile I guess if you care to read the op. I've tried to read every comment, message and take to heart what most of you had to say. Also please stop messaging me. I can't respond to everyone, it's too much. I'll make this as short as possible. After my last update, my wife asked me to meet with her about a week later to discuss things with her. I've been staying at an extended stay since that night with her friend. We met at our house and talked for a few hours. She started off with a ton of apologies for how she acted, her lying about her sexuality, and not taking my sexual needs more seriously. Before I could say anything, she presented a signed post-nup agreement she had drafted with a lawyer stating that she doesn't want anything, the house, the cars, savings, everything. I felt like the biggest asshole for thinking that she was tricking me for more money. I asked her if she was serious and she told me to take the post-nup with me and sign it when I'm ready. I still haven't signed it, it's in my backpack. I told her that I still think divorce is our best course of action and that we both deserve to find someone who matches our needs. She still refused and borderline begged me to reconsider. She started crying and so did I. Seeing her like this was devastating. I told her that finding other women to sleep with me wasn't going to work. What if I develop feelings for them? What if I get one of them pregnant? Do we expect her to get an abortion? She said we'll figure it out as we go along, and to please give her more time to work on other solutions. She set up appointments for sex and hormone therapy, and it's seeing a sex guru. I said that it sounds like we're going through the same things again, but she was adamant and pleaded with me to wait. There were more apologies on both sides and we kissed for a while before ending the conversation, then I went back to my hotel that night. A few days later I tried texting her but she didn't respond, so I called her dad. I'm avoiding her mother and sister since they are saying the same things as my wife. Her dad told me that she moved back home and has been holed up in her room since our talk. She called out of work. He told me that she's barely eating, bathing, or talking to him or her mom. He asked me what I was going to do but I didn't have an answer for him. He just said he understands and said he would be here to talk anytime I wanted to. So I went back to our house and a good portion of her stuff was gone. The whole place feels empty. I've been sleeping in one of the spare rooms. I'm planning on flying to my mother's house in a couple weeks to spend time with my family to decompress from this entire situation. I'm still on the divorce side of the fence, but I guess there's no rush. Thank you to everyone for your insight and concern. Seriously, I know we're all strangers, but most of you have been a huge help to my mental health. Seriously, thank you. Also, my cousin uses Reddit and reached out after he found my last post and asked me to shout him out if I made an update. Love you, Virgil. Thank you for being there for me. I think I'll just make a quick edit to this post once we reach a resolution for anyone that cares. Comments. Comment 1. It's a tough situation, but if having an intimate physical relationship with your wife is important, I think you know what needs to be done. Sucks for everyone involved. Godspeed. Comment 2. Sex in a relationship is like the toilet in your house. It's not the first thing you mention when talking about it, but if it's not working, then it's immediately noticed. Update, 10 months later? Hey everyone, in hindsight I regret making these posts because I think I received too many pieces of advice. I keep thinking I should have just handled it internally with just family. I don't regret my decisions, I just wish I gave myself more time to think. Anyway, here's the update. I'll keep it short. The divorce was finalized months ago, our house was sold along with one of the cars, and my ex-wife is still living with her parents. I had a little more than 2/3 of the proceeds wired to her account, but the last time I talked to her dad she hadn't touched a dime. I was informed that she checked into a mental health clinic, but I don't know how long she was there or what her current state is. I changed my number, but her dad has emailed me a few times to check on me throughout this last year, which breaks my heart because he's a great man. Him playing both sides of the fence like this really made everything go a lot smoother. Other than not warning me, which I honestly don't think it was his place to, he's been a huge help. I moved back to my home state to be closer to my family. I may leave to go to another state again. I don't know, I'm not sure yet. I feel numb from this whole thing. Not much of a drinker, so I've been smoking a ton of pot and working out to occupy my mind. To everyone who didn't get a response from me in my messages, I'm sorry, but there were just too many. I responded to as many as I could mentally handle. I think that's it. I can't imagine that there would be any additional questions, but I'll answer whatever I can. Comments. Comment 1. Wow. Hope you both find some type of lasting happiness. You move on. Your ex is hopefully finding some peace. Comment 2. I'm not so sympathetic to his ex-wife. She lied to him for years, misled him, and drew this out and took years of his life away trying to live her version of happiness at his expense. It's unfortunate she's taking it so hard, but what she did to him was cruel and selfish. Comment 3. Do you love her at all? I feel like men are all thinking with dicks like, is there no love if there's no sex? Like, how is being asexual worth a surprise divorce with no discussion, and how you are supported by people on Reddit is just a joke. Love does not equal to sex, and if you're willing to dump the woman you made vows to based on sex, then you don't understand love at all. You won't find love ever, and anything you find going forward is not going to be more than lust. OOP. We tried to fix things for over a year. I understand where you're coming from, but I guess my question to you is, what can you live with and without in a relationship? Money, attraction, respect, intimacy, non-sexual, security? Which one of these are you comfortable with losing in your relationships? Am I the asshole for cutting off my parents after my mom refused to care for me postpartum, even though she did it for my siblings? Throwaway account, and my English writing is really bad. Please bear with me. So I, 28 female, am 30 weeks pregnant with my first child and am about to move to another state. And mom has this thing where she takes care of my siblings when they give birth until they recover. She has done it for my older sister and my brother's wife, so I thought that she would do the same thing with me too, but a week ago she told me that she couldn't because it is too far away. We got into a fight about the whole thing, and I told her to get out of my house, and now we are not talking. Before you judge me and say that my mom isn't obligated to take care of me, I will tell you that it isn't about mom taking care of me. It was never about that. I am that one child in the family who nobody really cares about. My parents always claim that they love and treat us all equally, but man, is it obvious that they love me a little bit less than the others. I always thought that maybe I am adopted and that's why they don't care about me that much. Well, I am wrong because I am 100% theirs. It is always about how my other siblings are doing or how mom and dad are suffering, but it is never about me. It was never about me from the beginning. I rarely celebrate even if it is supposed to be my day. My birthdays? They rarely celebrated because mom and dad forgot. Or they just threw everything in the house and called it a birthday. High school graduation party? Nope, my parents have already wasted a lot of money for my big brother's college graduation party, so they can't do that, but they will make sure to make it up to me. Do you think that ever happened? I will give you a minute or two. If you guessed no, then congrats, you guessed right. Yay! They shared the wedding expenses of my siblings' wedding, but since my husband came from a good family, they don't have to share wedding expenses. Not my words. I have always been the therapist who listens to my mom and dad's rough day, or the one who needs to help mom because my older siblings have a lot of school work to do, or because my younger siblings are too young to do that kind of work. They always tell me that I am a good daughter, but I am never the one who they brag about to their friends. I did everything in my power to make them proud, but my achievements will always be below my siblings. I have tried to talk to them about how I feel multiple times before, but the only thing I get is a hard scolding about how I was getting spoiled. I hated my life until I got out of that house, but I never had the courage to let go of them, thinking that they would change. Well, my mom just proved me wrong. Mind you that my older sister lives a whole ass ocean away from Yo, but mom decided that taking a 10+ hour flight to another continent twice was not hard at all, but all of a sudden, and taking a 4-hour ride to my home was too much. Especially when I am in a place where I don't know anyone except my husband. I am so fucking tired of them putting everyone else above me. So, I will make things right between us until I leave because I don't want to end things on a bad note, and when I get to my new house, I will just cut all contact between us. I don't think that I have the energy to do all of this crap anymore, and besides, I have my lovely husband with me, so I will be alright and build myself a new family where I am truly appreciated and loved for who I am. Note, I am the third out of 5 children. My younger siblings are twins. Comments. Comment 1, NTA. Tell her you can't keep in touch, it is too far away. Comment 2, NTA. Yes, I agree with you. Make nice with your mom while you're visiting this time and minimize contact when you get back to your own home. It could be that your mother wants you to beg and plead. Oh mommy, pretty please, come help me, I need you. But my reaction is F that game playing. Put your energy on your husband and build a new support network where y'all live now. Comment 3. NTA. Put them on a strict information diet. Stay off socials, inform your husband and his family that you want nothing posted on social media. Do not let them know when the baby is born or when you go into labor. Do not answer the phone, respond to email, texts, etc. Put them on a ban list at the hospital if you have to. Gather more evidence of them singling you out, then when asked by others, you give them the full story. Maybe shame will cure them. Update, 3 months later. Hello. First, I would like to thank everyone for their kind advice. I was honestly shocked when I saw all of these messages. I really appreciate it. A lot has happened since my last post. I tried to call my parents, but they were blocked and I couldn't reach them, but I was determined to get the closure that the younger version of me wanted. So I called my older brother and I asked him if we could meet up and talk about the situation. He told me that he won't meet up with me after what I've done to our mother, and he berated me saying that I was an ungrateful person and that mom is in a lot of stress and pain because of me. I told him that it wasn't fair for him to just assume that I was the villain and that he couldn't even understand my point of view because they didn't treat him like they treated me my whole life. He knew that they treated me like their personal chef, maid and therapist for years, but they couldn't even give me the love and attention that I wanted for once in my whole damn life. He basically screamed at me through the phone that I was a piece of trash for saying that, and that mom and dad treated us all equally, but I was just a damn narcissist who can't think about anyone but myself. I tried to talk, but my emotions got the better of him and I started breaking down on the phone and he hung up on me. I even started asking myself if I was really the narcissist that my family seemed to think of me. But my husband came to the rescue and helped me through all of this, but the doubt that maybe I was in the wrong still lingered in my head. I guess my brother told my parents that I called him because dad called about 2 days after that and asked me to meet up at their house. I was about to say no, but I couldn't because his voice was filled with remorse, so I thought that maybe, just maybe, we could get past the whole thing and I could drop the thought of cutting contact even if my mom doesn't want to help out. After like 3 days of talking to my dad, me and my husband went to their house to talk. I thought that it was going to be me, my husband and my parents talking, but they invited my brother and his wife. As soon as we sat, my dad started talking about how disappointed he was with me and that things shouldn't have led to this. I told him that he was right. Things shouldn't have escalated to where they are now, but I assumed that since mom helped take care of my sister and my brother's wife, she would do the same, but she just favorited everyone else above me and it was frustrating. I told them about how I felt for the past years and I told them everything that I said to you guys, but all of them acted like they didn't care, which honestly hurt like hell. I knew at that moment that I didn't mean anything to them, so why was I fighting to be a part of a family that didn't want me? My husband was going to speak, but I told him not to. Everyone gave their opinions about it, basically blaming me, and then dad asked me if I wanted to say anything to mom. I told her that I was sorry because I didn't want any type of bad blood between us before I close this chapter and move on with my life, but she didn't say anything back, and Dad said that we needed some time cooling off and setting some boundaries, and I guess that was it between us. In the next 2 weeks we were packing and leaving the state. I didn't tell anyone about where my new house will be. Only once I got there and settled down did I write a long message about everything they did and how I felt, and at the end of the message I told them that I was completely cutting contact with my parents and older brother. I changed my phone number and blocked all of my family from my social media. And you know what? My life has never been this peaceful in a long time. I am happy about everything, and my baby will arrive any day now. It is honestly stressful, but I love it so much. We hired a helper around the house because why not? Now my day consists of sleep, take a walk, eat some more, have back and hip pains, and repeat, which honestly isn't that bad. Thank you for reading comments. Comment 1. Sounds like you finally choose peace over drama. Wishing you all the happiness with your little one. Comment 2. Yup, sometimes family is just a title. You don't owe them anything if they don't treat you with love and respect. Comment 3. Blood doesn't mean loyalty. You gave them every chance, and they showed you exactly who they are. Now you get to build a family that actually deserves you. Wishing you nothing but peace and joy with your little one. I cut off my freeloading sister, but she stole my identity. My parents enabled her, yet I walked away, choosing self-respect over their toxicity. Do you know how some individuals joke about becoming the family bank? For me, it wasn't a joke. It was my life. For 5 years, I'd been my sister Melissa's unofficial treasurer, paying her rent, electricity, groceries, and even the occasional splurge for her daughter Ellie. All while working a blue-collar job where overtime wasn't a bonus but a necessity. Melissa was not always like this. She once had a husband and a sense of stability. But when her rage became too much for him to manage, he walked out, leaving her with a stack of bills and a kid. That was when the family baton of responsibility was passed to me. Our parents, reveling in their retired golden years, made it obvious that they had no intention of intervening. "You're young and capable, John," Mom said to me when I brought it up. "You can handle it." So, I handled it. I tightened my belt, worked additional shifts, and put my own aspirations on hold. All to ensure Melissa and Ellie did not go without. I told myself it was the correct thing to do. Who else was going to help them? But then, a year ago, Melissa landed a nice job. Nothing flashy, but it included a paycheck, benefits, and the opportunity to finally get back on her feet. I decided I'd help out for a little longer until she adjusted. But as the months passed, I observed something troubling. Melissa wasn't battling anymore. At family dinners, she'd nonchalantly mention her most recent shopping trip or the new gizmo she'd purchased for Ellie. At first, I stayed quiet, thinking to myself that she deserved to have some fun after going through so much. But last week, she pushed me too hard. We were at Mom and Dad's house for dinner. Melissa, Ellie, our parents, and Uncle Rob. The supper was the usual commotion, with Ellie refusing to eat her veggies while Mom and Dad spoke about their most recent cruise. Then Melissa dropped a bomb. "I'm thinking about buying this amazing purse," she added, displaying a snap from her phone. "It's only $500, but it's designer." I paused mid-bite to comprehend her remarks. "You're thinking about spending $500 on a purse while I'm still paying your rent?" I inquired, my tone calm but forceful. How did she respond? She laughed. "Oh, don't be so cheap, John." Something inside of me cracked. 5 years of sacrifice, forgoing vacations, nights out, and things I desired, all for her. So I was cheap? I set down my fork, my appetite gone. "Cheap?" I repeated, my tone chilly. "Let's talk about cheap, Melissa. Like how I've been covering your rent while you buy purses. Or how I've sacrificed everything while you pretend you're struggling. You know what? I'm done." The room became silent. Mom and Dad were now fascinated by their mashed potatoes, while Melissa looked at me in bewilderment. "What do you mean, done?" she inquired, her tone skeptical. "I mean no more rent, groceries, or handouts," I added, rising up. "You're on your own." Uncle Rob sat back in his chair and blew a low whistle. "Way to go, John," he said, clapping my back. "You don't owe anyone anything." Melissa spluttered, attempting to formulate an answer, but I didn't wait. I grabbed my jacket and went for the door, pausing only to say, "And if you think this is temporary anger, you're wrong. It's time for you to grow up, Melissa." I departed with my heart racing in my chest. As I drove home, relief and rage struggled for control. 5 years as the family bank, and this is how I was treated. Little did I know, the aftermath from that dinner was only the beginning, and what happened next would put me to the test more than I ever imagined. Melissa's stillness was frightening. Days passed, then a week, and I heard nothing from her. No angry texts, no guilt-tripping voicemails, nothing. It seemed too quiet, like the calm before a storm. I kept telling myself I had done the right thing, but the nagging feeling that something was brewing kept me on edge. That something appeared late one night in the shape of a knock on my door. When I opened it, I wasn't expecting to see my parents standing there, their faces a mix of irritation and self-righteous outrage. "We need to talk about Melissa," Mom stated without hesitation, entering inside as if invited. Dad followed and closed the door behind him. I crossed my arms and leaned on the kitchen counter. "Do we?" "Because I think I've said everything I need to." "She's struggling, John," Dad said, his voice heavy with disappointment. "Ellie doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness." I couldn't help but chuckle, and it wasn't out of amusement. "Let me get this straight. You two, who have spent the last 5 years on cruises and at wine tastings, want to lecture me about family responsibility? When exactly did you decide to care?" "That's not fair," Mom exclaimed, her face flaming. "We're retired. You're young and capable." "And she's your daughter," I replied, my wrath boiling out. "Funny how she's suddenly my responsibility now that you don't feel like dealing with it." The conversation continued in a familiar pattern of shame and blame. Mom's voice rose as she lectured me on family loyalty. Dad groaned deeply, shaking his head as if I were a disappointment. "You're being cold, John," Mom eventually said, her tone accusing. "This isn't like you." "Maybe not," I said, approaching the door and holding it open. "But it's how I'm going to be from now on. Thanks for stopping by." They departed muttering, but I felt strangely relieved. For once, I had stood my ground. The relief lasted exactly 2 days. Melissa contacted me out of the blue. I considered not responding, but curiosity got the best of me. "What do you want?" I inquired, ignoring pleasantries. Her tone was very light. "Just wanted to let you know, I'm moving out of the apartment next month." "Why?" I asked, frowning. "Can't afford it without me?" "Oh, I can afford it," she responded, her tone haughty. "I just don't want to. I'm moving back in with Mom and Dad." That hit me like a blow in the stomach. "What?" "They offered," she stated nonchalantly, as if it were no great thing. "They said they didn't want Ellie to suffer because of your little tantrum, so I'm putting my stuff in storage and moving into the guest room. Should be cozy." I could not find the words. The thought of Melissa reclining at my parents' house, rent-free and responsibility-free, while they made excuses for her was nearly too much to handle. "Oh, and one more thing," she said, her voice full of phony tenderness. "You might want to check your credit report. Just a heads up." My stomach sank. "What the hell does that mean?" She laughed. "You'll find out. Bye, Johnny." I hung up and instantly entered my credit card account. What I witnessed made my blood run cold. There it was. A new credit card account in my name, with a staggering balance. Thousands of dollars were charged to stores that I had never visited, all of which had opened within the last 6 months. Melissa had taken more than just my money. She had also stolen my identity. My hands shook as I stared at the computer, rage, bewilderment, and betrayal whirling through my chest. Helping her was one thing. Being fooled for a fool was something quite else. It wasn't just about shutting her off anymore. This was wartime. 2 weeks later, I was still dealing with the consequences of discovering Melissa's credit card fraud, hours on the phone with credit card companies and a lawyer. I submitted a police report not out of choice, but because my lawyer advised me to do so. I knew it would worsen things, but Melissa had given me no choice. Then came the shocker. I was at work, trying to concentrate on a project, when my phone vibrated with a text message from Uncle Rob. "Did you know your parents took out a loan? Thought you should hear it from me." A chill ran down my spine. "A loan? For what?" I called Uncle Rob immediately. He did not mince words. "They're paying off the rest of Melissa's debt," he stated plainly. "She went crying to them after you cut her off, and they decided to bail her out. They took a loan against the house to do it." My jaw clenched. "You've got to be kidding me." "I wish I was," Rob responded. "They didn't want you to find out, but I figured you deserved to know." I hung up, my blood blazing. They had gone over my back, enabling Melissa once more and jeopardizing their own financial stability in the process. Worse, they expected me to remain quiet and pick up the pieces when everything fell apart. That evening, I drove directly to my parents' place. When I walked in, they were sitting in the living room with Melissa, laughing as if everything was perfect. As soon as they saw me, their mood changed. "John," Mom said cautiously. "What are you doing here?" "I'm here because I just found out about the loan," I explained, my voice quivering with barely restrained rage. Care to explain? Mom's face turned pale, but Dad stood up, his look hard. We did what we had to do, he explained. Ellie doesn't deserve to suffer because of your stubbornness? And what about you? I questioned, looking at Melissa. What's your excuse this time? Stealing my identity wasn't enough? Melissa crossed her arms, her voice defiant. I did what I had to do, John. You cut me off. What was I supposed to do? You were supposed to grow up, I snapped. But instead, you ran back here and dragged them down with you. I turned to my parents. And you let her. You're willing to jeopardize your own future just to enable her lies and manipulation. Do you even hear yourselves? We're protecting our family, Mom stated forcefully. No, you're enabling her, I responded. And I'm done being a part of it. Don't you dare walk out on this family, Dad shouted as I turned for the door. My heart pounded in my chest as I paused and returned my gaze to all of them. You already walked out on me the moment you decided my sacrifices didn't matter. I've been your scapegoat long enough. From now on, you can clean up your own messes. Melissa smirked. You'll be back, John. You always come back. I met her look with a hard voice. Not this time. I walked out and slammed the door behind me. My phone was filled with angry texts from my parents and Melissa for the rest of the night. I disregarded them all. For the first time in years, I wasn't burdened by their expectations. I wasn't their banker, fixer, or fool anymore. I was free. This wasn't just disobedience, it was emancipation, and I had no intention of turning back. The fallout was immediate. Within hours of leaving my parents' place, the family group chat exploded. Messages from my dad and Melissa covered the screen, each more dramatic than the previous. Mom. You are pulling our family apart, John. Dad. You were raised to be better than this. Melissa. Ellie is heartbroken. You are a selfish coward. I put down my phone, tightened my jaw, and went for a walk. The night was crisp and peaceful, in stark contrast to the pandemonium raging in my mind. I felt raw, angry, sad, and relieved. For years, I'd carried the weight of my family's expectations, and now that I'd let go, I wasn't sure what to do with myself. The next day, I got an unexpected call from Uncle Rob. Heard about what happened, he answered sternly. Good for you, kid. Someone needed to stand up to them. I exhaled a breath that I hadn't realized I was holding. Thanks, Rob. I don't feel like the hero right now. You're not the hero, he stated bluntly. You're just the only one with any sense. His words provided me with a sense of validation. Still, the days that followed were difficult. My parents had stopped phoning, but the silence was not comfortable. I knew they were furious, and I knew it wasn't over. Melissa wasn't as quiet. She resorted to social media, writing vague yet pointed messages. It's sad when the people who are supposed to love you the most are the first to abandon you. And my personal favorite, family is supposed to be forever. Guess not for everyone. The genuine breaking point came a week later, when my folks invited me to supper. Despite my better judgment, I went. Perhaps I still hoped for a chance at reconciliation. When I arrived, the situation was tight. Melissa was already present, sitting at the table with a smug grin. Ellie was nowhere to be found. We need to talk, Dad said, his voice heavy. About how I'm the bad guy? I inquired, sitting down. About how you've handled this, Mom asked, her voice harsh. You didn't have to humiliate Melissa or threaten her with the police. She committed fraud, I stated, my voice rising. What did you expect me to do? Clap and say, great job, sis. You could have handled it privately, Dad retorted. You didn't have to escalate things. Privately? I scoffed. You mean quietly, so no one would see how you've enabled her for years? Melissa finally spoke up, her voice filled with wrath. You're just bitter because I didn't need you anymore. I rose up, my chair grinding loudly on the floor. You've never needed me, Melissa. You've just used me. And now you've dragged them down with you. John, Mom replied, her voice softening. Please, for Ellie's sake. This isn't about Ellie, I interjected. This is about you refusing to let her face the consequences of her actions. And I'm done being a part of it. I fled without looking back. That night, I sat on my couch, rehearsing the confrontation in my mind. The rage, the hurt, and the treachery. Everything was there. But there was something else. A sense of freedom. For the first time in years, I wasn't shouldering their burdens. In the weeks that followed, I immersed myself in my life. I resumed going to the gym, reconnected with friends, and focused on work. Uncle Rob had been correct. This was not about being a hero. Uncle Rob and I had supper one night, and he told me how proud he was of me. "You're finally living for yourself," he told me. About damn time. It was not easy. The guilt persisted, especially when Ellie called one evening and asked why I hadn't come around anymore. I promised her that I loved her and would be there for her no matter what, but my determination remained firm. I'd learned a terrible lesson: family does not entail losing your happiness, limits, or dignity. Sometimes, love entails stepping away. And as the days passed into weeks, I discovered something I hadn't felt in years: tranquility. In the months that followed, my life changed in ways I never anticipated. Initially, the quiet from my parents and Melissa was deafening. For years, I was their safety net, go-to problem solution, and banker. Now it was just me. The lack of their continuous demands felt unusual, but it also allowed for something I hadn't experienced in a long time: serenity. I began to fill my days with activities that brought me delight. I finally joined a recreational basketball league after putting it off for years due to job and family obligations. I finally took a weekend trip to the mountains, a dream I had put off so many times that it began to feel like a fantasy. Standing by the shore of a peaceful lake, with no one texting me about bills, rent, or guilt-tripping me into solving their problems, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: freedom. Work became a source of pride once again. Without the shadow of family trouble hanging over me, I poured my energies into a new project at work and received a promotion within 3 months. My coworkers also observed the change. "You seem lighter," one of them commented over a team meal. "Like you're finally breathing." They were correct. For the first time in years, I could breathe. Uncle Rob, my dependable sounding board, remained a constant presence in my life. He lifted a glass and smiled as he dined on meat. "Here's to you, kid, for finally learning how to say no." I chuckled, but his words stayed with me. Saying no had been the most difficult thing I'd ever done, but it was also the most important. Melissa, unsurprisingly, continued to play the victim. According to what I heard, she was still living at my parents' house, relying on them for assistance, and avoiding responsibility. Mom and Dad became increasingly frustrated, but their pride prevented them from acknowledging they had made a mistake. The true surprise came from Ellie. One afternoon, she called me from her mother's phone. "Uncle John," she spoke softly. "Can I come visit you? Mom says you're mad at us, but I miss you." Hearing her voice made my heart break a little. However, it also gave me hope. "Of course, you are welcome to visit," I replied kindly. "You're always welcome here." She came over the following weekend, and we spent the day baking cookies, watching movies, and discussing school. She hugged me goodbye and whispered, "Thanks for being my favorite uncle." That moment reminded me why I had battled so hard to establish boundaries. It wasn't just about protecting myself. I wanted to show Ellie what self-respect looked like. The lesson I learned was simple, yet deep. Standing up for oneself is not selfish. It is important. Family does not imply being a doormat. It denotes respect, support, and mutual caring. And if such things are missing, it is acceptable to walk away. The distance from my family was difficult, but it provided me the opportunity to create a life I could be proud of. I wasn't simply surviving anymore. I was thriving. For the first time in years, I felt like I was right where I was supposed to be. One evening, as I stood on my balcony, watching the sunset, I understood something important. I hadn't lost a family. I had regained myself. And that was a trade I would gladly make again. I bought a house, but my family expected me to house my sister's family for free. I refused, cut them off, and I'm moving to London. I, 35F, work as an investment analyst and am pretty successful in my job. Growing up with an older sister, Victoria, 38 degrees Fahrenheit, I realized early on that if I wanted something, I had to work for it myself. From the start, our parents' treatment of us was noticeably different. When Victoria turned 16, she received a nice new Volkswagen Beetle with a large red bow on top. When it was my turn, I got Dad's ancient Honda, which had 150,000 miles and a tendency to break down. Victoria has always been the ideal child in our parents' eyes. She was the beautiful one, the social butterfly, the one who couldn't do anything wrong. She married her husband, Nathan, 39 million, right after graduation, and they quickly began having children. They currently have 3. Charlotte, 8F, Lucas, 5M, and Andrew, 2M. They live in a rental flat, which Victoria frequently complains about. Meanwhile, I have been more fortunate in my own way. My best friend's parents own numerous properties and have been renting me a wonderful one-bedroom apartment at half of the market rate for the last 5 years. They trust me because I've never given them any reason not to. While Victoria had everything handed to her, I learned to be cautious with money. Since I began working, I've been saving diligently by living within my means, cooking at home rather than eating out, and taking public transportation whenever possible. My coworkers frequently mock me for being overly frugal, but I had a plan. College provided another striking evidence of inequity. Victoria attended her ideal school, with our parents covering all expenses, including tuition, lodging and board, and a hefty monthly allowance. Meanwhile, throughout my final year of high school, I applied for every scholarship I could find, staying up late to maintain my perfect GPA, knowing that it was my last chance at higher study. With remote work becoming more widespread at my company, I just need to come into the office for key meetings. A tranquil country cottage seemed ideal. Last week, I finally opened my savings account and examined the data. After years of diligent planning and saving, I had enough to make a down payment on a small home. I was in the middle of looking through real estate listings when my mother called, with her usual impeccable timing. "Don't forget, we're expecting you for dinner on Saturday," she added, her voice carrying a subtle order disguised as a reminder. "Victoria and Nathan are coming with the kids, and please try to be on time for once." I arrived at my parents' suburban home at precisely 5:05 p.m. that Saturday. Their driveway was already full with Victoria's minivan, so I had to park on the street. Inside, there was the usual chaos. Kids running around, my mother fussing over everyone as if it were a state supper rather than our typical family meeting. My father had already retired into his usual recliner with his newspaper, where he would remain until supper was served. The traditional dinner complaints circulated. Nathan complains about his demanding supervisor and difficult project deadlines. Victoria laments their tight flat and the children's constant demands. Dad expressed concerns about the economy and gas prices. Mom frequently adds to the commotion by commenting on everyone's eating habits and portion amounts. During these evenings, I mastered the art of mental escape. I took advantage of the hubbub by checking my phone under the table and scrolling through a lovely small home I had discovered. 2 bedrooms, a large kitchen, and a stunning garden. The pricing was within my budget. The listing images depicted a beautiful wraparound porch, ideal for a set of rocking chairs. The prospect of sitting there with my morning coffee made me happy. "What's so interesting on that phone? You barely touched your food." Mom's piercing voice broke through the background commotion. Her hawk-like eyes never skipped a beat, despite the commotion. I could have made something up about work, but perhaps the warmth of the fantasy still lingering in my head compelled me to be honest. "Actually, I'm looking at houses. I'm thinking about buying one soon." The silence that followed was terrible. You could hear the ice cubes settling in the water cups. Even the children realized something had changed. Charlotte paused in the middle of a conversation about her school performance. Lucas halted, fork halfway to his mouth. Even tiny Andrew stopped slamming his spoon against his high chair. Victoria's head shot up so quickly that I worried she could suffer whiplash. Nathan's incessant rants about his boss ended in mid-sentence. Mom's hand paused in the middle of reaching for the salt shaker. Dad's newspaper descended gently, like a curtain, showing his astonished expression. "Buy a house?" Mom asked, as if she hadn't heard me right. "You?" "Well, yes," I admitted, immediately regretting my candor. The way they all looked at me made me feel like I had announced plans to invade Mars. "I'm just looking at options right now, nothing definite." "What kind of house?" Victoria said, her voice retaining the strangely pointed tone she used when she felt frightened. It was the same tone she used when I received a higher SAT score than she did, just before convincing our parents that I had cheated. "I haven't really decided yet," I answered ambiguously, attempting to change the conversation. But I could sense their minds working, unspoken thoughts nearly palpable in the air. My parents exchanged profound looks, the type they'd honed over decades of marriage. Victoria kept looking at Nathan, who had suddenly become quite interested in his mashed potatoes. The typical supper bustle soon resumed, but something had changed. The talk felt forced, as if players had forgotten their lines and were desperately trying to finish the show. Even the children appeared to pick up on the stress, and their usual loud demeanor subsided. A week later, my phone began to vibrate with Mom's calls, during an important Zoom conference. After her third effort, I called back during my lunch break, expecting an emergency. "Finally," Mom said, her voice practically trembling from joy. "I found the perfect house for you." Martha from church informed her of a listing in her neighborhood. "It's absolutely ideal." I set down my half-eaten lunch, immediately felt a headache forming. "Mom, I haven't even asked for help finding a house." But she was now in full stride and unable to halt. "It has 5 bedrooms. No, 6. The master bedroom is huge, and there are these adorable children's rooms with built-in closets." I blinked. "Oh, and the backyard." There's already a playground installed, can you believe it? And the location is just perfect. Walking distance to St. Mary's Elementary School and the public library. I stroked my temples, trying to remain cool. Mom, I appreciate you thinking of me, but that's not what I'm looking for at all. I want a small country house, something cozy just for me. I don't need multiple children's rooms or a playground. Don't be ridiculous, she yelled, her delight quickly turning into frustration. You can't just think about yourself, you need to plan ahead. This house is perfect. Martha says the owners are motivated to sell quickly. After she hung up, Victoria began sending out an endless stream of postings for large family houses. Each subsequent message delivered another 4 to 6 bedroom house with numerous baths, large yards, and close proximity to schools and parks. By the 20th message, I had stopped checking. It was evident that they weren't listening to what I really wanted. Instead, I contacted Amanda Cha, a realtor with glowing recommendations. During our first encounter, I was struck by how well she listened. I want something small and cozy, I explained. A country house, not too far from the city, with good internet for remote work. Maybe a small garden where I could grow herbs and vegetables. When I told her about my pricing range, her eyes brightened up. I think I might have exactly what you're looking for. It just came on the market yesterday. The house she showed me was ideal, a lovely 2-bedroom cottage located 40 minutes from the city. White siding, dark green shutters, a wraparound porch with room for rocking chairs. Sunlight poured in via huge windows onto an open-plan living room. The kitchen was not large, but it had been redone with butcher block worktops and modern appliances. A wood-burning fireplace dominated the living room wall, and I could envision nice winter days spent reading beside it. Upstairs, there were 2 modest bedrooms and a bathroom with a clawfoot tub, which I fell in love with right away. But the sunroom sealed the deal. There are windows on 3 sides that view a well-kept garden with raised beds and a small greenhouse. I could immediately envision myself spending weekends there, surrounded by greenery and natural light. The owner offered a quick closing discount, and I accepted without hesitation. The following few weeks were a blur of paperwork and preparation. I put down a larger down payment than was required, keeping the monthly payments manageable, using the money I had carefully saved all these years. While my family undoubtedly believed I was being cheap, I was actually building my future. After everything was finalized, I planned to announce the news at the next family dinner. Mom had just started discussing another house. Barbara next door is selling. She'll give us, you, a good price. Actually, I interrupted, unable to suppress my joy, despite their past attempts to sway my decision. I've already bought a house. The hush was absolute. Even Charlotte, who is normally unstoppable, paused in mid-motion. I took a big breath and began detailing my new house, my voice full of enthusiasm despite the mounting tension around the table. It's this beautiful cottage, about 40 minutes outside the city. 2 bedrooms, the most amazing sunroom, and there's even a small greenhouse in the backyard. The previous owner had these gorgeous raised garden beds. My father's fist hit the table with such power that the water glasses jumped. Are you out of your mind? He exclaimed. I had never seen him that angry before. Andrew burst into tears as he heard the startling boom. How dare you buy a house without consulting us first? My mother's cheeks had turned an alarming red. After all those perfect family homes we found? Why would I need to consult you about buying my own house with my own money? I inquired, feeling as if I had wandered into some strange parallel dimension. Because we had it all planned out, Mom practically screamed. Barbara's house would have been perfect, right here in the neighborhood, plenty of room for everyone. Room for everyone? I asked slowly, growing confused. It's just going to be me living there. The hush that ensued was deafening. Mom and Dad exchanged glances as Victoria sat there with an unusually serene demeanor. Nathan was suddenly quite interested in his plate. Actually, Mom explained in a tone that made my blood run cold. The plan was for Victoria, Nathan, and the kids to live there with you. I waited for the punchline. It didn't arrive. Victoria nodded, as if everything was totally normal. We're so cramped in that apartment. Your house would give us all the space we need, and since we wouldn't have to pay rent or utilities, we could finally start saving money. I gazed about at their dead serious expressions. Dad's severe condemnation, Mom's righteous rage, Victoria's entitled expectation, Nathan's awkward avoidance. Years of memories flowed back. Every time, Victoria got what she wanted while I worked twice as hard for half the pay. Every time, my successes were ignored while her slightest achievements were praised. You all just assumed I would buy a house for Victoria's family to live in? Well, of course, Mom threw out her hands, as if I was being intentionally cryptic. That's what family does. This isn't helping. This is expecting me to house 5 people without even asking me. You're being selfish, Victoria shouted, her cool demeanor breaking. The kids have to share rooms? Andrew's crib is in our bedroom. It's not fair to them. You need to cancel this ridiculous purchase immediately, Mom commanded, her voice harsh with the control she had exercised over me for 35 years. Barbara's house is perfect, right in the neighborhood. No. I stood up, scraping my chair against the floor. The word came out stronger than I expected, bearing the weight of decades of pent-up rage. Chaos erupted. Mom jumped up and waved her arms. Dad's voice roared. The children started crying. But we'll be so cramped, Victoria moaned, like if I hadn't said anything. Charlotte has ballet. Lucas has soccer. You're not going to be cramped anywhere because you're not living in my house, I said calmly. None of you are. Ever. Is that clear enough for you? They stared at me as if I had a second head. The entitled shock on their faces was nearly amusing. How can you be so cruel to your own sister? Mom asked, clutching her pearls and her voice shaking with wrath. I grabbed my handbag and walked towards the door, their shouts rising behind me in a cacophony of demands and accusations. I couldn't hear another word. I got in my car and drove home in a haze, their entitled expectations still echoing in my ears. Update 1. The aggressive knocking on my flat door began as I was packing the kitchen. The coffee mug I was wrapped in newspaper slid from my grasp but landed safely on a mound of packing paper. Open this door right now, my father's voice rang through the wood. We know you're in there. I froze, bubble wrap still in my fingers. More thumping ensued. Go away, I yelled back. I'm not discussing this anymore. Don't you dare talk to us like that. Dad's fist caused the door to rattle in its frame. We raised you better than this? My hands trembled as I took up the phone. If you don't leave right now, I'm calling the police, I mean it. I pulled up the keypad and purposefully pushed digits, ensuring that they could hear the beeping. I'm dialing right now. Dad's curse was broken by Mom's sudden intake of air. We're leaving. Mom's voice had become as icy as ice. But this isn't over. You're making a terrible mistake. I slid down against the wall, my heart thumping, after hearing their footsteps disappear down the corridor. An hour later, Victoria sent the first message, which included a photo of Charlotte and Lucas squished together on their shared bunk bed. Look how little space they have, the caption stated. Charlotte can't even have a desk for homework. When I didn't answer, another photo appeared. Andrew's crib squeezed into the corner of Victoria and Nathan's room. He wakes up every time we come to bed. This isn't fair to him. As I continued to ignore her, Victoria's communications became increasingly hostile. They began arriving at all hours. 2 a.m., 4 a.m., and 6 a.m. You always were Dad's least favorite. Mom cries herself to sleep because of you. I hope you're happy all alone in that big house while your nieces and nephews suffer. I blocked her phone number. Then her Facebook. Then her Instagram. But she kept finding new ways to contact me, setting up new accounts, using Nathan's phone, and even inventing false email addresses. The phone calls began to come from different directions. First, there was Aunt Marie. Sweetie, I just heard what's happening with your sister. Surely, you can find it in your heart to help family. Uncle Bob was next. Kid, you need to think about what really matters here. Family comes first. Susan is my mother's dearest friend. Your mother is devastated. How could you do this to your own family? Even my former high school teacher, Mrs. Peterson, whom my mother still saw at church. I always thought you were such a kind student. I'm so disappointed to hear about this situation with your sister. They all sent the same message. I was selfish. Heartless, cruel. I should give up my home, my goals, and my independence to help Victoria. None of them seemed to wonder why Victoria's living predicament was my concern. After 2 weeks of incessant pestering, I'd had it. I went to my cell carrier and changed my phone number, giving it solely to my employer and a few trustworthy pals who had not chosen sides in this fiasco. Moving day was blissfully quiet. I chose a moving firm I'd never used before, ensuring that my relatives couldn't track my address using common local services. The movers worked quickly and professionally, and by dusk, I was standing in my new living room, surrounded by boxes and possibilities. That first night at my cottage, I sat on my veranda with a cup of tea, listening to the crickets and watching the stars appear. There's no traffic noise, no sirens. There's no family turmoil. Just peace. I felt something inside me suddenly relax. A tightness I hadn't realized I'd been lugging around for years. I occasionally checked their social media updates. Victoria posts passive-aggressive status messages about family betrayal and selfish siblings. Mom's barely veiled posts about ungrateful children and family obligations. Relatives and family friends made comments, everyone taking sides without understanding the whole tale. But here's the thing. None of it concerns me anymore. Their comments can't reach me in my new refuge. I turned the second bedroom into a home office, positioning my monitors to face the window so I can watch birds visit the feeder I erected. The previous owner's raised garden beds are currently overflowing with herbs and vegetables. My first try at gardening was surprisingly successful. For the first time in my life, I am living fully on my own terms. And it feels really liberated. Update 2. Something unexpected occurred today. Remember the large investment project I've been working on remotely from my new home? It paid out hugely. My manager summoned me to a virtual meeting to inform me that I had not only received a significant bonus, but was also being considered for a director job. My new environment's quiet and focus had enabled me to excel at work in ways I had never believed possible. Without regular family interruptions and emotional exhaustion, I found myself proposing new ideas and taking on leadership roles naturally. This triumph, however, resulted in an interesting development. Victoria's apartment complex was sold to a developer who intends to transform it into luxury condominiums. All tenants received eviction notifications with a 60-day notice to vacate. I learned from family members that Victoria and Nathan were having difficulty finding a new place that fit their budget. The timing could not have been better. My promotion comes with a large salary boost, and I chose to utilize my bonus to make down payment on a lovely holiday home in the mountains. It's essentially an investment, as property values in that neighborhood have skyrocketed. Today, I received a well-phrased email from Nathan, not Victoria, interestingly enough. He described their predicament and asked if I would like to negotiate housing arrangements again. The old me may have felt guilty. Despite everything, I could have considered helping. But I simply gave them some local apartment listings that fit their budget and wished them luck in their quest. Mom took a different approach. She showed up in my workplace building. I suppose she got the address from LinkedIn. With tears in her eyes, she described how she and her father were suffering with their retirement money and had always relied on the family sticking together to help each other in their golden years. I listened politely. Then I stated that my financial advisor had advised against combining family and financial commitments. Her face turned a familiar shade of red. But this time, in the professional setting of my company lobby, she couldn't cause a fuss. The family's social media campaign has taken a unique turn. They are now writing about wealthy people who have lost touch with their roots, as well as stories on toxic individualism in modern society. My aunt even wrote a lengthy Facebook post about how money can transform people, to which hundreds of people responded sympathetically. But they are unaware that my accomplishment has drawn the attention of headhunters. Several famous firms, including one in Europe, have expressed interest in hiring me. The idea of putting an ocean between myself and this drama is getting more enticing. Meanwhile, my new greenhouse is flourishing. I've started growing exotic orchids, which are delicate and require time and attention to detail, similar to creating a job or limits. I'm discovering that the most satisfying experiences in life require time and effort to cultivate. I joined a local gardening group, which has become a fantastic source of camaraderie. These people have no idea about my family issues. They just know me as the woman who brings homegrown herbs to meetings and asks in-depth questions about soil pH. It's refreshing to be judged entirely on who I am, rather than my willingness to give up my life for the sake of others' convenience. Yesterday, I held my first dinner party in my new house. Colleagues, gardening friends, and neighbors gathered at my dining table to share wonderful food and conversation. No one asked anything from me, except possibly the recipe for my herb-crusted salmon. The evening was filled with laughter, intelligent conversation, and mutual respect, all of the things that family gatherings should be but never are. As I watched my visitors have fun on the porch and fireflies dance in the yard beyond, I realized something important. I haven't simply purchased a house. I've built a life. A life that is totally my own, free of the burden of others' expectations and entitlements. Allow them to submit their passive-aggressive messages. Let them discuss family duty and obligation. I'm too busy thriving to worry. Update 3. The last elements of my win fell into place today. Victoria and Nathan were unable to acquire a new apartment. Their credit check found some alarming findings. They're currently temporarily residing with our parents, with all 3 kids squeezed into the guest room. Meanwhile, I received an official offer for the director post in our London office. The remuneration package is outstanding, including a lovely, company-provided flat in Kensington. When I announced my acceptance on LinkedIn, professional congrats flooded in. The contrast between my colleagues' sincere support and my family's harsh silence was startling. The most rewarding moment was when Dad called. His voice lacked the usual authority. He began by casually asking about this London foolishness, but it soon became evident why he was calling. The recent market slump has significantly reduced their retirement savings. They'd reportedly planned to sell their home and move in with Victoria's family, in the house they anticipated me to buy. "We always assumed we'd all be together," he added, his voice unusually shaky. "Your mother and I aren't getting any younger." I stayed professional and detached, offering a great financial advisor I know. She specializes in retirement planning for seniors. I'll email you her contact information. My family is unaware that I have already made arrangements to manage my mountain home as a premium vacation rental. The predicted income is impressive, more than enough to pay Victoria's whole monthly rent, strangely. But it is not information I intend to convey. Today, I held a farewell garden party for my local friends. The greenhouse was in full flower, with orchids providing a beautiful backdrop. As I watched my visitors have fun, someone commented on how much I've changed since moving here, how I appear more confident and at ease. Later that evening, while packing for London, I discovered an old photo album. There was a photo of teenage Victoria receiving her brand new Volkswagen, and I was standing in the background next to Dad's ancient Honda. The recollection no longer stings. Instead, it makes me realize how far I've come. I am retaining my rustic cottage. It will be my getaway when I visit the United States. The garden will be maintained by a nice retired couple from my gardening group, while the house will remain my sanctuary, free of family strife. Tomorrow I'll board a flight to London. My family does not yet know. They will find out when they see my social media posts from Hyde Park or along the Thames. Victoria will probably write about sisters who desert their families. Mom will share articles on expats who regret abandoning their loved ones. But sitting here in my sunroom one final time before my early morning journey, watching the sunset paint the sky in vibrant colors, I feel nothing but peace. Sometimes the greatest victory isn't winning the battle, but choosing to leave the battlefield entirely. Allow them to deal with their cramped living conditions and financial challenges. I'll be too busy enjoying my new life in London to read their social media updates. Sometimes the best retaliation is simply living well. Am I the asshole for calling the police immediately when my sister's family broke into my new house with a stolen spare key? Hello, Reddit. I, 27F, feel like I've spent the majority of my life in the shadow of my older sister, Anna, 30F. She's always been the favorite, you know, the one, smart, social, and capable of charming her way out of any situation. Meanwhile, I've been called the irresponsible one, which in my family simply refers to the one who does all of the work but receives no credit. Growing up, Anna always had the best of everything. Her birthdays were large garden festivities complete with bounce castles and pony rides. Mine. A pizza party in the dining room featuring a cake from the grocery store bakery. Anna got the Barbie dream house for Christmas, whereas I got a second-hand counterfeit with a missing elevator. My parents would simply remark, "You don't need all that fancy stuff," or, "Be grateful for what you have." However, Anna's gratitude was never required in the same manner. The big separation occurred when I entered college. I had worked hard in high school, juggling AP classes and extracurricular activities to maintain a high GPA. I was admitted to a local university and believed I had a great plan. I'd commute from home to economize on dorm fees. Anna had attended her dream school, and my parents had funded everything. So I figured they'd benefit me, too. Wrong. When I mentioned my plan to live at home, my mother looked at me as if I had just suggested we relocate to Mars. "If you're staying here, you'll need to contribute," she added casually. Anna got a full ride from us because she deserved it. You need to learn responsibility. I was 18 and preparing to enter college, and they were already talking about me paying rent. Contribute turned out to be $400 per month for rent and electricity, plus my personal groceries. That may not seem like much unless you're a broke college student working part-time at a bookstore for $9 per hour. I attempted to explain, reminding them that they had covered everything for Anna, that she had never had to worry about money at school. Mom simply shrugged. "We gave Anna what she needed," she stated. "You're different. You're independent. You'll figure it out." So I did. I worked as many hours as I could at the bookshop, occasionally skipping meals to make ends meet. Every morning, I would pass past the campus coffee shop, envious of the students who could purchase lattes and pastries while I brown-bagged PB&J sandwiches and drank free coffee from the bookstore break room. I never bought a textbook at full price. Everything was used or borrowed from the library. Every month I handed over the $400 to my parents while Anna was away at her out-of-state school, living in a brand new dorm that my parents had purchased for She contacted me once to complain about her dorm's AC not being chilly enough, and I almost lost it. I didn't have air conditioning in my automobile since I couldn't afford to fix it. My parents continued to send Anna money each month. I once overheard Mom on the phone saying, "We don't want her to struggle. College is difficult enough." I stood in the kitchen, clutching my $1 ramen noodles, wondering why none of that compassion was ever shown to me. To make matters worse, my parents were continually praising Anna for her accomplishments. She earned a 3.2 GPA in her communications department, and they threw her a lavish graduation party complete with a catered buffet and a DJ. When I graduated with a 3.9 and a computer science degree, we had a peaceful meal at home. Mom prepared lasagna and replied, "Well, we don't want to make a fuss." Looking back, I believe what stung the most was not the absence of financial assistance, but the apparent message that I didn't count as much. Anna was always portrayed as the star with potential, while I was just there. Even when I achieved it, it was overlooked. "Kate's smart. She doesn't need help," they'd say. It seemed like being capable was a curse. After college, I moved out as quickly as possible. I rented a little apartment near my first job and began living my life on my terms. It wasn't easy, but it felt great to be free of their expectations. I worked hard, lived frugally, and began saving. Meanwhile, Anna married Josh, 32 million, whom my parents adore, despite the fact that he's constantly changing jobs. They currently have 3 children, Sophia, 5F, Lucas, 4M, and baby Noah, 2M. My folks are continually bailing them out. When their automobile broke down last year, my parents handed them money to get a new one. When Anna complained about how difficult it was to keep up with 3 children, Mom and Dad offered to babysit on weekends. I wish it didn't bother me anymore, but it still does. No matter how much I do on my own, it seems like I'll always be second to Anna. That is why I no longer share many details about my life with my family. I know they wouldn't mind, not really. So, I've been keeping this quiet, but I recently decided it was time to start looking for a home. I had been renting this tiny flat for years, paying far too much for what was essentially a glorified shoebox. And I'd been saving for what seemed like forever. I ultimately came to the point where I thought, you know what? I deserve it. Now, here's the thing, I didn't inform my family. Not because it's a big secret, but because nothing with them can ever be solely about me. Everything becomes a group project. If I mentioned anything, I knew they'd start making it about Anna and her children, and how whatever I earned would help them in some way. So I decided it was easier to keep my lips shut until all was said and done. Apparently, that was overly hopeful. I'm not sure how this happened, but a woman I work with, let's call her Lisa, managed to let it slip. Lisa is one of those people who is always interested in what others are doing, and I believe she casually mentioned to someone that I was looking for a house. That person simply happened to be Anna's neighbor. From there, the news spread like wildfire. The delights of small-town Texas. A few days later, my mother contacted me. "Kate," she said, her tone excessively joyful. "Why didn't you tell us you're looking for a house?" I should have known better, but I chose to play dumb. "Oh, I'm just browsing around right now, nothing serious." "Well, Anna and I have been talking, and we have some great ideas for you." I could sense dread creeping in. "You're going to need something big enough for everyone, you know. At least 4 bedrooms, for the kids of course." "What kids?" I questioned. "I don't have kids." She kept going as if this were the most regular thing in the world. "You'll need space for Anna's family when they visit. And for us too. Oh, and it'd be great if it was close to Anna's place." I'm not sure why I was startled. She had already turned my potential house into the solution to their issues. I said something non-committal and hung up the phone as quickly as I could, thinking it was a one-time occurrence. But, oh dear, it wasn't. My mom and Anna began flooding me with house listings after that. I'm not exaggerating when I say it turned into a part-time job for them. Every day, I'd receive at least a dozen links to ludicrous houses, large homes with 4 or 5 bedrooms, pools, 3-car garages, and the works. It was as if they assumed I was looking for a reality TV mansion. One day, Mom texted, "Did you see that one on Maple Street? It's a huge one, just perfect." Another time, Anna emailed me a link to a 6-bedroom property with a remark that read, "This would be so suitable for us. We finally have space to spread out. United States." I stared at the message for a good minute, wondering how my property purchase had become a collaborative endeavor. What is the worst part? They were not even pretending it was about me. Every place they recommended was oriented toward Anna's family. "This one has a finished basement, Josh could turn it into his man cave. The kids would love the pool in this one. Look, Kate. There's even a guest room for Mom and Dad when they visit. It was exhausting. At first, I attempted to gently lead them away, assuring them that I was only shopping for something modest for myself. But that simply made matters worse. That's when I decided to cease responding. I silenced the group chat and disregarded their messages. I assumed they would finally get the point and move on. Meanwhile, I continued searching for houses on my own. I spent my evenings reading through Zillow and my weekends looking at open houses. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, and I avoided anything slightly related to Anna's area. I didn't want to run into anyone who might tell my mother. After weeks of looking, I finally found it, a little 2-bedroom cottage just outside the city. It had everything I desired. A nice little porch, a sunny kitchen, and a lawn large enough for a garden. It wasn't elegant, but it felt familiar. The moment I stepped through the door, I knew it was mine. I submitted an offer, and after a few nerve-wracking days, it was approved. I can't even explain how fantastic it felt. For the first time in my life, I was doing something solely for myself, with no influence from anyone. Of course, I did not inform my family. I decided to let them keep delivering their helpful suggestions while I silently moved forward. But then my mother called me out of nowhere. "We're having dinner next weekend. You're coming, right?" I nearly said no. But then I had a thought. You know what? Let's get this over with. So I'm going to this dinner, and I already know what it will be like. They'll probably have a full PowerPoint presentation prepared. Here comes the fun part. I'm about to reveal that I've already purchased a home. I won't sugarcoat it either. I can already hear theatrical gasps and complaints. Thank you for sticking around. I'll send you an update after dinner. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who left comments and advice on my previous article. I promised to update you after dinner, so here we go. Buckle up, because there was a lot. So I arrived at my folks' place last Saturday at precisely 6 p.m., mentally prepared for whatever rubbish they were about to throw at me. The moment I went in, there was already commotion. The kids were shouting, Josh was sitting on the couch watching TV, and my mother was busy in the kitchen. She looked over and said, "Oh good, you're on time for once. We are off to a good start, right?" We sat down for supper and the conversation began with the normal small talk. Dad complained about gas prices, Josh about something at work, and Anna about how difficult it was to manage 3 children. "Noah keeps waking up in the middle of the night," she explained, scooping mashed potatoes onto her plate. "We're just so cramped. I feel like I'm losing my mind." I knew where this was going, but I played along, nodding sympathetically while concentrating on my lasagna. Then my mother cleared her throat in the manner she did before making an announcement. "Kate," she replied with a huge smile, "we've been talking, and we think we found the perfect house for you." I almost choked on my water. Of course, they'd arrived with a plan. "Oh?" I asked, keeping my tone as neutral as possible. "Yes," Anna chimed in. "It's a beautiful place, and it's only a few blocks from us. It has 5 bedrooms, a huge yard for the kids, and even a guest suite." Mom interrupted before I could respond. "It's perfect for everyone. There's enough space for the kids to finally have their own rooms, and Josh could even set up an office. Plus, it's in such a great neighborhood, close to good schools." I just stared at them, bewildered. They weren't even pretending it was about me anymore. "So," Anna replied, smiling as if everything was settled, "we can go see it tomorrow if you want." That's when I decided I'd had it. "Actually," I responded, setting down my fork, "I've already bought a house." The room went completely silent. Even the children stopped making noise. "What?" Mom asked, her voice harsh. "I bought a house," I reiterated. "It's a small, 2-bedroom cottage just outside the city. It's perfect for me." For a little moment, I considered whether they would be pleased for me. Mom's face turned red, and Anna's mouth virtually dropped to the floor. "A cottage?" Anna finally asked, her tone full of skepticism. "How are we supposed to fit in a cottage?" "You're not," I informed you, "because it's my house. I bought it for me." Mom stepped in before Anna could react. "Kate, how could you make such a big decision without consulting us? We've been working so hard to find the perfect place for you." "No," I replied, trying to maintain my cool. "You've been working hard to find the perfect place for Anna and her family. I didn't need your help. I knew what I wanted, and I bought it." Anna's voice became quite high-pitched, as if she were about to cry. "But we need this, Kate. Do you know how hard it is for us in that tiny apartment? The kids have to share a room, and Noah's crib is in our bedroom. It's not fair to them." I took a big breath, hoping not to lose it. "That's not my problem, Anna. I've worked hard to get to this point, and I'm not giving up my dream house to fix your situation." That's when Dad decided to join in. He smashed his hand upon the table. You're being selfish, Kate. Family is supposed to help each other. What's wrong with you? I stood up, my heart racing. I'm not selfish. I'm finally standing up for myself. And if that makes me the bad guy in your eyes, so be it. The place erupted into turmoil. Anna was crying. Mom was ranting about how she had raised me better. Dad was complaining about how dissatisfied he was. Josh sat there, stuffing food into his mouth as if nothing was occurring. I grabbed my handbag and went to the door. Mom pursued me, crying, "You can't just walk away from your family like this." I turned back and screamed, "Watch me." I then got into my car and drove home, shivering with rage and relief. Things have gotten out of hand in unexpected ways. My mother and Anna have both gone on full social media attack mode. Anna shared images of her children packed close on their bunk bed with remarks like, "All they want is a little space to grow, but I guess some people think family isn't worth helping anymore." People who didn't know the complete situation left remarks such as, "How could anyone be so heartless?" To make matters worse, someone, probably Lisa, saw these posts, and now half of my office is talking about how I abandoned my family. I'm attempting to maintain a positive attitude and concentrate on my work, but it's becoming increasingly difficult. I'm bracing myself for whatever comes next, but I'm confident I made the correct decision. This house is mine, and I will not back down. I'll provide an update if something significant occurs. Thank you so much for all of your help. You have no idea how much it has meant. Update 2, I've been going over your comments, and wow, you guys didn't hold back. Many of you expressed surprise at how entitled my family sounds, and believe me, I share your sentiments. Others shared their experiences with similar situations, and it's reassuring to know I'm not alone in this. So, things have taken an unexpected turn. My mother unexpectedly visited my apartment yesterday. She was standing there with an apple pie, not my favorite, I prefer cherry, and the fakest smile I'd ever seen. "Hi Kate, I thought I'd stop by and see how you're doing," she said, as if she hadn't been part of the social media mob attacking me in weeks. Against my better judgment, I allowed her in. She placed the pie on the counter and gazed around my home as if she were taking inventory. "I wanted to apologize," she began, her voice full of fake sweetness. "Things got a little heated, and I realize now that we were wrong to push you like that. You've worked hard for this house, and I should have respected your decisions." Something about her tone did not sit well with me. Then she launched into a lengthy speech about how pleased she was of me and how the stress of Anna's condition had caused everyone to behave out. "But that's no excuse," she added, giving me a sad, almost imploring expression. "I was thinking maybe we could have a fresh start. I'd love to come over again sometime, maybe bring Anna and the kids. It'd be nice for everyone to see your new place." So there it was. The actual motive behind her visit. After she went, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. Later that night, I recognized what was bothering me. She'd spent an unusual amount of time inspecting my locks and inquiring about my relocation timeline. My suspicions were verified when I returned home from work today and discovered my spare key missing, the one I had mistakenly left on the kitchen counter during my mother's stay. My phone vibrated just as I was processing this. My next-door neighbor sent me a text. "Hey, I noticed some folks trying to peep into your windows last night. It looked like a couple with children. Is everything okay?" I quickly phoned a locksmith to replace all of the locks. I'll also install security cameras first thing tomorrow morning. I can't believe they would go this low, but I'm also not surprised. I've stopped answering phone calls and texts from anyone in my family. Mom's apology was obviously simply a reconnaissance operation, and I'm done giving them the benefit of the doubt. The disturbing issue is that I don't think they'll stop. Dad left a voicemail stating, "This isn't over, Kate. Family has to stick together, whether you like it or not." At this point, it seems like a threat rather than a concern. I'm currently documenting everything, every text, voicemail, and suspicious incident. My gut tells me I'll need this record shortly. I will keep you updated if anything else happens. Reddit, thank you for all of your support. It's incredibly helpful to have folks confirm that I'm not insane for demanding fundamental boundaries. Update 3. Hello Reddit, I never imagined I'd be posting this update, but here we are. What happened today has left me absolutely disturbed, and I am still trying to digest everything. I went out this morning to conduct some basic tasks, such as food shopping and picking up a box from the post office. When I arrived home at noon, I saw something peculiar. Anna's SUV was parked directly in front of my house. My heart sunk immediately. I approached the door, fumbling with my keys, and heard voices within. Anna, Josh, and the kids were at my place. The atmosphere inside was complete mayhem. Sophia and Lucas were sprawled on my couch, surrounded by munchies and toys. Noah was toddling about my living room, munching on a throw cushion. Josh was in the kitchen, looting my refrigerator, and Anna was in the sunroom, rearranging my furniture as if she were on HGTV. "What the hell's going on?" I managed to reply, my voice shaking from fury and disbelief. Anna looked up, unaffected. "Oh hey, Kate, we figured it'd be easier to just move in while you were out." I glanced at her, trying to understand what she had just said. "Move in?" "Mom gave us the key," she explained, nodding to the kitchen counter. "We truly needed the space, and your home is ideal for us. It could have been bigger if you'd listened to us, but we'll make it happen. Josh can now have an office instead of bickering." Instead of arguing, I took out my phone and dialed 911. "Seriously?" Anna replied, her voice full of incredulity. "Are you calling the cops on your own family? Watch me." When the cops arrived, Anna and Josh attempted to argue that because we were family, this was not a true break-in. The officers wouldn't have it. They informed them that they were trespassing and needed to leave immediately. Anna began crying, saying she didn't realize it was such a huge deal, and Josh muttered something about my being selfish as they packed away their belongings, including the goodies they had plundered from my cupboard. After they went, one of the officers approached me and asked if I wanted to file charges. I considered it for a time before deciding against it, as long as they stayed away from my land. The officer nodded, saying they'd file a report if anything more happened. I've already phoned a locksmith to change the locks again, and I'll have a security system put in tomorrow. I've also hired a lawyer to create an official cease and desist letter to deliver to my parents, Anna and Josh. The letter describes everything they've done and expresses that if they continue to harass me, I will not hesitate to take legal action. I still can't believe my own sister felt this was appropriate and my mother gave them the key. I don't even have words for it. I will keep you updated if anything else happens, but perhaps this is the final straw. I am done giving them opportunities. Blood is not always thicker than water, particularly when it is dangerous. Update 4. I'd like to begin by thanking everyone who has followed this wild trip. After all of your comments and support, I believe I owe you a final report on the issue. Yes, I mean final, because I have formally severed all relations with my family. First came the guilt-inducing phone calls. Every single relative, including those I hadn't spoken to in years, began phoning me. My aunt, who hardly recognized my existence growing up, left a voicemail that read, "How can you do this to your sister? Family has to stick together." Then, my parents launched a smear campaign in our town. Mom shared photos of my house on Facebook, I'm not sure how she obtained them, with sentiments like, "It's so sad when someone forgets where they came from. Family sacrifices so much for you, and this is how they repay you." People who didn't know the complete scenario left comments accusing me of being ungrateful and selfish. Last week, Anna took it to a new level. She arrived at my business at lunch hour with all 3 children. I was in a meeting when our receptionist called to report that my sister was crying in the lobby and raising a disturbance. By the time I arrived, half of my coworkers had gathered to witness Anna theatrically tell how I was leaving her children homeless. I drew her aside and ordered her to leave. She responded by letting the kids run around the office while yelling about how I had plenty of space but was too selfish to share. Security had to take them out, and I had to have an embarrassing chat with my manager about keeping my personal concerns out of the office. The final straw arrived yesterday. My parents scheduled an intervention at their home. They informed my grandmother that I was suffering a mental breakdown and required family support. When I declined to attend, they attempted to have a local preacher visit my house to educate me on my family commitments. After consulting with my attorney, I took serious legal action. I applied for a restraining order against Anna and Josh, citing all of their harassment and the break-in. My lawyer also issued legal cease and desist letters to my parents regarding their social media posts and harassment. I've established a comprehensive security system that includes cameras and motion sensors, as well as changed my phone number and email address, which I exclusively share with trusted friends and my job. All of my social media accounts are now set to rigorous privacy settings, banning not only my family but also their friends and anyone who may feed them information. The most weird aspect of all of this is that they still appear to believe they are correct. My mother sent me one final email before I banned her, stating I was hurting her heart and that she had raised me better than this. She still doesn't get that this isn't about being mean or selfish. It is about setting basic boundaries and respecting oneself. But, you know what? For the first time in my life, I actually feel free. My house is just as I want it. I've started planting a garden in my backyard, which I'd always wanted to do but never had the space for. I'm making friends with my neighbors, those who don't report back to my family. I even adopted a cat, who is now snoozing in my sunny window. She is also not obligated to share her space with anyone she does not want to. Last weekend, I had a little housewarming celebration with some of my coworkers. We sipped wine and cheese on my lovely small porch, and no one said I needed more room or questioned my life choices. It was simply normal, joyful, and serene. I know some people may read this and think I'm callous for cutting off my family, but after 27 years of being treated as a backup plan, an ATM, and a solution to everyone else's issues, I'm finally putting myself first. Recognizing that family is more than simply blood, it's about respect, limits, and mutual support, can be the healthiest thing you can do. What about the house that sparked all of this drama? It's become my haven. Every morning, I wake up in my house, decorated exactly how I want it, with no one else's expectations to meet but my own, and I know I made the correct decision. Thank you to everyone on Reddit who has supported me on this trip. Your comments, guidance, and shared experiences helped me keep going when I was doubting myself. To those who shared similar stories, you helped me realize I wasn't alone in demanding fundamental boundaries. And to those who are now suffering with similar familial problems, remain strong. You deserve to live your life on your own terms. I probably won't be updating my tale anymore, partially because I've cut off all communication with my family and partly because I'm ready to go on with my life. But I'll still be on Reddit, possibly assisting others who are in similar positions. Thank you all again. Your encouragement meant more than you'll ever realize.